afternoon from a glorious Morton Stadium in Santry, County Dublin for the 103rd edition of the Irish Universities Athletics Track and Field Championships. Set to kick off a long and arduous outdoor season just here in the second weekend in April. We'll be going until the bank holiday weekend in August here in Ireland when we come back here for the National Senior Champs. So very early days. Many of these athletes still really in indoor mode and out representing their colleges and universities. The event warming up on track here now at the moment. The women's 100 metre hurdles final will be a straight final, making full use of the 10 lanes available to us. My name is Jack Hickey. You'll be hearing from me across the weekend along with a multitude of commentary. There will be intense athletics action and even more intense conversation off the track. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Dara Kennedy. Dara, your first time picking up the mic. I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it now, Jack. As you said, we're in for an action-packed weekend, starting off with the women's 100 metre hurdles here, and we also have a few athletes in the pentathlon competing in this race as well, looking to pick up valuable points for their score.
Multi-eventers, start of a long day for them. They're going to be taking part in 5 events over the course of this Saturday, and I would expect to see many of those multi-eventers also making an appearance in the individual events as well. You can see Laura Frawley there on the, I think that's on the left, in lane number 9. Start of probably a million events for Laura Frawley this weekend.
Yeah, I think Laura's competing in every individual event except the 800.
Yeah.
So busy weekend for her.
External pentathlon events. I actually looked it up last night. She's had 25 caps. So that's events including semi-finals and heats. And she's 16 IUA medals to date. She's in her final year of primary teaching in Mary I. Not a full lineup available to us, unfortunately. I can see Orla Coffey, the multi-eventer, not scheduled to go in the final, so she's going to have a solo time trial after this. But you can see
it looks like we've Annabelle Walsh and Laura MacDonald from UL in there as well in the middle. We have DCU athlete
Quiva Fitzsimons.
We've Sechu
and
SCTU.
Arabella Adekoya, who is directly behind the floodlight. We're in a new position this year up in the balcony, so it's new to me as well. But Arabella Adekoya, the defending champion. The short hurdles have been dominated by SCTU. They kicked off the outdoor championships last year in Belfast with double gold through Arabella and Adam Nolan, who we'll see later on in the 110 metre hurdles, and they also did the double at the indoor championships in February. I'm also joined by Sean Carmody, who's unfortunately not going to be on the track this year with a navicular stress fracture, he told me. Those big words that I just learned. Sean, probably all about Arabella Adekoya here.
You would think so. Pretty dominant display from her at the indoors as well, and several varsity medals. Oops, a little bit of traffic going on here. Several varsity medals, and to be honest, from lane 1, probably not her favourable lane, but I'd expect her to come through with this win.
And that is Lee Vale athlete Sean Carmody, who has picked up a Dublin accent hilariously to me. You would not think he is a Cork man. And that's the start of our first bit of witty banter, Derek Hendy. But they're under starters orders here. Absolutely glorious conditions. We'll try and get a wind reading for all you Santry fanatics.
Yeah, it looks like it won't be too much of a headwind. Maybe slight, but
if anything,
not too bad.
Prevailing wind tends to be down the line of sight for these hurdlers, but I don't think you'll get a better day to hurdle in Santry. We'll have to call this one as we see it. Not a full lineup, unfortunately, but eyes to potentially Adekoya in lane 1 and Laura Frawley from UL in lane 9. Fitzsimons, the multi-eventer, also from DCU, good to rise, but it is Adekoya in lane 1 who's moving well, and it's
Laura Frawley also doing very well out in lane 9.
And Fitzsimons, but it's going to be close as they come in around through Adekoya, their first run out over the 100 hurdles this season. It's Arabella Adekoya in 14.27, defends her title from Fitzsimons DCU and Frawley UL. That's the first points on the board, and the maximum goes to the South East Technological University through Arabella Adekoya.
Very close race for second and third there between Quiva Fitzsimons and Laura Frawley. I think Fitzsimons just got the nod ahead of Laura.
Yeah, a nice dip on the line right underneath us.
And then fourth and fifth, I think, was between the two UL athletes in the middle.
An avalanche of UL there.
And Laura.
UL is hurdles U when it comes to women's short hurdles. I expect to see DCU and UL prevalent in a lot of the events today. But it's all about Southeast. Marcus Lawler, Irish Olympian, the athletics development officer down there now, and looking absolutely delighted underneath us. They'll have a strong sprints program.
Now it looks like we just have our time trial for the women's
versus
for the
clock.
pentathlon.
She nearly wished she got checked into the individual event. She could have got into lane 10. Just chatting to Mark Kavanagh as well before we came up, the photographer. He has, if you want 2 tickets to the gun show, Mark Kavanagh is supplying that today. He's down at the finish line. You'll get a shot of him plenty of times this weekend. But he is decked out. Biceps, triceps, he's got all of them. So I got an awful dunt in the back from Fintan Kenny. Sean, were you involved in any way with DCU or Host College? Any of the organisational bits behind the scenes this year?
Probably not as much as I should have been. Barry Clavin is here now to join us, and he'll probably give out to me for not doing enough. But my contribution would be I'm head physio for the day for DCU.
I am joined by Barry Clavin, who has been the chairperson of DCU Athletics. Our chair. We're going to come back to you because Orla Coffey is being called to her marks here for her solo time trial, but we might get a word from our hosts shortly afterwards. It's not easy to time trial on your own, Darren.
No, it's not at all. If she'd maybe got into lane 10 in the other race, could have pushed her on a bit, but yeah, hopefully it goes well for her now.
Coffey, stalwart of university multi-events, 4 hurdles background as well. One of the top brass, that was the word I was trying to come up with. Top brass in UCC athletics. I'm getting back into the flow of it, lads. I haven't picked up on a mic in a while. Yeah. A multitude of voices.
She's been held behind her blocks for a good while now. I'd say she's looking to get going.
She is. She'll have all eyes on her though.
Yeah, slightly pressurising, but
yeah. The only one she'll worry about are Donny Walsh's, because he will greet her at the finish line and tell her exactly how he thinks it went. Mr. UCC, he's probably down underneath us actually. He is.
She's been called into her blocks now.
Here we go. Solo time trial. Orla Coffey versus the clock. This is the multi-eventers. Most of the multi-eventers going in the 100 metre hurdles final. And she's away well. A very tidy hurdler is Coffey. It's going to be fair embarrassing if it's not Coffey. It is Orla Coffey. Thought for a second it might have been, but it is. Here she comes through. Really good solo effort by Orla Coffey. Not easy that. 16:65 on the clock. So she starts her pentathlon campaign. Start of a busy day, Barry Clavin. A day that you probably didn't realise the undertaking you were taking on when DCU agreed to take it on 18 months ago. But you're happy with your preparations as a host college?
Yeah, it's definitely a bigger job than would have been initially expected at the outset, but look, we came up to the challenge. We're all here today, so it's been a lot of work behind the scenes, but we're very happy to be hosting it this year, especially in the new refurbished Morton Stadium. Some serious work has gone into the stadium from DCU in the last couple of years to refurbish it. Brand new track, new seats in the stands, new facilities all around, and hopefully the East Stand will be starting upgrades soon. So happy days. We're off to a good start.
And it's brilliant. You've even gone one further and organised the weather. So, really good stuff from DCU. They'll be hoping, no doubt, to grab a hold of the weather, or not the weather, the trophies in this weather. A few titles to defend. Men's javelin warming up there in front of us as well. No Oisin Joyce.
Yeah, pulled out, I think, with a shoulder injury, I heard.
Shoulder injury, unfortunately, so that's a big blow to UL's hopes over it.
That's a big waste, because I'm after putting out the championship record marker on the javelin.
But Owen Sharkey is still entered and is planning
you
on
never
doing
know.
a standing throw.
You never know what he'll come up with.
You never know what Owen Sharkey will come up.
Expecting a big championship record from Jack Hickey in the hammer.
Barry's just talking over my shoulder. I don't think he knows that he needs a mic. But you can see there, UL men's captain Owen Sharkey struck down with an ankle injury at the indoors.
Sun cap still on.
Sun cap still on, so he can see something. But UL men's captain and IUA committee member, no injury. Or an injury in the indoor season means he won't be going in his usual 4 hurdles and multi-events double, but it's the javelin for Sharkey today and the hammer tomorrow morning, and anything that doesn't require a right ankle.
He's very much becoming a hybrid athlete with all the field events he's putting himself into.
Yeah, he's a hybrid athlete. He'll be doing high rocks next. A few other non-traditional javelin throwers down there as well, trying to score points. And Ewan Kniff is there as well, who is fond of a point or two. And I don't mean team points.
Point or point?
No comments.
But Ewan, accomplished thrower, plenty of InterVarsity titles. Local man.
He's in Clonliffe, but he's not a local man.
He's in Clonliffe, he's a local man. I don't know what you're insinuating there, Barry Clevin. But a little bit of a delay now to our men's hurdles finals as people move them from 3'6" to 3'6" from the 2'9" mark. Loads to look forward to over this weekend. DCU looking to defend their overall and men's and women's titles. It'll be UCD who'll be trying to defend their Sprints Trophy title.
Yeah, they're setting up the hurdles here now, so I suppose the main contender to look to for in this is Adam Nolan from Carlow.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else we should be looking out for in this one?
I suppose Manny Osas. Manny Osas had a very good run indoors and a very accomplished multi-eventer. He got up for silver there in the varsities, and he bronze in the national seniors. So he's another one to look out for. No Jack Ford today for DCU. He's generally won for a good old hurdles race, but suffered a hamstring injury actually in the heats of the hurdles at the indoors, and is only just doing a few throwing events, I think. I'll have a look through the lineup here and see is there any other names to look out for.
I do suppose the quick time period between the indoors and the outdoors does mean any injuries in the indoors kind of does slightly take you out of the outdoors, maybe if you're trying to recover quickly. Like, there's only a 2-month turnaround period, so if there's any serious injury, it's kind of affecting your chances. Manny also has to see down to go on the high jump later today as well. Usually does the high jump at competitions.
Yeah, he's down to do the high jump there. He's down to kind of do everything. I think we have him down for the triple jump as well. Just looking through the names that are entered here, looks like Owen Sharkey's name is down here, but Dara, you'll be able to tell me better yourself whether he's racing or not.
I think, as Jack said, an injury in the indoors kind of has put a halt to his running at these championships, so I think it's more field events he's going in.
Very good. Looking down through the names, Ruben McCarthy's also another name, part of that Carlow group, coached by Billy Delaney and Niall Murphy. Has really come on in the last year, and wouldn't be surprised if he was up towards the medals in this race.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, I suppose, until who shows up in the line to see who is actually here today before we put any names on medals.
javelin and the men's javelin. We're looking for someone who prepared to offer their 600-gram javelin to a thrower in the men's javelin. It's a 600-gram javelin for a men's javelin.
Just looking down at some of the names that are setting up the hurdles there, you have Oko Ibakari, who's from DCU, and Katie Nalka. They're both injured, unfortunately, and are unable to compete today. Both would have probably been in the hurdles and would have been looking to score quite highly for DCU. Another name there is Connor Story, or not Connor Story. Jeez, forget his name.
Ben Clavin down there as well. Is that it?
Ben and Finn Woodger would have been looking to do the 800. Probably would have been looking to medal after his medal in winning varsities and medaling at seniors. But a calf injury he's sustained in the last few weeks is after taking him out.
Yeah. Ben sporting a tip jersey. It's probably a brave choice considering what happened last weekend against Cork.
Cork just put on a show. Cork hurling, like I back him for Liam. And to be honest, the footballers, like, why not? We back him for Sam.
As a tip man myself, it was tough to watch, but hopefully the championship will go a bit better.
I can tell you the story behind that tip jersey. That was bumper sale on the Long Mile Road at the O'Neill's shop a few weeks ago.
He's getting good use out of it anyways. It looks like we're finally getting ready to go now. Athletes coming up to the blocks.
Dara, I'm sure you would have loved to have been racing today. Talk us through what's going on. What has you out of action?
I've been out for a while. I had a bit of slight hamstring strain. It was actually before the varsities indoors, and had been recovering and had hoped to maybe run a 400 here just to run. To be honest, not even looking for anything, just to come up for the weekend, give it a go. But it hasn't been getting there slowly, but it's taken a lot longer than I expected. But with injuries, you hope for the best, but you never really know how long it's actually going to take.
Yeah, very good. So what's the plan now? What are you planning for outdoors?
Kind of just stay training away. You'd hope maybe look at stuff like open competitions or maybe even National League. Last year, Tipperary men's team entered a team for the first time, I'd say, in 6 or 7 years. Came away with the bronze medal in the National League final. Team was basically made up of a couple of 19, 20-year-olds and maybe a few stalwarts of Tipperary athletics. But so that would kind of be maybe the target. Maybe get on a 4x4 or something like that. Have a bit of fun with it.
Now we're looking down to the men's 110 start. Looks like we only have 4 men in this. I think there was originally 14 entered. Let's see, can we get a few names?
Yeah, I'd say there's a few more still to come maybe. I don't see Adam Nolan. There's Adam is there in the starting. Sorry, he's
Adam
behind
is
the pole
there on the inside.
We have 2 SCTU athletes, and then there's probably Manny Osas there from DCU on the line.
Yeah, we have Patrick O'Neill, I think that is from Queen's, next to Adam Nolan.
And you've Aaron Malik from UL there as well in lane 7, it looks like.
I was looking through the entries there, Dara, and it seems as if Aaron Malik is down for absolutely everything under the sun.
He's probably doing sprints, jumps, hurdles, anything you can imagine, I'd say. So, bit of an all-rounder. He's probably down for the pole vault as well. I think he claimed the varsity's indoor title in the pole vault. So, yeah.
So, it looks as if there's only 5 athletes.
Is the athlete running around on the bend?
Like
is he?
That's a Trinity athlete.
Yeah, it looks like he might be
doing the
in
combined
it as well.
events. He's in the next race. So From the inside, I think we have Adam Nolan of SCTU Carlow, Patrick O'Neill of Queens in lane 3, Tayo Aderini from SCTU beside him, Manny Osas of DCU in, I think that's 5.
Looks to be empty lane 6, and then it's Aaron Malik in lane 7.
Aaron Malik lane 7.
That's what it looks like from here. Did someone check in and maybe aren't down there yet? Not too sure.
Matthew Behan has the championship record of a 14-16 from a few
Matthew
years ago. Adam Nolan will be looking to challenge that record anyway
definitely.
today.
Matthew Behan over now in Australia, living the life over there, still training away. He was training with the likes of, I think, Liz Clay for a while, Australian Olympic sprinter.
Not a bad training group.
No, not a bad training group at all.
But yeah, Adam will definitely be looking to challenge for this record today after a very impressive indoor season, breaking 8 seconds over the 60 hurdles a couple of times. Will be very close to that record, I would guess. Very kind of still afternoon. And yeah, I don't think he'd be too far off it.
Yeah, as the indoors went on, he kind of seemed... He was on the 8 second barrier for the early part of the indoor season, but as it went on, he seemed to be consistently getting under that 8 and getting down to the mid 7.9s, I think it was he ran, did he? About 7.95, around there.
Yeah, in and around that now. Adam obviously will be looking to get European under-23s this year.
Yes, was it 2022 in Jerusalem? He was European
23.
European under-20 semi-finalist.
European under-20 semi-finalist. So a lot of promise for him. Big future ahead. As I said, he's in training with Billy Delaney and Niall Murphy in Carlow. Good sprints group and hurdles group, and that you have the likes of Joe Burke, who's still under 18,
European bronze medalist last year at the under 18s.
You have Arabella Adekoya is also in that group. Killian Griffin, who is down to run the 100, but there's speculation about his leg and will it be able to hold up. And Ruben McCarthy, also another hurdler in that group.
I think it's great to see kind of training groups popping up all around the country producing such high standards. You know, Carlow maybe not necessarily known for its high standards of athletics, but it's really coming through as kind of a powerhouse for sprinting thanks to the coaches down there with the likes of Adam Nolan, Joe Burke, Arabella Adekoya.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just look down there now, the lads have been called to their marks.
Again, there's lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, no one in lane 6, and then 7 is Aaron Malik of UL.
As we mentioned, Adam Nolan is the rare in favour for this and would be hoping to get somewhere near Matthew Behan's championship best. And we're away for the first time. Adam Nolan first to that hurdle, knocks it. Manny Osas going well to his left, but it's clearly Adam Nolan way out in front. Manny Osas close behind, but it's Adam Nolan. We'll watch the clock. 14.7. Great time. First opener. I think last year he didn't break 15 in the opener in Belfast, but overall I'd say he'll be delighted just to get through that race.
Yeah, it was, other than the first hurdle, it looked like a clean enough run. The whole way down. So
down as there always is in these men's races. The hurdles up to 3'6". So to be fair, Adam is a tall lad, but shouldn't be knocking those.
Yeah.
As we look down, I think Manny Osas
came up for second. Yeah,
and
I didn't get to see who claimed third.
Yeah,
I think it was between the other SCTU athlete and our Queen's athlete.
Adam Nolan is just after waving down to me there that there's a savage headwind. I thought it was still enough up here, but we're obviously quite sheltered.
Yeah, the flags look to be blown a little bit over here, but I'd say it's a bit deceptive looking up at them by what the feedback we're getting from the athletes down on the track.
Looks like Queen's got up for third there. We've just been informed that's Patrick O'Neill was for third. We don't have official times yet for the rest of them, but 14.70 is on the clock, unofficial for Adam Nolan, and he is your varsity's 2025 110 metre hurdles champion.
Looks like we have 2 athletes lining up for the, is it pentathlon for the boys, for the lads? Or 3 athletes now, actually. So another.
We'll just put it down to combined events.
Yeah,
I don't know how
combined
many
events.
events they're doing today. But
It looks like a Trinity athlete, a TUS, and an MTU athlete lining up to take on the hurdles for the combined events. Do we have names here?
MTU have 2 athletes doing the combined or entered for the combined events, but I can't work out who's down there. So it's either Dara Kelly or Keelan Skillington. We have TUS. TUS have 3 athletes entered, but now trying to work out who's who, I cannot be sure. Trinity athlete is likely to be Jake
Entegart.
Apologies for that.
If we butchered the surname, please forgive us.
I have a brother that's dyslexic. So runs in the family.
Down in here in this corner as well, we have the lads getting ready for the 10k, trying to seek a bit of shade. It's quite a warm day to be running 25 laps of this track.
25 laps, you'd be dizzy by the time you
Yeah,
finish that.
yeah, definitely.
Can you talk through some of the names in that, Dara?
I'm looking down.
Spot out there.
It looks like we have. I'm trying to see if I can pick out anyone.
Daniel Ryan Ellis there.
Yeah, of Galway. He'll be definitely one to look out for. I think we've Carl Kennedy down there from UL, sitting down in the shade. Is that Luke Purcell with the cap on? There in the pink Nike spikes from UL. One of the community members in UL who did great organising for this weekend. We have a few UCC athletes down there as well, alongside more SETU. We've some Trinity down there as well, and TUS. I think going over to the high jump table there, we have Fintan Dewhurst, who's taken a stab at the high jump today, alongside his main event in the 400 hurdles.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind him. wouldn't mind that fella. As we look down the track there now, the combined events, 110 metre hurdles, getting ready. Unfortunately, don't have any names for these athletes.
Well, they wouldn't.
But I'll do my best at commentating. From the inside, we have Trinity, TUS, and MTU. And again, we're away first time. It looks like the TUS athlete, yeah, very well. Alongside him, the Trinity athlete. Very, very clean hurdling. Little stutters, but they're still going strong. They'll all be watching the clock now. Oh, almost a fall. But his Trinity athlete is after coming through there. TUS up for second, and MTU struggling to get over the last hurdle.
We lost the spike there coming off the last hurdle for the MTU athlete, but he got over the line in the end.
Got over the line, and the Trinity athlete coming through in 20.3.
That kickstarts their day for the combined events.
Yeah, they've a 1k or 1.5k to finish the day. Yeah. So long old day for these lads, and this is just the start of it.
They have I know they have a high jump and a long jump definitely in there today as well. So very busy day for them.
Long jump, shot put.
Probably, yeah. I don't think they do the pole vault outdoors.
But you can be sure that if they're doing multi-events,
colleges
will have them thrown into to do all these sort of events.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Manny Osas, who for DCU, I think, as I mentioned, triple jump and
anything that he can,
anything that goes,
put his name to. Yeah.
As we look out there into the middle, we have an SETU athlete lining up to throw the javelin. I don't have the names of those.
Over 30 metres. I think they're still on the warm-up throws by the looks of it. There's no one going out to measure that one. So,
as Jack Hickey mentioned, Noah Sheen Joyce today, World Under-20s bronze medalist from Peru. Yeah,
and he's started his year off this year at the European Throwing Cup over in Cyprus, winning a bronze medal in the men's Under-23 category. I think he threw a 73.86, which was quite close to his personal best. And again, he'll be looking to go to the European Under-23s this year and hopefully challenge again like he's been doing the last couple of years.
Challenging for a medal. As we look down, the hurdles are being taken off the track, and it means the start of the 10k is very soon. Not my expertise. I have two distance lads behind me, and I'm sure they'd absolutely love to talk rubbish for the next half an hour or so. We have Jack Maher and Barry Clavin. Jack?
God knows what they'll end up talking about, but you'll find out in a while, I'd say.
I know. They talk about the wind and the grass.
In for some top quality commentary here now. 25 laps of spoofing from Barry. I'll give quality insights.
Barry's well able to spoof.
Born and bred in Sligo. All he does is spoof.
And the small figure Jack Hickey running back up to the commentary box, running through our legs. He's a wanted man. Was going to try come back with a funny comment at me, but he's just too busy. Barry, over to you. You have the list of names for the 10k. I'll leave it to you.
Thanks, Sean.
Great job there from the boys.
You're joined here by the expertise of Jack Maher and Barry Clavin. So in the men's,
well known for our 10k running, of course.
Well known for our 10k running. We definitely race the 10k.
Love 10ks.
So starting out with the men's 10k, we have Oisin Hannon and Sean McDermott from ATU. We have Ross Killalay and Matthew Holland from DCU. We have Danny Nugent from Dundalk IT. We have Alex Gallagher, who's a guest. Rory Manning from MTU. Hugo Lynn Mogner and Adam Berry from Maynooth University. The two heavies, Shane Spring and Adam Condon, along with Peter McGuinness from Trinity. Christopher McLaughlin from TUD. Conor Murphy from TUD. Callum Marshall from TUD. Jamie Kelly and Andy Nevin from TUS. Andy just back from his Berlin half last weekend. He ran 1:11. We've Aaron Lynch from TUS along with Gavin Curtin. Gavin will be gunning for a medal in this event. Donna McAda from UCC along with Paul Hartnett and Liam Cotter from UCC. Donegal was 7th in this event last year, so he'll be looking to improve that time again. Next up we have Matthew Kenny, Marcus Neal and Jack Keys and Cian McDonald, all from UCD. Cian McDonald with PB of 14:57 in the 5k. He'll be looking to put down a fast time here today with the good conditions that are out here. And then for the Galway men, Jack Maher's expertise. So we have Daniel Ryan Ellis, 15:01 5k man, 3:57 1500. And unfortunately Luke Johnson and Roland Surlis, who are also entered from University of Galway, have both dropped out. Then on to UL, we have Luke Purcell, Cathal Kennedy and Roger Adieye. Cathal Kennedy with an 8:55 3k, he'll be looking to put down a solid time here. And Luke Purcell with a 9:44 steeplechase and an 8:46 3k, he's no slow coach himself. So, as all the lads are lining up here now, I'll leave you off to Jack. Jack, what do you think?
Yeah, we've a big field here now. Only one returning medalist from last year, and that's Shane Spring. The other medalists were, of course, Cathal O'Reilly and Luke Johnson. So, we're going to have a couple new medal holders today. Good quality through the field, I think. But Shane Spring probably favourite for that gold medal.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't doubt Shane. He's been in really good shape now lately. He's around 14:21 previously for the 5k, 30:22 for the 10k. Like silver medalist this time last year. It's looking really strong.
He's also a former winner of in Highgate, the night of the 10,000 metre PBs. And for winning his race, he received his body weight in beer as a prize.
Classic Highgate 10k. Unfortunately, what isn't on this year, but we'll be back next year for some of the best 10,000 metre running in Ireland and the UK.
I don't think that similar prizes for varsities, is it?
Unfortunately not. The budget doesn't stretch to body weight in beer, but look at maybe
and being a heavy,
himself, he's well able. But thanks to our sponsor of the stream, Sports Equipment Ireland, maybe in the future we might be able to afford prizes as such.
Yeah, a medal will do for today.
So we have Ross Killalay striding out there. Ross is actually a triathlete by trade, with track and field as just one of his many sports that he competes in.
Yeah, and we can see there on the start line Daniel Ryan Ellis in the white cap. He was recently ran a 31:30 in the national 10k on the roads. So a man who's just kind of moved up from that 5k distance into the 10k. See how he goes here today.
So we have Adam Condon there from TCD as well. Adam ran 15:18 in Newmarket 5k down in Cork in December. So he'll be looking to put down a fast time then today.
Yeah, a big field here now. Might have to go in for the staggered start, I think. So they'll break after 100 metres and go from there. Shouldn't be too quick today, maybe with a bit of a breeze. Quite hot conditions down on the track as well.
It'll be interesting at the front of the race with Gavin Curtin putting it up to Shane Spring. Gavin has a 14:31 PB with an 8:15 3K and a 3:58 1500. So he has the ability to kick, and it's going to make it interesting today.
Yeah, Shane as well, the man well accustomed to 1500 running. So he's gone quicker than 3:56. So be interesting to see how he goes today if it comes down to a kick. And we can see they're just separating the men now onto the two separate lines, just to space them out a bit at the start.
So the staggered start for the 10k. This means the lads on the outside will have to stay in the outside four lanes until they get round the bend.
What way do you see this going, Barry, with this? Surely no one's going to go too hard from the gun. Could be a tough way to run it.
With the warm weather that we have today, I can't see it being from the gun. I have to say, it has to be a sit and kick race. With that heat out there, if you're going from the gun, you're very likely to just fall apart coming through the race. 30 minutes of running in this heat. We're Irish. We're not used to heat like this.
Yeah, of course. If there was any man to do it, though, it could be Shane.
Could be Shane. He enjoys his training camps in January to Portugal, getting the mileage in. Only recently there he was on his work placement for college. He was over in the Isle of Man for a month and a half, I think, as a trainee doctor.
Some good road racing over in the Isle of Man these days, I believe.
I'm not aware.
No, yeah. A few big ones.
Some of my research before the race didn't get me that far.
And we're joined by special guest Pádraig Flaherty from Galway. He'll go tomorrow in the steeplechase. Any insight into this, Podge?
Well, I just want to add some more Galway bias, if that's possible. We've got Daniel Ryan Ellis down there from University of Galway, so he'll be up amongst the medals, we would think, today, or he'll be challenging for one at least. So it's set to be a competitive race anyway. It's a hot one. You see we have the water station over on the far side here, so it's going to be interesting to see how the guys cope with that today.
So Podge, if I was to get you to pick your medalists for this event, what would you go for?
Well, Barry, if I'd seen the start list before, it would have been helpful, but I don't know, we've got some strong names in there. As I said, Daniel from Galway, Daniel Ryan Ellis, he's strong. We also, I see we have Roland Surlis from Galway on the entry list there. I don't think that's correct, but I'll have a look through the names here, Barry, and I'll get back to you on that one as soon as we've got underway.
What about you, Jack?
I'd have to say I'm looking towards Shane Spring in that gold medal, Gavin Curtin for the silver, and I'm gonna give it to Dr. J. Daniel Ryan Ellis for the bronze.
I have to be in agreement with you there. If I was to pick anyone else to go along with it, maybe Cian McDonald for a fourth place from UCD.
Certainly, yeah. If we reflect back on the InterVarsity cross country this year, we had, I believe, Shane Spring in 11th and Daniel Ryan Ellis was 13th. So they were probably two of the highest finishers in the cross country who are on this start line.
And that cross-country race is actually a pretty good indicator of how these guys were in shape at the time, considering it was in UCC sports grounds, so it was a relatively flat cross-country course, which makes for some fast running.
Yeah, good weather. There was no real muck, flat, and 8k, so just an extra 2k here today. Definitely a good indicator as we get called up to the line here.
And they're off.
Certainly looks like Shane straight out, setting a hard pace from the gun, maybe looking to front run it.
So unfortunately, I think for two guys there, I'm not sure. I think one might have been UCD vest, another was a white shirt. I'm not sure what college they're from, but I think they might be disqualified because they broke their staggered start right at the gun.
Looks like we've one of our TUS men gone to the front. Not sure, is it Jamie Kelly potentially?
It could be Jamie Kelly or it could be Andy Nevin possibly.
Could be Andy Nevin, yeah. I'm just trying to have a look for Jamie. I know speaking to him beforehand he said the plan was to sit in, so I hope he hasn't gone to the front straight away.
Well, Andy is in pretty good shape here. He's coached by Evan Scully. He's just back from the Berlin half marathon where he put in an impressive time of 71 minutes and 11 seconds. So he's actually not at the front. It is, who's that from TUS?
Is it Aaron Lynch?
It's Aaron Lynch at the front.
Yeah, we can just see
followed by Shane Spring.
Our third TUS athlete is Jamie Kelly there, and he's a bit further back, so he is sitting back there, it looks to be.
Gavin Curtin.
Out the front, so it is actually Gavin Curtin. He's taking it on here early.
You'd nearly think we've done our research for this event.
We're nothing if not professional.
So in third place there we have Danny Nugent from Dundalk IT. Danny is just sitting in just behind Shane Spring.
And after Danny we have Paul Hartnett of UCC and Daniel Ryan Ellis. So these five appear to be the breakaway group quite early on in the race. They're only coming up to 800 metres gone.
Paul Hartnett with a cross-country season, probably one of his best that he's had so far. Placing very high at the National Senior Championships this year.
Yeah, and he had that appearance at the European Cross Countries, of course, in Turkey last December. So he has the cross-country pedigree. It'll be interesting to see what he can do today on the track over 10k. Just in behind him, then we have Daniel Ryan Ellis from Galway, that distinctive cap. Don't think I've ever seen him run without one on. He's tucked in there nicely. And that's kind of our front five at the moment. They've sort of started to break away from the rest of the field in these early stages.
Yeah, and then we've group 3 in behind, and that's made up of a UL, Trinity and TUS athletes. We'll get some names for them for you now. Looks like potentially Luke Purcell sitting in 6th place, trying to bridge the gap back to his training partner Daniel Ryan Ellis. And then that's Adam Condon in behind Luke Purcell, so he's currently sitting in 7th. And then our TUS athlete appears to be Andy Nevin. Just moving up now. So that's 3:41 through the 1200. So they've gone out at a decent pace here.
It's a pretty solid pace, especially with this sun shining. We all know the last kilometre is probably going to be pretty quick, just trying to shake a few bodies off the lead pack. But as you said, out 3:40 kilometre pace,
yeah, and
it's pretty solid.
Danny Nugent has taken on the pace now. He's just slotted in ahead of Gavin Curtin. And then you've Shane, Frank and Daniel all sitting in behind.
It's always a difficult job leading out a pack like that. You never know really where to go, what pace to hit. You know, you don't know what the guys behind you are like shape-wise. You can't see their form from the front.
Exactly, and every time you come into this home straight, you're running into the wind, and then unfortunately on the back straight, the boys behind you are kind of stopping the wind from pushing you along.
Yeah, it's an unforgiving track sometimes with the wind, but I guess that's what makes it a good course or good track for a championship race.
So just an interesting side note here while we're still in the early stages of this 10k. You can see towards the back of the field there's an athlete in a white t-shirt. So those white t-shirts today are being worn by the Defence Forces Cadet School actually. They're representing MU, I believe, but that is their kit for this weekend. And I've actually been told that's incorrect information. I apologise. They're members of the IUA, but I do know that there are some cadet school members on the track today, so that'll be interesting to see how they stack up against the athletes who are in more conventional colleges, one might say. Apologies for that incorrect information. They're actually IUAA members in the white t-shirts.
Some serious knowledge behind this race today. So we see in the third chase pack, led by Donica Makeda of UCC. Donica is actually a member of the IUA committee, so he would have helped set up all these championships throughout the year. And he's just on the shoulder of UL man, I'm not sure exactly who. But as the leaders come into the home straight again, they're sitting quite tightly in a pack. They're
going to come up to their 2k split here now, Barry. The clock's just outside 6 minutes, so they're on for a really good pace here. Gavin Curtin taking it on 6:07 through the 2k, so they are on for about 30:30.
About that, yeah. Now, I can't see them holding that pace for the entire race, especially some of the lads there. That'd be a big PB for some of them, but look, it's a championship race and you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we have Jamie Kelly coming through the line here, as well as the UL athlete, Rocher Adeyeye. So those two can start working together and bridging that gap.
And while the 10k is going on, we have the warm-up here for the men's high jump. So we'll just go through some of the athletes that are entered for that. So starting out, we have Emmanuel Osas, who's also in the multi-events. Emmanuel is from DCU, along with Jack Ford, who's also a decathlete. Emmanuel holds PB of 195 in the high jump, along with Jack Ford's 196. So that'll be a tight competition between the two lads. Daniel Callahan is a guest. Then we have Joe Ivory from MTU, David Martinek from SETU, Adrian Silva from SETU, Connor Booth from TUS, Adam Byrne from TUS, Dallin Grosso from TUS, Rory Falvey from UCC. I think Rory's entered in a few events today. Fintan Dewhurst from UL, 400 hurdler man. I'm not sure why he's entered in the high jump, but Fintan actually holds a 51.19 time for the 400 hurdles, so it'll be interesting to see him tomorrow in that. Owen Sharkey is entered as well, another decathlete, along with Noah Gilmore, who is a 198 PB, both from UL. Aaron Malik then is also entered from UL, another man who's entered in many events today.
Yeah, back to the 10k here. It's interesting to see Danny Nugent and Gavin Curtin seem to be rotating that lead, working together to try and pull this pace on, while Shane, Frank and Daniel are all very happy to sit in and maybe leave it to the latter stages.
And this must be particularly tough on the athletes today, just coming around now and seeing that 18 laps to go. A 10k in any conditions is brutal, but especially today in April, we're not used to this type of sun, and these guys must be feeling it already. Although you wouldn't know it from the pace they're setting, it's pretty decent so far. As you said, we've still got Danny Nugent out front there from DKIT, so perhaps a surprise leader. But it'll be interesting to see if this group of five can stick together at the front.
Yeah, Danny, a 3k PB of 8:42, so it'll be interesting to see how how that compares to his 10k time. Don't have anything here from today. Yeah, we've Peter McGuinness from Trinity coming around here, getting his 18 laps to go. We actually can't give you... Our clock seems to have stopped working, so we might be blind on time from here on in.
Just passing the finish line there again is Oisin Hannon from ATU. Oisin's nickname was Socks. We have a time of 9:57 actually on the clock.
Lovely. Our trackside clock is not working on us today.
But yeah, Oisin Socks Hannon from ATU is actually just back from the Madrid Marathon where he ran raising money for charity.
Fair play to him. We can see at the front of the race now, though, Daniel Ryan Ellis and Frank seem to just be struggling with that pace now. Daniel's legs seem to be going, he's fading, and Frank is fighting to try and hold on to that front three, the back of Shane Spring.
And as they come around again, it's going to be a big toll on the lads as they try and overtake lads. You know, this is going to be a lot of running in lane 2 throughout the race, which can take a toll on the lads when it comes to their times come the end.
You also have to feel for the officials trying to count all these laps, Barry.
I know, I couldn't.
Yeah. As we see Gavin just taking the lead again, they're definitely rotating every few laps, trying to work together and get this pace as quick as possible.
Definitely some winced faces there as they came around. They're definitely starting to feel the effects of this heat.
And it's interesting to see that we still have Nugent up there so prominent, as his PBs are strong in 8:42 3K, but not in the realm of what we would have seen from the likes of Curtin or from Spring. So it's interesting that he's doing so well at the front of this race still. Yeah, so even Gavin Curtin with an 8:15 3K, and Spring has the likes of a 14:20 21 5K to his name. So it's really strong running from Nugent to be up with these names here.
We have to say a big thank you to all the officials today putting out for their time. It's not easy standing out in that sun all day.
Yeah, and Frank O'Brien has just really come off the pace here now. I think it looks like we might have a breakaway. It's very early to say, but a breakaway of 3 for the medals. Sorry, Paul Hartnett, not Frank O'Brien.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Galway men, it looks like he's fallen back to 4th, I think, in the chase.
It's 5th there.
5th.
Daniel Ryan Ellis holding down 5th. It would be good for him now to try and get back onto Paul Hartnett, and if the two of them could work together, as opposed to both fighting the conditions on their own.
Yeah, once you're left on your own, it's a lonely journey out there for 10k if you don't have a pack to sit in. It's much easier when you're sitting behind someone and you can let them drag you along.
Yeah, and coming around here, running solo as well, is Rocher Adieye of UL. So I think he's trying to open up a gap to the people behind him, which was Jamie Kelly of TUS.
So Shane Spring, coached by Simon Devaney, bringing out the new training group in Dublin of the Heavies Track Club. A new training group in Dublin of mainly Raheny lads.
Are you a member of that, Barry? Do you have any heavy track club bias?
Absolutely. I have to name drop.
Is there a size requirement? Why is it Heavies?
The name was actually made up by Cian Law, who's also a heavy.
Ironically, not heavy.
But yeah, there's a few lads in the group, myself included, who probably wouldn't traditionally be the size that you would normally expect of a distance runner. So Cian came up with the name, and he was like, "You have to call them the Heavies."
Can I join?
There's a strict requirement of training bench press 3 days a week.
Oh, like I'm already on that grind. I'm already doing that.
Minimum 5,000 calories a day as well.
Fair enough.
That is a joke for anyone concerned.
And we have Jamie Kelly just stepping off the track there. So that's unfortunate for him. He was actually a bronze medalist at the novice cross countries or the intermediate cross countries, I should say, at Westport House in February, I believe. So that's a shame to see him there. And we have Daniel Ellis now just actually coming past Paul Hartnett. So he's making a move back up to the leading three. So it's good to see from a Galway perspective. But they're still a long way off that lead pack of Spring and Nugent and Gavin Curtin. So it'll be interesting to see if Daniel can get back on there.
Yeah, he let the gap grow, but he's kind of holding on to it now. So if one of these men fade, he'll certainly be back in as they just approach halfway now in 15:22. So they're still on for sub 31, looking at in or around that 30:45 time, which would be very good going today, especially for Danny and Gavin, who have been doing a lot of work for this first 5 kilometres.
Yeah, so as we say, just that heat taking its toll on some of the athletes today. Jamie Kelly has already stepped off the track, and we can see some other tired bodies out there just going through the 13 laps to go mark, although it starts to become unclear if lapped athletes actually have more or less laps than are on the sign. It's a really tough one out there today. There's a lot of men getting detached off the back. But we can just see Daniel Ellis now just starting to turn out his own tempo here. He's dropped Paul Hartnett. It's difficult to tell if he's on his way back to that lead group, but there's just some interesting developments there behind our leading three. Out front, it's still Gavin Curtin taking it on from Shane Spring and Danny Nugent, who just looks to be losing the wheel there. He's just dropping off the back of Spring, but still that front three leading.
Yeah, Gavin looked to have put in a bit of a surge there down the home straight, and himself and Shane went past Danny Nugent, and we can just see all the guys. There's water on the back straight, so they've picked some up and they're throwing it over their heads, trying to stay cool and keep their momentum going. Will we see you stepping up next year, Podge? Bit of 10k action.
It's hard to say. I don't think any of us here have a track 10k to our names, do we?
No.
But
that's why we're the most qualified to commentate on it.
Exactly. I don't know if it would be my event. The question is, will we see you stepping up to the track 10k? You know?
Absolutely.
Off
Confirmed.
The back of that long-term injury, you'll be straight back to a 10k track this time next year.
Confirmed. Interesting now, Danny is really struggling. He's losing ground on Shane and Gavin, and he's losing it quite quickly. So it'll be interesting to see if Daniel Ryan Ellis can hold this together, but he's definitely closing that gap to Danny, who's really struggling.
Yeah, he's really paying the price for that early effort there, and it was a very strong first 5k from him, but he might have just overcooked this one here. So it's going to be interesting to see now if Daniel can get back on, maybe get in the mix for bronze, or who knows, even push on to the leading two.
I've an interesting question from a spectator here. They're asking, by rules, are you allowed to have water handed to you by a coach in a track race?
That is actually a very interesting question. I don't want to give an answer because someone might get in trouble, but that is for the officials to decide, I suppose.
Yeah, it's not one that it's not a rule that I'd be well versed in at all, but I know in a lot of track 10k races in heat there can be water stations.
Yeah, certainly stations, but I think if I was a guessing man, the athlete has to grab it.
Yes, I think that is correct. Although I know in marathons, coaches are allowed to be at aid stations to hand water to athletes, but they're at designated stations. So I'm not actually sure on the rules of that.
In fact, Kipchoge's hydration man has become a bit famous on his bike. He's zooming up and down the streets of Berlin or wherever he's racing, and a bit of an online icon.
He has. There's been some great footage of him celebrating after he gets the water handed off.
Celebrates the handoff like a Champions League final winner.
As he should.
As he should. But yeah, the wheels have really come off here for Danny Nugent. I fear he might be paying the price for that early pace, and we'll have to hope he can get through this, but it'll be tough to finish from here when the legs go that much.
On the flip side, points should be good from TCD with Shane Spring up at the front, Adam Condon putting out a strong performance there, and Peter McGuinness just starting to move up in the pace.
And we just see behind our front two there, Daniel Ryan Ellis has opened up a gap of about 80 to 90 metres on Paul Hartnett, so he looks really locked in for that top 3 position now as he looks to be coming past Danny Nugent. It'll be interesting to see if Paul can come back in, but that gap is getting bigger and bigger as we go around, and Danny is really just starting to work here, but Daniel looks to be coming up around the outside, and maybe he'll push on to join our front two.
Yeah, you have to wonder earlier on, did Daniel drop off the pace purposely? He didn't like it and he thought the guys might come back to him, because I know Frank stuck with it for a bit longer, so maybe he fought too hard early and is paying the price.
Yeah, it seems to be a sensible run here from Ellis. He's known to front run. He front ran the National Novice Cross Country Championships in December in Waterford and really put on a strong showing to take the bronze there, but he led for the first number of laps. So it looks like he's paced this one quite well, but it's going to be difficult to see that he can get back onto the front two athletes, because Curtin and Spring have opened up a big gap on the rest of the field, and that looks to be our gold and silver duo there as they come through 8 laps to go.
Yeah, they're going really well. 8 laps to go and just under 21 minutes on the clock. So we'll be able to get a 7k split now at the next 200.
And as we can see around the track, they're setting up for the men's 400 hurdles as the next event. Have you any previews for this?
And sorry, just to intervene, Daniel has gone past Danny Nugent into that bronze position. Danny's really struggling, but he's holding out. And the halfway, or the 7k split for our leaders is 21:35 roughly. So still on for that sub 31 clock in. Sorry, Barry, what were you asking there?
The men's 400 hurdles. Have you any knowledge on the event? Do you know anyone who's in it?
Do we have a start list?
There may be one.
Do we have Finton?
We should have Finton, 51-second man.
Might be an easy win for Finton, potentially.
I have a start list here for the men's 400, but not the 4 hurdles.
Is it women's first?
It could be. In the men's 400 metre hurdles entry list, we have Ozioma Chinagorom from ATU, Stephen Kiernan from DCU, Luke Phelan, who's a guest, Owen O'Reilly from MTU, Mark O'Connor from MTU, Reuben McCarthy from SETU, James O'Connell from TCD, Shane Langley from UCC, Ty Quinn from UCC, Tommy Connolly from UCC, Oisin McCorry from UCD, Finton Dewhurst from UL, Owen Sharkey from UL, and Garrod Coffey from UL. So UL with the strong 2 in Finton Dewhurst and Owen Sharkey there. Owen probably not as used to the hurdles, but should put down a good time all the same.
Yeah, he's a real club man. He's out here to get as many points for the UL cause as possible. Of course, with the hurdles, if we have 8 or less checked in, they must toe the line, but they will not race until tomorrow. And if we've more than 8, it will be 8 through to tomorrow's final. As we have Gavin and Shane coming around here, 6 laps to go.
Yeah, and they've actually put a big gap into Daniel Ryan Ellis there, so that gap is starting to increase. So they really pushed on the pace here at the front, it looks like.
Yeah, they have about 130 metres on Daniel in the bronze position. Daniel he's definitely looks like he's struggling, but he's actually losing ground on look for our bronze. No, sorry, he's gaining ground on Danny, who is in 4th place, and that gap is about 60 metres.
We have to say, though, Danny Nugent has done well just to keep knocking out the steady pace here, because the gap to Paul Hartnett back in 5th is not getting any closer. So that looks to be our front 4 there, unless something changes further back.
Of course, you can see a few lapped runners when they're coming around. They try grab onto the back of someone and get a free tow for a couple of 100 metres at least. It makes it a lot easier.
And Barry has left us there, so I am now the tallest man in the commentary box. something I was not able to say 2 minutes ago.
It's interesting here. Shane has not gone near the front yet. 5 laps to go, 8k, and they're gone through in about 24:45, and he's still yet to go near the front. So you have to think he's lining up a kick here to get past Gavin.
Yeah, you'd expect Gavin is going to start to feel this now soon. He really did a lot of the early work along with DKIT's Danny Nugent. So you would think that Spring is in the prime position to win gold. What do you think, Jack?
I think so. I think he's raced really smart. He doesn't want to do any work, and he's trusting his kick. So he was happy to run this race at any pace.
Yeah, he boasts a low 30-minute PB, so he's a very strong athlete over this distance. He also has a low 14 5k and a low 8-minute 3k, so he can really do it across a range of distances. But he's looking very strong here.
Just a reminder that the men, the 400 metre hurdles, need to toe the line at 2:55. It's a meet gap for women's 400 semi-finals.
And it does start to get a little bit difficult for spectators here to follow the race with all the lapped athletes on the track, but we can tell you that it is Shane Spring at the front, Shane Spring and Gavin Curtin at the front of this race, followed by Daniel Ryan Ellis about almost half a lap back, and then Danny Nugent from DKIT another 60 to 70 metres back from Daniel Ellis.
Yeah, these two boys moving really well, and they're looking to actually go ahead and lap Paul Hartnett in 5th place. That is what happens, I suppose, in a 10k when you've so many laps. But they're running really strong. We just had a confirmation there that there will be no heat in the men's 400 hurdles. The athletes must toe the line, but they will not be racing until tomorrow. We will, however, have heat in the women's 400 metre hurdles. I believe we've 9 or 10 athletes, so the top 8 will go through to tomorrow's final.
So we can see our leading two just coming into the home straight here. Curtin's numbers swinging off his vest there. This looks to be really tough now. The men must be suffering with the conditions. And they're going to come up to, I believe, 3 laps to go, is that correct?
3 laps to go now, yeah. Our DCU's Dara Donoghue there, counting the laps, keeping time.
And you can really see how tough the conditions are today. An athlete the pedigree of Paul Hartnett from UCC just getting lapped there by our 2 leaders.
Exactly, and Paul was right up there at the cross-country varsities. A really strong run, and as we said, he made that Eurocross team for Turkey last year. So it just goes to show how tough it is in these conditions, and he's a man maybe more suited and enjoys the muck a bit more. As Daniel Ryan Ellis comes through for 3 laps to go.
And our leading pair are going to come into the last kilometre now.
27:53 on the clock, 1k to go. So they'll definitely be looking to get under that 31-minute mark.
This has been a reasonably quick race given the conditions. I think quite a strong showing by this front two. And there's nothing to separate them. It's hard to tell who's going to have more left in the tank here. You'd have to think that Shane Spring is going to be in the prime position, Jack.
And we've been joined in the commentary booth by Katie Null. Can you give us your opinions here on your 10k experience? Who do you think is going to get the win between Gavin and Shane?
Okay, so considering my wide range of 10k experience, I would know a lot about this race and the athletes that are in it. I've seen that DCU have been carrying it most of the way, which is nothing new. So yeah.
So that's who's going to win. That's great. Thank you.
Excellent insight there on this men's 10k, which we're just coming into the closing stages of here. So it's going to be about 600 metres to go for these two out the front now. Still nothing to separate them, although it does look like there's a tiny bit of a gap opening up between the two, would you say, Jack?
No, they're well together, but I think Shane is looking really good. He's looking poised to go past Gavin. I think it could be a last fast 400. And then in 3rd place we've Daniel Ryan Ellis. He looks to have locked up that bronze medal. He has over 100 metres on the
Danny Nugent it is from DKIT. He's still there.
Yeah,
He's done really
Danny
well,
Nugent.
actually.
He's still hanging in.
Hang in there.
And the leader's coming up, 400 to go. You can see Gavin Curtin is really working here.
He looks at the watch. He's got a lap to go. Race number swinging off the vest. Shane Spring just tucked in behind. He's done no work out the front today. He's been very clever about it. Will he have what it takes to go past Gavin in the last stages of this race?
Gavin's really winding it up here, though. He's looking really good, but Shane just looks so smooth. He looks like he hasn't started running yet.
Yeah,
and that's a big surge there on the back straight from Gavin. He's really trying to hurt Shane, try to get away from him here and cruise home.
Yeah, but he's not able to shake him off. This is going to be really tough now for Gavin to hold on to this to the end. And we just see Daniel Ellis coming through, 1 lap to go. He's going to take the bronze, but it's all about the race at the front, and Gavin seems to be picking it up again.
He's going really well. Shane Springs going to the arms. You can see him really driving those arms. Gavin Curtin too, driving the arms. And it's going to be a big last 100.
Here goes Spring. He's going to go around the outside.
And they're neck and neck. Gavin Curtin has him, and he's just pulling away.
Curtin's going to take this.
Wow.
Excellent run from Gavin Curtin there to take that. Out-kicking Shane Spring. Spring didn't have enough. He sat behind the whole way. Very clever race from the TCD man, but he didn't have what it took to get around Gavin Curtin at the end there.
That was really impressive from Gavin. He front ran nearly the whole race. He had a bit of help from Danny Nugent, who has just a lap to go now in the first half, but he front ran most of that race and had a kick as well.
Yeah, you can see the two boys flat out on the track here. That was tough work.
Yeah, and the time around 30:40 for that, so really impressive in these conditions. We've Paul Hartnett coming up here, our 5th place athlete. He's going to have a lap to go, and Daniel Ryan Ellis enters the home straight, looking to collect, I believe, his first individual varsity medal.
That's a great run from Daniel.
Really
Very clever
impressive.
Run. He really didn't get dragged into that early pace. Knew what he needed to do to get that medal. Great run from Daniel.
Yeah, and see, we might have Danny Nugent still in 4th place. Try and look at, he's coming into the home straight now. But this is really impressive for him to finish it out, because he was struggling at 5k.
Yeah, that's a very good run from Danny. Just held on after that early pace which he set and didn't die off too hard. And he's going to take that 4th place. So strong run from the Dundalk athlete. We've got some more lapped athletes coming around here. They're going to have another lap
we've
to go.
Donica there from UCC. He's going well. Him and the UL man working together. So I think it is, we've Danny Nugent there. He's sprawled out across the floor after the finish line, and we've Paul Hartnett coming in to claim 5th place. Unfortunately, I'm quite unsure on positions after Paul now. It was all very mixed up there in the 10k.
Yeah, very, very messy out on the track there. A lot of tired bodies, a lot of lapped athletes. Some have a lap to go.
Big kick here in the last 100 for our TUS athlete. Trying to get everything out of himself.
That looks like our 6th place finisher there from Trinity.
DCU 7th, TUS 8th. And another big sprint finish here from a UL man looking to claim 9th.
So what are your reflections on that, Jack? Did you expect that to go the way it did?
I expected Gavin to take it out. I thought that was his best way, but I thought Shane Spring would have the strength from sitting in to be able to go past him in that last 100. But the strength and speed from Gavin Curtin in that last 100 was exceptional.
Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive from the TUS.
Similarly to last year, Shane Spring is picking up that silver medal again. He was beaten by Cotler O'Reilly of DCU last year, and unfortunately in a similar fashion beaten today for him by Gavin Curtin. And the bronze is staying in Galway.
Staying in Galway.
Of course, Luke Johnson last year picking up bronze. Daniel Ryan Ellis today. Now if we say staying in Galway, Shannon.
Yes,
Shannon Hotel.
Technically it's in Clare, but
hotel management.
Yes,
he might hang it up in the hotel.
Absolutely. I would say that would be a nice accolade for that college. Could he be the first medalist from Shannon Hotel School? It's hard to know.
Would have to go through the books. I'm not sure, but really impressive. And as this 10k is coming to an end, we have Katie here to bring us through the women's 400 metre hurdles. you want to give us some insights?
Okay, so we actually have semi-finals for the women today and no semi-final for the men. The men will just be towing the line. In Heat 1 of the women's 400 hurdles, we have Shauna Lennon from University of Galway. We have Emily Line from UCD, Cara McNally from ATU, and Orla Coffey from UCC. And with Eva Mooney of UL all in our first heat. And then in Heat 2 with 4 athletes, we have Ava McKeown of UL, Aoibhinn Dempsey of DCU, Margaret Nadi of University of Galway, and Cara Murphy of UCD, who are just lining up all here, getting ready to start in their blocks as we finish up the men's 10k.
Yeah, it looks like one lap to go for our last athletes on the track there. So really, really tough day out here doing a track 10k. It's tough at the best of times, but especially in these conditions, which I would describe as baking for April in Ireland anyway. It's not actually that hot, but the glaring sun makes it really tough. So well done to those finishing the race just now.
And how do you think those conditions, Podge, would go if they were tomorrow in the steeplechase, for example? Would that make it even tougher than the 10k, arguably?
See, we've got the water jump to cool us down. I might be taking a bit of a bath there, but I have no idea, to be honest. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be fun. It's going to be an interesting one.
Tactical halfway swim, cool down and get going.
Oh, there's Sean Kennedy.
Is he on again now?
I think so, yeah.
He was on earlier on before us.
Already?
Okay, we have Adam Nolan here, the winner of the men's 110 metre hurdles earlier today. Adam, 14:70 on unofficial here on the clock. How did it go? Happy?
A win's a win. Can't complain. The win's always a little bit unfavourable here. Got a minus 1.8 on the official readings, so not ideal, but first race in the legs. Happy with that.
Very good. And what's the plan for the rest of the year now? You obviously ran here today, relay later on. What's the plan for the outdoors?
Try and qualify for European under-23s and try and get...
Seriously?
I don't know if you can believe that. And try and get team champs as well, hopefully. Maybe world varsities, but that's a bit of a stretch. Take one thing at a time.
Nice. And how's training going? You're obviously with Billy Delaney and Niall Murphy back in Carlow. How's training going?
It's been going well. I've had a little bit of a few niggles since the end of indoors, but coming off good momentum after indoor seniors. It's looking bright anyway. I'm hoping to run good times come the rest of the season.
Very good, Adam. Thank you very much for coming up.
Thanks, Sean.
For stopping by. It's always nice to talk to a fan.
Good stuff.
So just the last finishers coming in here in the men's 10k.
And this seems to be our last athlete in 10k getting the bell. One lap to go, and then that is the 10k wrapped up. So we're going to pass you over to our hurdle specialists to bring you through this women heats just as the women are setting up their blocks. So we'll pass you over.
Yes, myself and Sean Carmody would be big hurdle specialists, except we are both. Sean Carmody is lacking a foot. At the moment, he's unfortunately injured and is in a boot. And as am I, a little bit injured, so we haven't been over any hurdles today, but hopefully we'll get to go over a few hurdles next year. But for now, we're going to bring you through the women's 400 hurdles as they're setting up their blocks and doing a few strides before they get going. So we have last year's IUAA Outdoor National Champ from UL, Jennifer Sawyer, here as well. She'll be looking to retain her title tomorrow in the final. So Sean, could you give us a reminder of who we have in our Heat 1 of the women's 400 hurdles?
Will do. Lane 4 of University of Galway, we have Shauna Layden, who's a 1 year down athlete in lane 4. Lane 5 we have Emily Lynn of UCD. Lane 6 we have Cara McAnally of ATU. Lane 7 Orla Coffey, who we saw earlier in the combined events hurdles, who had a great solo run here earlier. She's in lane 7, and Eve Mooney of UL out in lane 8. So with only 9 girls across the heats, it'll be very competitive to try and get into that spot in the final. Obviously, they'd much prefer if there was 8 and only 1 race, but as an opener, I think some of the girls will be using this as a nice little training session and get the legs moving again for outdoors. As we watch the final 10k finisher coming into the last 100 metres, and then we'll have the start of the 400 hurdles.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of hanging around for the women here today, so I'm sure they'll be eager to get going. They're already set up at their blocks as we have our final ATU athlete cross the line for the 10k. Super running from everyone today. And here comes our ATU athlete crossing the line for the 10k.
the men's high jump and the men's javelin on over in front of us at the moment. Ewan Caniff looks as if he's lining up for his go. And Manny Osas in the high jump. Jack Ford competing for DCU today. Just doing a few high jump and a few throws, I think, is what he has on the cards. He had an exam there this morning, so fair play to him for coming out.
Yeah, Jack has always been a super athlete for DCU, as I'm sure everyone knows. But unfortunately, he got a small injury out during the indoor varsity championships, and he hasn't been able to get back during the full decathlon just yet. But he's still come out here today and is getting more points for the college, which you'd love to see.
Now it looks like the girls are under starters' orders. I'll take you through the lineup again. Shauna Layden from University Galway in lane 4, Emily Lynn of UCD in lane 5, Cara McAnally of ATU in 6, Orla Coffey of UCC in 7, and Eve Mooney of UL in 8. We have what seems to be a lawnmower going off beside us. Starter moving just ever so closer to the girls so that the girls will hear the gun and not the lawnmower.
Oh.
The lawnmower seems to have stopped beside us now, which means we'll be off soon enough with this heat one of the girls.
Yeah, it looks like all the hurdles are pretty much all set out, ready to go. I'm sure the girls are eager now to get going. They've been standing at their blocks now for the last 5 minutes or so I'm sure at least the sun's out today, they're able to keep warm and ready for this lap.
Looks like Jack Ford is after putting on the runners. Looks like he's had enough for the high jump for one day. Manny Osas still on the spikes out on the track. So one or two more attempts. I saw him fail at that height in front of us. Manny, a tall, rangy athlete, quick up to the bar. Just clips it with his heels on the way over.
Yeah, that was a super jump from Manny. He got plenty of height there, but exactly like Sean said, just clipped it, unfortunately, on his way down. Hopefully he'll have one more attempt now at that jump and can clear it with ease.
And back to our javelin then. We have an SUTU athlete on the runway. Throw out towards that 30, just over 30 metres. You should be happy with that. And it does look like Manny Osas will have one more attempt at this height. So big points for DCU from the men's high jump.
Okay, looks like our starters getting ready here to start off the first heat of the women's 400 hurdles. It's taken a long while for this to get going, so hopefully we'll be quicker now with the rest of the heats.
The girls finally called to their blocks here. Again, for the third time, Shauna Layden of University Galway in 4, Emily Lynn, UCD in 5, Cara McAnally, ATU in 6, Orla Coffey, UCC 7, and Eve Mooney of UL out in 8.
And we are away, our first heat of the women's 400 hurdles. First time, nicely everyone over.
Looks like Emily Lynn of UCD has made a cracking start there as well too. Shauna Layden of University Galway inside her. As we look, Eve Mooney on the outside, matching Emily and Shauna. Very windy day here, so very hard to keep that stripe pattern going. But Eve Mooney really coming into the race now.
Yeah.
Looks as if she's opening a bit of a gap on the girls behind her. Obviously out in lane 8, she doesn't know what's going on behind her. But there's only 9 athletes, so fastest 8 into the final. Obviously they'll be looking for good lanes as well. So Eve Mooney out in lane 8, followed by Emily Lynn of UCD inside her. Shauna Layden as well. Orla Coffey running well after her earlier performance in the combined events hurdles. So these 4 girls would make it through to tomorrow's final.
Eve Mooney clocked 1 minute and 4 seconds, .23 for our first heat of the women's. It looks like this is going to be taken over by the UL athletes because we have Jennifer Sawyer now in our second heat, who was our champion from last year's varsities in Belfast. So hopefully it might be a 1-2 from UL in our 400 hurdles tomorrow.
Also to note, Jenny Sawyer won the national 400 metre hurdles championships back here last summer, so she'll be looking to put a big performance on today. We'll get the results of Heat 1 to you as soon as they come through here on our screens. Heat 2 of the women's 400 metre hurdles. Lane 5. This doesn't seem similar to the list we have here. I actually don't think that's Jenny Sawyer. I think we were labelling the wrong UL athlete there.
Where are we?
On our sheet here we have Ava McKeown of UL in lane 5, Avian Dempsey of DCU in lane 6, Margaret Nadi of University Galway in 7, and then Cara Murphy of UCD out in lane 8.
Also checking those shortly for the men's 200. Men's 200, make sure you have race numbers inside the substitutions. So the 2 athletes that are race numbers on the men's 200. You need those race numbers, please.
As I'm here looking at the start list for these 400 metre hurdles women Heat 2, I'm just after getting a text from my gran saying I'm a super commentator. So.
Yeah, I hope everyone will think the same, to be honest. I think we just have 4 athletes today in our Heat 2 of the women's 400 hurdles. Again, it's hard just having 4 people in as well. I'm sure they would much prefer just to go into a straight final tomorrow. The men will be out on the track after this, but the men will not actually be running around the track. They will simply just be towing the line. A small exercise that they have to do today, and then they're just 1 lap around tomorrow, whereas our women will have 2 races. But like we said, it's nice to get a run out today, get the legs moving, and see what kind of condition they'll be in for tomorrow. So we'll just have one athlete unfortunately not making our final. The girls are lined up with their blocks. Our starter is here. Looks like they're about to get ready and set off the girls for our second heat.
Girls have been called to the marks. Just to fly through that start list again: Ava McKeown, UL in 5, Avian Dempsey, DCU in 6, Margaret Naddy of University Galway in 7, and Cara Murphy of UCD out in lane 8.
And we're away first time with the women's second heat of the 400 hurdles. UCD athlete Cara Murphy is taking out very strong in the outside lane on her own. It's always very difficult running in lane 8 in a 400 metre hurdles. You're nearly running blind, you don't know what's going on behind you, and she is taking this out strong. Our 3 other athletes, Ava McKeown, Avian Dempsey and Margaret, are sticking together nicely. Our UL athlete is just charging a little bit ahead. She's just after knocking that hurdle, but UCD is flying solo on this one the whole way around. Cara Murphy is really taking this in her stride with ease completely. Avian Dempsey is coming up in second behind her, but there's still a very strong 20 metre gap between the 2 athletes. And here comes Cara Murphy down the home straight, nearly smiling to herself. She can see how clear away she is from the rest of the field. And Avian Dempsey is coming up, hopefully to take it in second, with our UL athlete Ava McKeown coming in third. We can see 1:01 on the clock for our UCD athlete. Avian Dempsey second, Ava McKeown third, and Margaret Naddy from University of Galway in fourth.
A very impressive performance there from Cara Murphy out in lane 8. Eve Mooney was also out in lane 8 of the winner of her first heat, so lane 8 proven a very good lane today.
Yeah, 1:01 is a super time on the clock. Our first heat came in with 1:04, so we can see that the UCD athlete might be taking it tomorrow in the final, but anything can happen in hurdles. It's always a funny event like that. It's not just as easy as the 400 metres and making it around. You got to get over those barriers.
Just to take you through the results of heat 1 of our women's 400 metre hurdles. Eve Mooney from UL took it in 1:64.21. Emily Lynn of UCD 64.90. Orla Coffey of UCC 66.22. Shauna Layden of University Galway in 66.43. And Cara McAnally of ATU taking it in 73.13. So as we look down to the men's 400, it looks as if that we're just going to have a straight final there tomorrow, as Katie mentioned. Some of the names down there, you have Stephen Kiernan, Oisin McCarry, Fintan Dewhurst. It looks like you could also have one of the O'Connor twins from MTU, who would be probably more known as a distance runner rather than a 400 metre hurdler. But he looks like he could be up for anything. Down to our left now, it looks like we have the women's 100 metres. We'll get those heats up.
Yeah, so we have 3 heats of the women's 100 metres today. In our first heat, we have 10 athletes. So in lane 1, we have Judy Mania of ATU, Isabel Doyle of UCD. In lane 3, we have reigning varsity champion Sive O'Toole, who's 1 year down from UCD. In lane 4, we have Nicole Quirk from University Galway, Shona Lowe, who's also 1 year down of UCC. In lane 6, Sarah Millay of TUD. Lane 7, Bevan Hughes of Maynooth University. In lane 8, we have Fatima Umasa of MTU. And in lane 9, Michaela Serbatova of SETU Waterford, and in lane 10 we have Lorena Harrison of DCU. So a stacked first heat of the women's 100 metres today. We'll need to wait though for the hurdles to be taken off the track, The men's 400 hurdles have come out to the track. They've cleared off already. All they need to do will show the officials they're here and ready to race on the day, and they can head off now home for tomorrow's race without having to do a tap. Lucky them.
The results of Heat 2 of the women's 400 metre hurdles has come through. We had Cara Murphy of UCD out in lane 8, took it in a 61.04, very impressive result. Avian Dempsey of DCU in 69.99. Ava McKeown of UL in 71.86. Margaret Nadi of University Galway in 74.25.
So for the women's 100 metres, so for qualifications for tomorrow, for later on's final, I should say, so it'll be the first 2 qualifiers go automatically through to the final, and then from all the heats we're going to be taking the 4 fastest qualifiers, or 4 fastest losers will be going through. So that's 2 fastest in each heat will go through automatically, and then the 4 fastest qualifiers. So our men's high jump and men's javelin have wrapped up now on the track. We'll get those results to you as soon as possible. And over to the far side, it looks like our women's long jump is either in its final stages, or I think by the looks of things, everyone's putting on their runners and they've been finished. That has been a long competition that's been gone on well over an hour and a half now, I'd say, by the looks of things. So I'm sure any of the multi-event athletes who are getting involved over there are getting ready now to head over to their high jump.
I just might go through the high jump. Just before the women's 100 metre starts, I'll just call out some of the names that were competing there in the men's high jump. Emmanuel Osas, the DCU, Jack Ford, DCU as well, Daniel Callahan, who's a guest, Joe Ivory of MTU, David Martin of Setu, Adrian Slua of Setu as well, Connor Booth, Adam Byrne and Dalen Grosso, all of TUS, Rory Falvey of UCC, Fintan Dewhurst, Owen Sharkey, Noah Gilmore and Aaron Malik, all of UL. Now, they were all the names that were entered. I don't know what of those names actually jumped. We have a little bit longer to go, so I'll get up the... I'll go through the men's javelin start list. Men's javelin included Ewan Caniff, Joe Ivory as well from MTU, Tayo Adrini of Setu, David Martin of Setu as well, Johnny McKenna of Setu as well, Hubert Adamski of Trinity, Mohammed Fazula and Dalen Grosso, both at TUS, Jack Cullen, William Hetherington of UCC, Hugh Kelly and Arthur Daly of... they were UCD as well. Noah Sheen Joyce today, as Jack Hickey mentioned, who's out with a shoulder injury. So we have from UL, you have Owen Sharkey, Noah Gilmore, Owen Kenny and Aaron Malik. And of University Ulster to finish, Johnny McLaughlin. Looks like we still have time. I'll give you the entries for the women's long jump as soon as I can get them up here. The women's long jump, which concluded over the far side of the track, included Quiv McDonough of ATU, Quiv Fitzsimons, Emma O'Neill and Daphne Tuine of DCU, Rebecca Murphy of DKIT, Natasha Myers, Leah O'Brien and Gabby Bone of MTU, Hannah Riley of Maynooth, Erin Fisher of Queen's, Winner Alzoy and Paula Igwe and Michaela Sobrovda of Setu, Alicia Larkin of Trinity, Bevan McCaffrey of TUS, Lucy Fitzgerald, Emma Murray, Orla Coffey of UCC, Grace Fitzgerald, Hamlet Balugan and Julia Lines of UCD, and Laura Frawley, Emily Davidson, Diana Abe and Louise King, all of UL. We have a slight swirling breeze here in Morton Stadium today. Adam Nolan was reporting savage headwinds, but I think he could be exaggerating that as we look to the flags over to our right, which kind of seem to be blown across the track. But looking out at the flag that they use for the javelin, seems to be blown with the runners here on this home straight.
Yeah, it looks like the women are just standing at their blocks now, ready to be called into the set position. It looks like our starter is also ready, so hopefully we'll be getting that started in the next minute or so.
To take you through that lineup, Judy Mania of ATU in lane 1, Isabel Doyle of UCD in 2, Sive O'Toole of UCD in 3, Nicole Quirk of University Galway in 4, Shona Lowe of UCC in 5, Sarah Millay of TUD in 6, Baveen Hughes of Maynooth in 7, Fatima Musa of MTU in 8, Michaela Soprova of Setu in 9, and Lorena Harrison of DCU in 10.
And they're clean away the first time. Sive O'Toole is out strong in lane 3, like we expected. Lorraine Harrison is also on the outside lane looking well. And our TUD athlete as well. It was DCU, TUD and UCD side by side come across that line. Like we said, there was only 2 automatic qualifiers for that final later on. So we'll have to check who came through. The time on the clock that we can see is 12:14. But like we said, there's a tough win today that the women may be running into, so these times might not show that. We'll get those qualifiers to you as soon as possible when they're sent up to us. Look like Sive O'Toole got first, and then between DCU's Lorena Harrison and the TUD athlete Sarah Millay for the automatic qualifying spot. We have 10 athletes again in the heat 2 of the women's 100 metres. So in lane 1 we have Lily Scanlon of Trinity College. In lane 2 we have Maribel Emenike of UCD. In lane 3 we have Clodagh Fee of Queen's University Belfast. In lane 4 we have Lauren Ryan, who's 1 year down from set 2. In lane 5 we have Uchem Disu of DCU, who is 3rd place medalist in the Outdoor Varsity Championships this year in the 60 metres. In lane 6 we have Hannah Riley of Maynooth University. In lane 7 we have Ria Kelly of TUD. In lane 8 Emily Davison of UL. In lane 9 Grace Rooney of UL. And in lane 10 Megan Lynch of University of Galway. So 10 athletes again, same rules apply. 2 automatic qualifiers, and then our 4 fastest losers from all 3 heats. The women now for Heat 2 have been called into their marks. Hopefully we can get away now first time with these athletes. Like we said, it's a very swirling wind around, so can be challenging for a 100 metre sprint, especially in this track. And we're away first time. Uchem Disu of DCU in the middle. We've also our set 2 athlete as well, charging through. And that is Lauren Ryan of set 2, who took the win in that race of our Heat 2 with 12:59. In our first heat we had 12:14, so I think our fastest qualifiers will be taken from Heat 1 by the looks of things.
Yeah, Lana Ryan of Setu there getting up for the win. Looked like Uchem Disu of DCU getting up for second, and Hannah Riley of Maynooth alongside her getting up for third.
So again, as soon as those results came up to us, we'll keep you posted on who our qualifiers will be for the final.
We have results of Heat 1 of the women's 100 metre sprint. First place Lorena Harrison of DCU 12:13, and Baveen Hughes of Maynooth 12:19 are straight qualifiers into tomorrow's final?
Later on's final.
Later on's final, there you go. Sive O'Toole of UCD taking a 12.20 in third place, and Fatima Amusa of MTU taking 12.35 for fourth. Isabel Doyle of UCD 12.63. Shona Lowe of UCC 12.76. Judy Manaya of ATU taking 13.13. Sarah Millay of TUD 13.29. Michaela Subtrova of SETU 13.39, and Nicole Quirk of University Galway rounding out that heat in 13.43.
And we have lane heat 3, should I say, lined up now for our last heat. In lane 1 we have Agata Sopa of TUS. In lane 2 Erin Tahney of DCU. In lane 3 winner Ola Z of SETU. Nicole Walker of MTU. In lane 5 Katie Rose Barry of UL. In lane 6 Anastasia Dakaroloka of DKIT. In lane 7 Arabella Adioka from SETU. In lane 8 Sadita Hassan of Maynooth University. In lane 9 Maeve Murphy, 1 year down from Trinity College Dublin. And in lane 10 Ashton Kelly, 1 year down also of UCD.
Just to note, this is Arabella's second race of the day after winning the 100 metre hurdles earlier in an impressive 14.2, I think is what it was. So she'll be looking to add to that now and make a final later on today.
Ashton Kelly also of UCD, who has had a superb season so far in the National Under 23 indoors. She took the gold in the 60 metres and the 200 metres. So she'll be looking to replicate that double win today in the 100 and 200. And they're away first time again. Ashton Kelly looks very good on the outside, as does our athletes in the middle from SETU. Arabella is looking to come in for second place position, as is the other SETU athlete, winner Ola Z. So we had Ashton Kelly of UCD take the win there with 12.22. Arabella Adioka of SETU coming in for second, and our other SETU athlete coming in to take third, winner Alozi. So that is our final heat of the women's 100 metres.
Our results from Heat 2 of the women's 100 metres are after coming in here. So first place was Lauren Ryan, 1 year down of SETU, in a 12.47. Uchem Disu of DCU in 12.73. Ria Kelly of TUD in 12.83. Megan Lynch of University Galway in 12.91. Grace Rooney, UL, 12.97. Emily Davidson of UL, 13.41. Mirabel Eminique of UCD, 13.49. Lily Scanlon of Trinity, 14.72. Hannah Riley of Maynooth, 14.81. And Clodagh Fee of Queen's, 15.17. So your automatic qualifiers from Heat 2 are Lauren Ryan of SETU and Uchem Disu of DCU. So if we're looking at the non-automatic qualifiers, we haven't gotten the results from Heat 3 yet, but as it stands, it looks like Sive O'Toole and Fatima Musa will be in this evening's final. We'll wait for confirmation of that when Heat 3 comes through. And Aisling Kelly took that third heat in 12.22 all the way out in lane 10. A little wind chill coming up here in the commentary gantry as Katie Knocker beside me shivers without a jumper on.
Yes, well, I'm jealous of every other athlete down here in the sun. We are stuck up here in the shade of the backs, the home straight stands, should I say. It'd be much nicer if we could be down on the track in the sun, but these are the things that we do for Irish athletics.
just looking down that back straight there, see Oisin McCarry, who was down to do the 400 metre hurdles earlier. Well, he is down to run it, and he checked in there. He's doing a big stride down the back, so I wonder if he's doing the 400 later on this afternoon. Would be a tough enough double to do, even if he had to run a heat of the 4 hurdles today.
Yeah, definitely. We have lots of, DCU athletes anyway who are running in the 400 hurdles or the 400, but it is a lot to ask to get people to run in relays later on for mixed 4x4s or men or women's 400 relays. To do nearly 300 and 400 metres in a day would be definitely taxing on the legs, and we don't want to be responsible for creating any injuries.
Yeah, we do.
Oh. So the men now are lining up for their 100 metre semi-finals. They're just gathering down the back of the home straight here, setting up their blocks. So we'll come to you now with the heats for those men. Also, we still have not gotten the results for the last heat of the women's 100 metres, so we'll keep you posted on those as soon as possible.
While we're waiting for that, I'll take you through the heats of the men's 100 metres. We have 4 heats. It'll be first 3 and fastest 8 into the semi-final later on today. Heat 1. We have Sean Flood of University Galway in lane 1, Daniel Callaghan as a guest in lane 2, Michael Farrelly of DCU in 3, Sam Clements of Queen's in 4, Sheldon Noy of ATU in lane 5, Bekeya Kamara of UCC in 6, Daniel Etekuo of Setu in lane 7, Jamie Hoy of DKIT in 8, Finn McKeown of Maynooth in 9, and Bruno Iovoro in lane 10 from TUD.
And those results have just come through now for the final heat of the women's 100 metres. So, like we said, Aisling Kelly from UCD took the first place there, automatic qualifying with 12.19. In second, we had Arabella Adioka of Setu with 12.70. In third, we had winner Alozi from Setu with 12.78. In fourth, we had Erin Tahany of DCU with 12.87. In fifth, Nicole Walker from MTU with 12.87. In sixth, Anastasia Trakolaki with 13.02. In seventh, Agata Spazzo from TUS with 13.53. In eighth, we had Katie Rose Barry from UL with 13.60. And in ninth, we had Maeve Murphy, 1 year down, from Trinity College with 14.44, and in 10th Zadid Hassan from Maynooth University with 14.68. Now, I'm sorry for those whose names I may have butchered there, but our fastest qualifier going into the women's 100 metre final was DCU's own Lorena Harrison from our Heat 1 with 12.13. So hopefully Lorena now can take the win from DCU, but again, anything can happen in those finals. So our automatic qualifiers are Lorena Harrison and of DCU, Bevan Hughes of Maynooth University, Lauren Ryan of Setu and Ucham Disu of DCU, and Aisling Kelly of UCD and Arabella Adioka of Setu. And then our non-automatic qualifiers are Sive O'Toole of UCD and Fatima Amoussa of MTU. So that is your list for the women's 100 metre final, which is a stacked list by the looks of things. I say it's going to be a fierce competition for that first place position between Lorena Harrison and Aisling Kelly. We only have, got to do the maths in my head, 0.07 between the two athletes coming into the heat. So
put your calculator away.
Yeah, I was holding out my fingers there, I won't lie. So I'm a primary school teacher, we don't need to do that kind of maths. And on the wind readings there from the women's 100 metres, in Heat 1 we had 1 metres per second, in Heat 2 we had a minus 1.1 metres per second, and in Heat 3 we had a reading of minus 0.9 metres per second. So a good enough headwind that the women are heading into, and looks like the men are going to be getting as well as they set up their blocks here for their semi-finals.
Yeah, very interesting that the fastest non-automatic qualifiers of Saiva Tool and Fatima Amusa came from the first heat, which was the only heat to have a plus wind.
Yeah, the Heat 2 and 3 now, we're in a bit of bother with those minus winds. Minus 1.1 is not a nice headwind to be running into. Me and Sean should both know from all our years of experience that it's nasty. Mm-hmm. So yeah, different rules now for the men's 100 metres. So we have the 3 automatic qualifiers going straight through to the final, rather than 2 automatic qualifiers, as the men have 4 heats coming up for you.
So just to note, those finals of the 100 will be on tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So the men will have to come back for a semi-final, whereas the women have the day off.
Thank you to everyone who's joined us live watching on our live stream today, particularly Sean Carmody's granny, who has been sending us lots of lovely comments and support for our commentary and everyone today. A quick surprise guest, we have our DCU men's captain, Finn Woodger, who was sadly supposed to be competing today in the 800 metres, but is unfortunately not. Do you want to comment on that, Finn?
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate not to be able to race today, but all for the good of the entire season. I didn't want to put too much stress on a slight niggle too early in the season. So I think I was meant to come down for the 800. We're just still working through those 10k results until very recently there. So we're happy enough with them now. So I think the men's 100s are going to get underway here now. An area in which Sean and Katie will have much more knowledge than me, I think. I know that the 2 MSB brothers, Nikem and Chib, will both be representing their respective colleges here, DCU and TUD. Looking to make the final this afternoon, or is there finals tomorrow? Semis this afternoon, if needed. I don't know if they're needed out there. Okay.
The first 3 and fastest 8 into our semi-finals today.
First 3.
This is our. Yeah. There's just a few officials here shocked by my career change to commentary over competing. And Finn, any remarks about this afternoon's 800 metres? Do you have any ideas who might take the win?
I mean, today is all about getting through the heats. we do have a few strong contenders from DC ourselves, of course, Calum Hurley and Oisín Kelly. Be looking to conserve as much energy today, leave it all out there for the final tomorrow. I had a quick look through the start list there. I'm aware Kyle Moorhead, University of Galway, always a very strong contender, especially in the championships as well. So we'd be looking out for him. I think as well I saw Jack O'Donnell, so he's always in and around the finals of these events, and would have to have a second look through again before the heats begin. Get myself more familiarised with who's actually out there competing. But no, sure. Look, it's early enough in the season. Obviously, we saw the indoors.
Finn, I'm going to cut across you there. We have the start of the Heat 1 of the men's 100 metres. Sean Flood at Galway in 1, Daniel Callaghan, Guest in 2, Michael Farley, DCU in 3, Sam Clements at Queen's in 4, Sheldon Noy of ATU in 5, Becky Camara of UCC in 6, Daniel Etico of SETU in 7, Jamie Hoy of DKIT, Finn McKeown and Bruno Iavoro. Bruno, who is part of the under-23 relay squad and part of the senior relay squad, should be favoured to take this heat here.
And we're away first time. Michael Farley is going storming right through to the line to take first place position. And our outside lane, we have TUD athlete Bruno Avaro coming in to take second. And it looks like it was ATU athlete Sheldon Romeo to take that third automatic qualifying spot for later on semi-final.
Yeah, Michael looked very impressive there. Looked like he was able to shut down with 10-15 metres to go, kind of looking across and just assessing where he is. So he'll be looking to try and make that final, as to Bruno.
Yeah, we can see in our clock here 10:93 is what Michael Farley took that in. Unofficial time. We'll get those official results to you in the next few minutes with the automatic qualifiers. We can't really comment just yet on who our non-automatic qualifyings will be, because still 3 more heats to go. We don't want to speak too soon for anyone. Who's supposed to be after this?
Coming up after the heats of the men's 100, we'll have the heats of the men's and women's 800s, which, as we were talking to Finn about earlier, will be very, very competitive. Obviously, Finn would love to be racing himself, but injuries happen, and injuries are an unfortunate thing in this sport. We have the 200 metres, men's and women's. After that, the women's 5k, the hurdles, which were both straight finals, I believe, this morning, will be chalked off the timetable. The heats of the 400, the semis of the men's 100, the 1500 heats, and then on to our beloved relays, which Katie, I think, may or may not have agreed to doing.
Yeah, well, we'll see the call on that now later on, if I have to put my spikes back on, but who knows at this stage. It's a long enough year. But yeah, DCU will hopefully put away a nice medal or two in those relays. We have the mixed final later on for the 4x4, which I know Sarah Lane will be stepping up to compete in, who is a very talented and gifted 800 metre athlete, who is not competing in the 800 metres today, as she's only coming back from several injuries that she's experienced over the last few months, but she is fit and ready to get this baton around in the 400 metre relay, so hopefully we'll get to enjoy that later on. But looks like the boys are getting ready in their blocks here for Heat 2 of the 100 metres.
Looks like Jack Canaan of UCD in lane 1, Park Hassett, who is very impressive over multiple sprint disciplines. Was in a 400, was in the national 400 metre final indoors. You have Luke Timlin of UCD, who's really come through this year over both the 200 and the 100 from last year. Johnny Sullivan of UL in lane 4, Fionn Ruan of ATU in 5. Connor, poor Connor. Van Duvenvoort.
Yeah, I couldn't help you there, Sean. I'm sorry.
Of Maynooth. We'll just go with Connor from Maynooth. Saad Ashraf of RCSI. Chib Amwera of TUD in lane 8. Luke Cunningham of Queens in 9. And David McInerney of MTU in lane 10.
Boys are just behind their blocks at the moment. We can see the shot put just happening beside them to their left. We've seen DCU's athlete Ciara Sheehy throwing just a moment ago. She'll be looking to retain her varsity title as well. Hopefully she can do so.
It'll be very interesting to see how well Park Hassett gets on coming out of the blocks. He's a very, very powerful, strong athlete, and when he gets up running, he can move across that ground very, very quickly. Luke Timlin will be another one to watch, who's just in the yellow vest of UCD beside him in lane 3 as they are called to their marks.
So a reminder, 3 fastest qualifiers to later on semi-final.
And we're away at the first time, and it looks like Luke Timlin has gotten away pretty well, as to Pádraig Hassett beside him. Very, very impressive running from Luke. Luke pulling away from Pádraig, but Pádraig probably shutting down a little bit, and it looks like the UCD vest of Jack Canaan getting up for that third place in lane 1.
Yeah.
Very impressive run from Luke.
Yeah, we could see that Chib of TUD also was getting very close to that third automatic qualifying spot. Hopefully he might be able to get in now as non-automatic qualifier, should I say. But yeah, the 2 UCD athletes and Pádraig Hassett of ATU getting in for those 3 automatic qualifying spots. Sorry, TUS, should I say, from Pádraig Hassett down for those automatic qualifying. And we will see now. Still no results up for the Heat 1 of the 100 metres. But like we always say, we will get those to you as soon as possible.
I have the results here. The men's high jump, which we saw earlier. We saw Manny Osas out in his own. Geez, 2 birds fighting in front of us here. So it was Manny Osas that took the title in a jump of 1.90 metre. Jack Ford, who's just come out of an exam there this morning, of DCU as well, in 1.85 was second place. Fintan Dewhurst, the accomplished 400 metre hurdler, taking his hand to the high jump, was third. 1.75 for Fintan. Tayo Ajarini of Setu jumping 1.65 for fourth. Jack McIntyre of Trinity 1.60, and Connor Booth of TUS with 1.50. So DCU scoring big points there with Manny and Jack Ford 1 and 2. No results yet for the men's javelin. And I will look here now for the women's long jump and see has that come true yet. No, no results yet for the women's high jump.
The men are just lining up behind their blocks here. There's a small technical error with getting the start list up for this heat at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like we have Craig Duffy of Maynooth there out in lane 8. Gabriel Kahende, who's another one to watch, who also was up here a couple of weeks ago with TUS playing rugby and won, I couldn't tell you what division, but won a game of rugby here with TUS a few weeks ago. Looks like David Forkin of lane 4 of UL, Ruben McCarthy of Setu in lane 3, and looks like Kem Mera of DCU in lane 2.
No? I think so. So again, 3 automatic qualifiers through to later on semi-finals.
Those were just the names I could recognise from standing 100 metres away from them.
And we're away first time for Heat 3. Looks like Nikem of DCU is taking out strong.
Looks like Gabriel Kahende and Craig Duffy. Craig Duffy getting up, Gabriel Kahende just shutting off, and Kem Mera of DCU all the way on the inside in lane 3 getting up for third.
Yeah, we can see 10:79 on our clock there for that third heat. Unofficial time again, so still waiting to get those results for heat 1, 2 and 3 now of the men's 100 metres. But again, small technical error with getting the names of athletes at the moment.
As we watched the replay back there, Gabriel looked as if he was cruising and just took his foot off the pedal, which allowed Craig Duffy for a minute just to sneak up into first place there. As we look down at the third heat, or fourth heat,
Fourth heat, our final heat, yeah.
fourth and final heat of the men's 100 even. I can see all out in lane 10 there is Max O'Reilly. Max, silver medal at the National Seniors over 60 metres. Very impressive young talent coming through. He's the same age as me. So.
Young talent.
Running a 667 or 666 indoors over 60 is very, very impressive. I was just looking at the times when the European Championships were on. That time that he set in that final would have qualified him for the semi-final at the European Seniors.
Yeah, no, that's
in Netherlands earlier this year.
A serious standard from these boys here today.
So some of the other names that I can see from up here, looks like we've got Sean Stratton at DCU in lane 1. It's hard to spot them when they're not looking towards me.
Yeah, sorry guys, a bit of speculation here at the moment just due to this.
The other the other MTU athlete alongside Max O'Reilly is Colin Murphy. So we have DCU in lane 1, SETU in lane 2, DKIT in 3, TUS in lane 4, Maynooth in 5. Can't work out what singlet that is in lane 6. We have a guest, or UCD in lane 7, I think, a guest in 8, and MTU in 9 and 10. Here we go. We have the line up here now. It's back working for us again. So Sean Stratton of DCU in lane 1, Tyrone Adjurain of SETU in 2, Collins Egaro of DKIT in 3, Connor Booth of TUS in 4, Oren Poole of Maynooth in 5, Leo Foster of University Ulster in 6, Emmanuel Irorley of UCD, Desmond Peter of National College of Ireland, Colin Murphy of MTU in 9, and Max O'Reilly of MTU in 10. So Max will aim to get out pretty hard and have the race won and be able to shut down by the time he's crossing this line here. And we're off, and it looks as I predicted, Max O'Reilly getting off pretty well. Looks like UCD's Emmanuel Irori in lane 7 beside him, and Sean Stratton getting up for second. Very impressive run from Max in 11:15. I don't think he's too bothered about that time now. I think he's just interested in making that semi-final later on today.
Yeah, and again, this wind that they're running into can also very much affect these times that we're seeing from the boys. I'm sure they'd possibly like to be doing maybe a little bit faster, but running into a headwind can definitely hold them back and not help them. But yeah, that's all our heat now finished off for the men's 100 metres.
So we have the results of Heat 2. Luke Timlin of UCD taking that in 10.95. Park Hassett of TUS in 11.16. Jack Canan of UCD taking it at 11.75. So they're your 3 automatic qualifiers into this evening's semi-finals. Chib Omwera of TUD 11.86. Saad Ashraf of RCSI 11.94. Dave McInerney of MTU in 12.03. Fionn Ruan of ATU 12.12. Connor from Maynooth 12.14. Johnny Sullivan of UL 12.15, and Luke Cunningham of Queen's 12.45.
Yeah, we're ready for you.
Finn has been sitting behind us, itching for the mic, itching to start talking about 800s and middle distance running in Ireland.
And we need some of his insight, because I don't think me and Sean will be too knowledgeable about this. So we'll pass you on to Finn Wudger now to give us, and the 2 boys, what are their names? Barry
and Luke and Finn will take you all through the men's and women's 800s.
There's only 2 mics, so they can both fight over them.
Sharing is caring, as
okay, and now the main event, everyone. The 800s heats. Just about to get underway here first with the women's heats. So I should be able to get the start list for you here. Thank you, Sean. Oh, the results, sorry, of the men's 100. We'll just run through them here while we have them here. So the Heat 3, there's quite a stacked heat actually there. Craig Duffy taking it 10.76. Gabriel Cahin 10.85. And then Nakem just getting ahead. Was it 3 automatic spots there? 3 automatic spots. So Nakem there 10.97. In third place, followed by Emmanuel Akinroley. He'll have to wait to see if he's one of the 8 fastest non-automatic qualifiers, which I'd imagine he will be, at 10.99. Still a very, very solid time at this collegiate level. The fourth heat then, we had Max O'Reilly 11.13, Sean Stratton 11.31, and Emmanuel Ilori 1-2-3 there. 11.13, 11.31, 11.37, and then followed by Colin Murphy in fourth. So the rest of the lads there will have to wait to see if they'll be fast enough as non-automatic qualifiers or not. So the semis for them later on today. You know around what time? No idea. Okay. I'd imagine they'll be after the 800s and the 200s anyway. With plenty of action to come before them. The lads will have to go away, do their cool down, and then warm back up later on. Just waiting for the starters to set up here on the finishing line here again. So Barry, you're coming here with your middle distance knowledge here to help us. Yeah,
myself and Luke Purcell.
Going to run us through who's here in Heat 1 for the women's.
Yeah, so Heat 1 is Ella O'Connor of UG, Karen Hayes of TCD, Lucy Holmes, MTU, Sophie Jackman, TCD, Kayla Ryan Toos, Leah Mofid, UU, Ruby Steuven, ATU, and Aoife Delgalari, UCC. I apologise if I got those names wrong.
Which you did.
I 100% did.
Very good. We know the women's 800 here, especially at the indoors, gave us a very exciting final, very close between the top 4 and that. So we'll be hoping for something similar here, especially in the final, but also we could be looking for some tight races here in the heats as well.
I'd say Lucy.
You won Lucy Holmes won it last year. 206. She did the double last year.
So 2 semis here, 8 to the final, so we're using a qualification here. The first 2 and then the 4 next fastest. So not too cutthroat, but not too much wiggle room for error here from the girls who'll be firmly looking to make this final.
Shout out to Oisin Spillane, who's watching from America.
He's not here competing today, no?
No, definitely not.
I thought he did the mile here last year, did he? Or there isn't a mile, is there?
Yeah,
Beer mile,
the unofficial mile, as he'd call it.
Was it the only thing he got up over the weekend?
Yeah.
Less said the better.
So just as we wait here for the women's 800s, I'm looking out here over the field. We have the women's shot put going on over there as well. And on my DCU bias here, I'll be looking for Kira Sheehy there. She's our indoor champion, national senior champion as well, I believe, from last year outdoors. So we'll try and keep you updated with that. It'll be difficult to keep an eye over there, but that is ongoing there. Also on the back straight, I believe the men are warming up for the long jump over there. So that will involve obviously the pentathlon as well, with a few in that this morning, a few pull-outs from DCU as well. So that is a wide open event, the men's pentathlon as well as the long jump. So the ladies lining out here for the first heat, the 800. Again, I'll just call out the qualifying. So it's the first 2, next 4 fastest. So there'll be a few looking to make these races a little bit quicker, who mightn't be as confident in getting in the top 2. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Barry, what do you think?
Yeah, I reckon it'll be a fast race, probably go out fairly quick. And then my money's on Lucy Holmes to qualify. And then after that second spot's up to anyone, I reckon.
$15 as well.
You won the 8 and 15 last year, so.
That's impressive.
For the double again.
Double.
Sorry, I'll just mention that over there. Lucy Holmes did the double up in Belfast last year at this, so the 8 and the 15. Incredibly difficult double to do. Obviously you have heats on the Friday, 2 heats and then 2 finals on the Saturday. So she will be looking to go strong here. That's MTU there, lane 3.
And then Aoife Delargy was 3rd indoors. Sophie Jackman was 3rd and 5th in the last year. Girls just being held on the start line now. Just waiting to clear blocks from down at the start line for the men's 100.
Maybe up here in the shade.
Yeah.
Finn, as the 800 expert, which do you prefer, automatic qualifiers or ones with the absolute fastest losers like we have today?
That's a good question. I think when you have a mix of it, it's nice. You have the kind of back door of, if you're in a heat, and especially in national senior championships where you might have one or two lads running 146 in your heat, and it's going to be very difficult to outkick them. It's nice to be able to take it out yourself and go for those non-automatic spots as well. In other championships, it might be easier if you're a bit more confident that you don't have to go out, and no one else will be taking it out for the non-automatic quad, so you can have a little bit more of an easier qualifying.
It's about to start off now. So way to go.
It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. We'll keep an eye out for who's going to be taking this on, as there are four non-automatic qualifying spots up for grabs here. So half the girls in tomorrow's final will be taking those.
Lucy Holmes gone straight to the front.
Yeah.
Followed by Sophie Jackman.
So the last year's champion, Lucy Holmes, there straight to the front. So it doesn't look to be too quick there, going through in about
32-ish.
So not overly slow, but you generally expect not the favourite to sit in and wait for everyone else to take, especially the wind into the home straight here. So we'll see how they come around with 300.
It's coming down the home straight now, just before they take the bell. Lucy Holmes still leading it out.
Lucy Holmes,
that's a take
Sophie Jackman.
67, 68.
So Lucy Holmes will just be looking to control this here as they head around the top end. Don't want to go too hard here and leave herself.
She'll make sure she's in that top two positions to qualify for tomorrow's final.
Four getting away now down the back straight.
There's a group of five breaking away here, 200 to go. They're going to get around there in 142, so not overly quick, but the two girls out front will be looking to hold on to those spaces, whereas the other girls will be a little bit more nervous now about the non-automatic qualifying spots, that it's not overly quick.
Coming around
so
now,
there is a bit of a race.
130 to go.
Aoife Delargy's moved up onto Lucy Holmes' shoulder.
There's Aoife Delargy there on the outside, looking to take one of those two automatic qualifying spots. Sophie Jackman there giving chase. She'll be in good stead for a non-automatic qualifying spot there if she holds on to third.
So Lucy Holmes is taking a win here. 2:15. So Finn, would you say that's quick enough for the third or fourth athlete to maybe sneak into the top four spots?
It's always difficult to call it after the first heat because the girls in the second heat now know what they'll have to do, so they'll be looking at that 2:15, 2:16, thinking, I can go out there and do that myself. So this one might be a little bit quicker from the gun, give them a better chance.
Be interesting to see what this first 400 will be in now.
But I'd imagine those third and fourth there, Sophie Jackman and Ella O'Connor, will be hoping that they'll be okay. They'll be watching on nervously here for the second heat. Only 6 here in the second heat. We had 8 in the first heat there, so must have been a few withdrawals, unfortunately.
Noria from UL is one of them not competing today, the OID.
No, Emma Moore also missing from DCU, so... There's disappointment in the commentary box from the DCU and UL parts here. So.
Teams not fulfilling their teams.
So Finn, how come you're not racing?
It's a slight bit of a niggle last week.
Yeah, fair enough.
I got ill as well, and then the niggle wasn't gone back when I got back from illness, so wanted to just kind of ease my way back in.
Yeah,
which,
exactly.
2 flat out 800s
Long
on a Friday and a Saturday. Yeah.
Successful indoors as well, taking national senior medal and a varsity gold.
Yeah, I was hoping I could come out here and try and back that up again. Start outdoors strongly, but we'll have to wait for the first time trial race of the season in Clonmel to really test the fitness. So we're on the line here for the second heat of the women's 800 metres. So again, 2 automatic qualifying spots up for grabs here, and then the 4 next non-automatic fastest times.
So Holly O'Boyle from UL going out hard now.
We also have Hazel Hughes, who was second place in this race indoors from DCU, who will definitely be looking to not expend as much energy as she can, but also holding on to those
Holly
two.
O'Boyle at the front has a PV of 2:12. Fun fact about Holly, she's a dedicated athlete. The only thing she's more dedicated to is her Snapchat, where her snap score is well over 2.5 million. So well done, Holly, for that.
Those are 2 very impressive numbers there for Holly.
That is a lot of dedication to get those numbers high.
But it doesn't seem to be as quick here this time, so there will nearly certainly be only 2 going through from this.
Feel a bit of
a
breeze coming in now, so wonder how it's below the track.
It's UL, then 2 DCU,
Yeah.
UCD. 3 kind of broken away now, so
Holly O'Boyle leaning out. So 69.70, a second or 2 slower. So UL, DCU, DCU, UCD.
The 2 kind of breaking away there, Holly O'Boyle and Hazel Hughes, UL and DCU. It will be a very tough run there for Aisling Fitzpatrick to get through as a non-automatic qualifier with that slow first lap, but she's really trying there as the 2 girls.
Yeah, they start to break away now. 200 to go, 1:44, 2 seconds slower than the first heat.
The 2 girls just looking around there, they are well and clear. They'll be looking to shut this down a little bit, whereas...
So there is a good chance that about 3 girls from the first heat could get that non-automatic qualifying spots.
2 girls will shut it down now.
So Holly pushing hard to the line, making sure she takes the win. Well done, Holly.
Nice and comfortable for the 2 automatic qualifiers there. They'll be looking to compete for medals now tomorrow in the final. And then it'll be close for that last non-automatic qualifying spot there.
Yeah, maybe. Do you think the UCD girl got it? Aisling Cunningham.
I don't think the UCD would have got in there. Maybe DCU in third.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Top 5.
We'll have to wait for the results on that one.
Men's 800 here, getting ready to roll. It's just business done for all the ladies in there, securing their spot in tomorrow's final. The men now will be following.
So out of this first heat, the only one coming out to me is Kyle Moorhead. Probably take the win, and then that second spot's kind of open to anyone. What do you think, Luke?
Yeah, and it's 4 fastest losers, so only the first one is guaranteed through. So it's a case of you have to whoever.
It will be a very interesting race. Yeah, 4 heats.
This is going to be tough qualifying.
Yeah, especially only first is guaranteed.
Andrew McGilton made the under-23 final indoors, so he'll be hoping to sit on Kyle Moorhead or at least make it a fast race. I know he did in the under-23 indoor 800 heats. 153 man. But these races can be hard to predict. But Moorhead, the favourite after getting second indoors. And
So
we
Luke,
hope to
do you
upgrade
want
that to gold with our co-commentator Not.
Do you want to go through the lineup of Heat 1, Luke, there?
So we have Dan Fox from Toos in lane 1, Michael Horrobin from MTU, Darren Morris, Maynooth, Tom Perry, Galway, Andrew McGilton, UCD, Evan Lynch, Trinity College, Kyle Moorhead, Galway, and out on the outside, Oren Kenny, Trinity College.
Yep.
Might have done a good bit of waiting around on the...
I think we can expect Andrew McGilton to take this on like he's well known for doing. A brave athlete. With Kyle Moorhead in the race, he is definitely not guaranteed the one non-automatic qualifying spot, so you can expect these heats to go quick and hard.
Yeah, it looks like they have gone out hard now.
A lucky seat draw in the first heat now.
So
Need to be able to gauge there.
13, 14 seconds there.
It'll be interesting to see how confident Kyle Moorhead is here. Is he just going to slot in, or is he going to take it on himself?
Andrew McGilton taking it on is certainly proving true.
So what's that? 27 to 200, is it?
Yeah, a nice brisk, fast pace. They'll be looking to run well under 155 here to be looking to get one of those 4 non-automatic qualifying spots.
Kyle Moorhead was second in the indoors, and then last year in the outdoors he was hit with the banhammer over a relay controversy. He's a PB of 152 in the 800.
Well seasoned man over the championships as well. He knows to get the tactics
So
right, and he's
55.
sitting in here.
They're moving.
3 athletes breaking away.
Only one automatic qualifier, so they'll have to fight it out over the last 350.
So it's Andrew McGilton.
Yeah.
Kyle Moorhead now dropping the hammer on the back straight, moving past Andrew McGilton nice and comfortably.
200 to go.
Andrew has put himself in a nice spot here though, as he set out the
Trinity
nice fast pace
athlete-
early on.
Trinity athlete just keeping himself in touch there. Kyle Moorhead starting to pull away now. Andrew McGilton just starting to tie up with a bit of lactic now.
Oren Kenny, I believe, a finalist in our indoors this year as well. Kyle Moorhead looking to just shut this down, looking nice and comfortable there. The 2 lads in behind really pushing to get these non-automatic qualifying spots, so we'll have to wait and see the rest of the heats.
season up here, 154, 55.
Keeping out of the 155.
Yeah. So them 2 boys coming in 155, 156-ish.
It's a strong showing on a slightly breezy day here in Santry. First race of the season, outdoor season for a lot of these guys. So we'll keep that in mind. The 2 in behind were around 155, 156. We'll have to keep those numbers in mind here as we move forward to the next few heats, of which there are 4.
So Finn, do you want to take me through heat 2 of the men's 800?
Yeah, lane 1 was Sean Riley of Maynooth, Sean Hayes then in lane 2 of UL. Well seasoned man in the intervarsity scene as well. Samuel Curtis, MTU. Jordan Atidy, 1 year down, TCD, and apologies if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name here. Jack O'Donnell, also a staple at the under 23 and varsity level. He will definitely be looking to take this out quick and ensure himself a chance at a non-automatic qualifying spot, if not the only automatic qualifying spot from this heat. Christopher Keenan then, UCD, lane 6, Derek Keeley, UCC as well. Christopher Keenan of UCD, not UCC. And Frank O'Brien, the sub 150 man, out in lane 8, also a finalist in our indoors this season. He'll be looking to prove himself at the intervarsity level again.
Perfect. So a lot of big names in here that I reckon this could be fastest heat maybe. What do you think?
I think it will play out similar to the first heat. I say Jack O'Donnell will do an Andrew McGilton on it, and
yeah, go straight to the front. He does like to take the front.
Chris Keenan, the 1500 man, dropping down. He'll hope to use his strength to get into the
So
final
way to
here.
go.
as predicted, Jack O'Donnell flying out the blocks there as well. Frank O'Brien will be looking to tuck in behind him there, I'd imagine.
So I wonder what kind of shape Sean Hayes is in, because the only thing he's been doing recently is bringing his cars to the scrapyard. He's also a manager in McDonald's in Nina, so balancing athletics life and work life, so fair play to you, Sean.
Seems to be getting some tactics here correct in his I'm sure he's taking that from his management skills elsewhere.
Exactly. Hon McDonald's.
He sees himself as a great McManager.
Yeah, McManager himself.
And he's really managing himself here behind Jack O'Donnell, who's taking this out quickly. Frank O'Brien then tucked in behind the three in the first group there.
Like we predicted, Jack O'Donnell taking the lead, 55-56.
About similar to the first heat.
The ginger man from Nina sitting in second place.
About 57 there through 400. They'll be looking to really push on this second lap now. These lads well capable of, Frank O'Brien capable of a sub 150, so he's looking comfortable there.
I wonder now, is Christopher Keenan just sitting back, saving an energy, or is he starting to hurt? He seems to be just pulling back.
The other UCC athletes working into this race now, closing that gap.
Frank O'Brien and Derek Healy.
Sean Hayes beginning to feel the burn as Jack O'Donnell and Frank O'Brien pull away here. Be really close for this first and only non-automatic qualifying spot, and the other lads will be fighting for a time here. So we see Frank O'Brien moving up towards the outside here, past Jack O'Donnell, who took the wind on the first lap and on the second lap. So we see that the strength here of Frank O'Brien come through. He's going to take this in about 155.
Jack O'Donnell still, 155 high, 156 low.
Yeah, Jack O'Donnell well in the running there for a non-automatic qualifying spot, so he did himself well there on the first 600, putting out a good pace and holding it there to the finish. So he'll have to wait and see how the rest of the heats unfold.
Frank O'Brien was 6th in the indoor final earlier on this year, and Jack O'Donnell was 8th. Jack O'Donnell was also a finalist in the National Senior Indoors.
So the two lads will be hoping they can come back tomorrow and really fight it out there for a medal. This event is very open. As we see Heat 3 lining up there, so we'll run you through that from the inside there. So Tom Tracy of UL, any insight into him?
Mechanical engineering student UL, so balancing that academics. Wouldn't be his first choice now to run the 800, but happy to be taking part at the varsities, I'm sure.
We know a lot of mechanical engineers here as well. And I see Esosa Omoregbe there, lane 4. He just graduated recently from mechanical engineering, so he's 1 year down there for DKIT. Lane 2 there, Jared Murray, SETU. We have then Giseba Larart of MTU, and then as Esosa, as mentioned there, lane 4. Giovanni Salvatore of TUD, Oisin Kelly then of DCU. Was disappointed not to make the final indoors this year, but obviously a very strong athlete, 151 man, multiple medals at under 20 and under 23 level. Then we have George Warren, also a finalist. I believe he was 4th in the indoors, so he'll be looking to back that up here with an outdoor, maybe looking for a medal tomorrow. So they'll be probably your two to look out for there in lane 6 and 7. Then lane 8 we have Denny McLean of UCC.
Denny McLean from Middleton. So Oisin Kelly probably the strongest name in this field, I would say.
Definitely Oisin with the strongest PB going into this. He has been in good shape in training as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he's confident in that. Will he sit in, or will he go for a non-automatic qualifying
PB
spot as well?
151, if that's correct, I think.
151.97, I want to say, something along those lines.
Then he also a PB of 155. So there are two quick men in the field.
Esosa definitely very much a staple in the men's 800 here at the varsities and under 23s. He's talked it out many a day, many finals, so he'll be looking to make another one here today with his last season for DKIT.
Last year's final. So they come around now. So hit the bell, 58, 59.
Much slower than the first heat.
It's a nice bit slower.
So we can only expect one lad to go through here from this heat, as they go through a good bit slower than the other two heats. Only one automatic qualifying spot. Be interesting to see how this unfolds here as Esosa takes them down the back straight. Oisin Kelly just sitting in comfortably on the shoulder, and George Warren of TCD moving up on the outside now, looking to prime himself here for the last 200.
So 200 to go now. Still 4 athletes in contention now.
Warren and Kelly looking quite good there with 150 to go. This is going to be really close for this one automatic qualifying spot.
Around the bend as they come now into the home straight. Oisin Kelly
looking to move away here from George Warren.
He also is just falling off the
back. He is looking
now.
very good. Looks like Oisin Kelly's going to take this one. George Warren very close in behind.
Picked it up, but
157. Oisin Kelly looking very comfortable there, has to be said.
Yeah, very. I don't think any of the rest of the athletes I don't think they've been quick enough now to qualify for tomorrow's final.
Closed well though. So
Closed well though, yeah.
Time.
So the rest of the lads there will be looking very frantically at the results from the previous heats, waiting for their own result. George Warren maybe with a chance if this heat goes out slow. But I thought that was Mark Hanrahan there in lane 3, but it's just another tall UL
It's
athlete.
just some washed up UL athlete.
Another McDonald's employee, Keane
Yeah.
Hodgins, looking very Mark Hannon-esque, actually, to be fair. Especially those Nike Aerosmiths on.
Will he be following manager's orders here for this heat?
He doesn't work enough to follow any orders.
All the managers seem to hate him.
Even his teammate Sean Hayes.
Yes.
So we'll just run you through here the names here. So James Gilliland of QUB, season's man as well, over 800 metres. I believe he's gotten down towards the 157s, 153 is he? There you go.
Quick, yeah.
Shows how much I know. Keane Hodgins of UL, generally a more longer distance athlete, I would have thought.
In and around 208, 209, I reckon.
That was probably from a 1500 metre split. He is a very strong contender in this heat, I would imagine. Nathan Linnett, TUS, Darren Hanratty of Maynooth University, Aidan Sliwa of SETU, Johnny Kenny UCD, and then I would imagine our favourite here for this this heat, Callum Hurley, our national senior bronze medalist indoor this year, the best of 151.2 this season and 148 PB from a number of seasons ago, so he'll be looking to get back down to that sort of level this year.
Likes Keane Hodgins will want to make this a fast race because he won't fancy his chances out kicking a pure 800 runner like Callum Hurley, so they want to make it fast. But it looks like James Gilliland has really taken it on.
Yeah.
And 3 are gone already.
Yeah, the lads certainly know what they're up for here now. They have to run 155, 156, so they're not going to be here tomorrow. So the two boys there, Keane Hodgins and James Gilliland, taking this on between them. Callum Hurley nice and confident there, sitting in behind, drafting off the two of them. He'll be looking to keep this as comfortable as possible before the final tomorrow, although I don't want to call that too early. We'll see.
So they're coming around now. 300 metres in.
They'll be hitting a slight breeze here down the home straight as Callum Hurley decides to move out. A bit of a trip there from James Gilliland, but he seems to have regained himself there nice and quickly.
So side by side, Keane Hodgins, 56, 57.
A bit slower than our first two heats.
Yeah,
we expect most of our non-automatic qualifiers to come from, but they'll want to close quick here to try to get in those 4 non-automatics.
It is strange to see a lot of the non-automatic qualifiers to be expected to come from the first few heats, because the lads now know exactly what they have to run, but they're going to have to close hard here now if they want to be up for those 4 non-automatic qualifying spots, as Callum Hurley moves into the lead down the back straight, closely followed on the shoulder by James Gilliland, and our clock is stopped unfortunately, but we'll keep an eye on the actual race to come as Callum Hurley just begins to move away.
On now.
Looking supreme here coming into the last 100. He looks around, he is safely through here to the final tomorrow, as the two lads behind him will have to compete very hard for a non-automatic qualifying
Keane
spot.
Hodgins is tying up here, which is awful to see.
Looks like he's on for a massive PB though, Keane Hodgins, to be fair. Callum Hurley, nice and comfortable there, 155-ish.
158, maybe a 10-second PB there for Keane Hodgins. But you'll have to go back to McDonald's and start putting the fries back in the bag.
Unfortunately.
Coach Sean Finn will be very, very disappointed with that run from Keane Hodgins.
And manager Sean Hayes.
Yeah, and manager Sean Hayes. Sean Finn can be proud of Sean Hayes' run though.
So we'll try and keep we'll do our best here to keep an eye out for the results, to bring you who we expect to go through as non-automatic qualifiers. So are they up?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not getting them. Yeah, so as we expected there, Kyle Moorhead in the first heat, 154.47. I'd imagine that's the quickest time we saw here from the heats. Looking very comfortable. Oren Kenny followed him in, then 155.4, then 156.5 for Andrew McGilton. So that's 2 lads there, 155, 156. In the next heat then, obviously Frank O'Brien took that one, 154, and then we had a 155.9, 157.68. So the third heat then, we're still waiting for those results, but we'd imagine
Only the first qualified for that first. For the third heat, I would imagine.
Yeah, the third heat probably not under that 157 for the second place. So, excuse me, can't imagine there'd be any non-automatic qualifiers from that one, and then it will be close, I'd imagine, for that last non-automatic qualifying spot for that last heat there, where we had James Gilliland come in for second, so he'll be waiting anxiously to see the results of that one.
So Finn, who do you think are the medal contenders for tomorrow's final?
There weren't any major upsets there in the heats.
Yeah.
I think everything played out pretty much as you'd expect. Obviously, Callum Hurley looking very strong there, our indoor bronze medalist at varsities, and then as well Kyle Moorhead looking supreme in that first heat, taking it in 1:54, nice and comfortable, our silver medalist from the indoors. And I think Oisin Kelly back in good form, looked very good there in heat number 3, taking that automatic qualifying spot. So those are the 3 favourites then, and then you can always throw in Andrew McGilton, Frank O'Brien obviously as well, a very seasoned athlete at this level, sub 150 man a few years ago. He'll be looking to shake that up a little bit, and maybe one of the non-automatic qualifiers there as well.
Yeah.
You never know how an 800 is going to play out.
Exactly, yeah. Could be a slow race. Should be a good one though.
Fourth heat, but not the third heat.
The results are falling apart now that they have me doing commentary. We're still sorting out the results for that 10k earlier on as well, and we'll try and get them out to you as soon as possible. There was a few uncertainties around lap numbers, but we have it all sorted out. We have to go back and officiate the timings. We have the placings done out. They were pretty much as they were on the track for the top 6 or so.
Yeah, Gavin Curtin took the win there, followed by Shane Spring and then Daniel Ryan Ellis. That's correct, I think it is.
Bang on. It was a very exciting 10k.
Yeah, very, very tight finish.
Shane Spring, silver medal in that event 2 years running now. He'll be looking to
get the gold maybe next year.
Definitely.
So close to it this year though. Yeah.
Looks like our doppelganger Keane Hodgson and Mark Hanron are having a chat below. Yeah, Keane Hodgins here talking with his doppelganger Mark Hanron. Maybe giving Mark a few tips for the steeplechase tomorrow. Mark will be hoping to go over the 35 barriers. And yeah, I don't think he'll want to go out in a 56. But you never know from Hanrahan, the Ennis Trackman. His coach Pat Hogan will be watching on. Barry, what you take of your teammates' chances tomorrow?
For Mark to take the dub, is it? Yeah, I'd be fairly confident. Mark, he's been training well above in Leeds Road in Ennis.
Warsaw when he goes over to
Yeah,
visit.
Warsaw as well for a weekend trip away with the missus.
I know you can see Keane O'Boyle talking to his sister down below, looking for a few tips ahead of maybe his 1500 heat where he'll be looking to qualify.
Yeah, he should nearly qualify. If he doesn't, it'll be a big upset.
Now there's something that requires a bit of speed, so me and Barry are going to vacate the commentary booth.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll be back for the 1500s.
Cheers, lads.
Okay, so everyone has been blessed with the presence of the men and women's captains of DCU Athletics, Katie Nalka and Finn Woodger. How did the 8s go, Finn?
As expected. We'll have to wait and see for the last few spots for the non-automatic qualifiers, but as all the big names safely through, the lads you'd expect to be out there, so not too many surprises, which will please many of the coaches here from DCU and from UL. The 2 lads have just departed there.
So we have our 200 metre women now setting up their blocks. Get up their start list for today.
I'd imagine a lot of these ladies will be doubling back from the 100 metres just recently there. Also have 100 metre semi-finals there, so we'll try and get the names up to you now, and I'll keep you up to date with the 800 metre results as they come through.
So in heat 1 of the women's 200 metres, we have in lane 2 Isabel Doyle of UCD, lane 3 Erin Tahney of DCU, lane 4 Fatima Amoussa of MTU, lane 5 Shona Lowe, who's 1 year down from UCC, and lane 6 Angela Sikova from MTU. In lane 7, Emma Roach of TUD. And in lane 8, winner Olazi of set 2. Now, just from looking at this list here, Isabel Doyle, Erin Tahney, Fatima, Shona Lowe and winner Olazi are all names that I recognise from the women's 100 metre semi-finals from earlier. Heats? Well, they have no semi.
Oh, the ladies are semis. Apologies.
Finn just a bit behind on that. And in regards to qualifying for the final, it'll be the first 2 are the automatic qualifiers from these semi-finals, and we'll have the 2 fastest losers then. So 3 heats in total. Heat 1 looking to hopefully take off in the next minute or so. The women's high jump is just getting warmed up at the moment as well. We've seen Aoife O'Sullivan just doing a pop-up over, that looks about 145, 150th. Light work really for her. I'd say maybe 155. Laura Frawley as well, who's competing in the combined event. Also there as well as Quiva Fitzsimmons. All in contention for high heights. Aoife O'Sullivan had a superb performance in the varsity indoor championships. She jumped a championship record at the IUAAs and also jumped the under 23 European standard. So she'll be looking to match that or go beyond that today.
Just while we're waiting for this to get underway, I'll bring you the qualifiers from the women's 800 to the final tomorrow. So we had a qualifying of the first 2 of the next 4 fastest. So from the first heat, all 4 of the next of the 3rd to 6th will be going through to the final. So that's Lucy Holmes and Aoife Delargy, who took the automatic qualifying spots there, 1 and 2. Then we had Sophie Jackman, Ella O'Connor, Kayla Ryan and Ruby Steuven from that first heat going through to tomorrow's final. And then from the second heat we had Holly O'Boyle and Hazel Hughes to complete that the 8 going to the women's final tomorrow morning early. I believe the 800 runners have to get up nice and early.
As they should, those distance runners should be ready.
Mixed 4x4 and men's 4x4. We need a replacement for Jack Kelly and Darren Atchison for both of them. Well, no, just if we could reduce the amount of 400 stars doing, because he's already doing like 6 over 2 days.
Ben Hughes, give him a ring. He's here for that.
Okay.
I have whoever I have listed on the subs, you'll be able to see. Competing in the 4x4 later for us. Any comment on that?
I think the mixed 4x4 relay is a difficult one for most colleges to get a team together for, as it is right now for DCU, but we're going to make it to that start line. Whether it'll be me being there, who knows. I hope for everyone's sake and my own it won't be, but
you got the Hokas on there anyway, you're ready to go.
yeah, exactly. No, I think Sterling and Aisling Stratford are going to take it out for the women's side of the team anyway. The women are just still waiting at their blocks. Lots of these sprint races seem to be taking a while to get going. Slightly behind schedule today, I think about 35 minutes or so, which isn't ideal, but look, these things happen.
We just had the medal presentation there for the men's 10k as well, as we were just mentioning. Brilliant race for the final. We had Shane Spring and Gavin Curtin taking it in the end. See Daniel Ryan Ellis of University of Galway walking away with his bronze as well. Men's javelin as well. I know we don't get to do much coverage of the field events. I believe was a cracker. Ewan Caniff with a slight shoulder injury, really soldiering on in that men's javelin competition as he waves up to us here in the commentary booth. Callum Hurley as well is calling my name for some reason.
Yeah, I also noticed this on the live stream as well. Finn, who is Calum's teammate, was not really getting the pronunciation of his name, possibly on purpose. Maybe he's just jealous that he wasn't racing him.
Maybe. Or maybe I'm just used to commentators calling that. But no, the men's javelin believed was a cracker. Ewan Caniff went into the lead in the 5th round, and just to be overtaken with the very last throw by 70 centimetres only. I'm not sure if I have the results up there for you. I can call that out for you now, 1 second.
Women's first heat at the 200 metres still just being held at their blocks. A long wait for these sprints to get going. Quick reminder of the qualification status. So two first and second qualify for the final, and then our 2 fastest from the semis. So 2 fastest qualifiers from all the heats.
Grand. I just have the men's javelin results there for you, so I'll call them out to you as they are called to the podium for their medals. So, yes, Adam Hubert of TCD in the very last round, throwing a 50.70 to take the gold. After Ewan Caniff's last round throw, also a 50.10, so extremely tight there in the last round for the gold, followed by Owen Kenny throwing 44 metres dead for bronze. Very closely followed by Hugh Kelly of UCD, unfortunately missing out on a medal with a throw of 43.92. So we'll see those lads lining up for the medals after a fierce competition.
Women look like they're just getting caught into set position here over on the back straight. Isabel Doyle in 1, Erin Tahney, Fatima Amusa, Shona Lowe, Angelica Sitkova, Emma Roach and winner Alozi. 2 fastest qualifiers automatically into the final. And we're way first time nicely. Looks like Fatima Amusa is taking this out strong in the middle lane, with Shona Lowe nicely beside her, but she looks like she's taking this out strong. We have UCD athlete Isabel Doyle also on the inside, coming up in the second, and Erin Tahney from DCU looking to get that 3rd place position, but it's Fatima Amusa who takes first. UCD athlete Isabel Doyle for second and Erin Tahney 3rd. So Fatima and Isabel for the first 2 automatic qualifying spots, and we'll have to come back to see will Erin Tahney make that through in a non-automatic qualifying position. Time on the clock is 25:23, which is good for these girls, but the win today is not helping them get down that home straight. So, but times don't matter here. Still
standing up here, the wind was actually following them down the home straight, Katie.
Well, it's swirling from what I heard. Well, in the 100 metres it was minus 1.1, so you can go down and lick your finger, Finn, and see which way it's blowing.
I put the ribbons out there earlier, you can see there on the javelin it is actually swirling. You are correct.
Yeah, I know a good swirling wind from my events, trust me.
Which events?
I partake in long jump and hurdles every so often. Everyone's missing out on my presence today, I'm sure.
Yeah, Fatima looking very supreme in that first heat, shutting it down a little bit towards the end as well. Erin Tahney will have to wait and see how the rest of the heats run out, see if her time will hold up.
So our heat 2 of the women's 200 metre just getting ready in their blocks over to the far side of the track. In lane 2 we have Alana Harding of TUS. In lane 3 Megan Lynch of University of Galway. In lane 4 Ashton Kelly of UCD. In lane 5 Rebecca Ward of Trinity College Dublin. In lane 6 Anastasia Drakolaki of DKIT. In lane 7, Blaheen Holden of Trinity College. And in lane 8, Lauren McCourt of UL. Again, a lot of these athletes, I can recognise their name from the 100 metre semi-finals earlier. Ashton Kelly, who was the second fastest going into tomorrow's final, the 100 metres. And again, our national under-23 champion indoors from earlier this year will be looking to hopefully take the win in this. But UL's Lara McCourt is also a strong 400 metre athlete who's come down today to do the 200 metres shorter distance. So hopefully she could produce as well out in lane 8. Women are in their set positions now. And we're away first time. Ashton Kelly looks like she's gone out strong in the middle lane again. Lara McCourt running blind on the inside. We're looking to be keeping up beside her. Ashton's going very strong. Looks like the Trinity College athlete as well. Rebecca Ward coming up to take third, but it's Ashton is fighting Lara McCourt to stay up in first position, and Ashton will take it in 24.9. Lara McCourt second and Rebecca Ward taking third. So Rebecca will have to wait as well to see if she gets that non-automatic qualifying spot.
Nice and comfortable for the two ladies out front. Slight bit quicker than the last heat. 24.90. Good showing from the ladies there. And Rebecca Ward, the MSB woman, will be anxiously waiting for the result of that one. She could PB of 25.9, I believe. So she was very close to that there.
So we have our results from Heat 1 of the 200 metres. So Fatima Amusa, like we said, won our first heat with 25.22. Isabel Doyle, second with 25.75. Erin Tahany of DCU with 26.20. Shona Lowe, fourth with 26.34. Fifth place winner Ola Z of Setu with 26.47. In sixth place, we have Emma Roach from TUD with 27.95. And in seventh place, we have Angelina Sitkova of MTU with 32.12. So in our final heat then of the final semi-final, should I say, of the women's 200 metres, in lane 2 we have Eve Ao of TUS. In lane 3 we have Grace Rooney of UL. Lane 4 Natasha Myers of MTU. Lane 5 Nicole Walker of MTU as well. In lane 6 Ella Dwan, who's 1 year down from UCD. In lane 7 Aisling Milner of UL. And in lane 8 Maeve Murphy of Trinity College Dublin, who's also a 1 year down athlete. So again, 2 fastest automatic qualifying spots, and then we just have 2 fastest losers into the final.
Just working out the qualifying for the men's 800 there. I think I have it done out, so I'll bring that to you once we conclude this last heat of the women's 200 metres.
And again, we're away first time. Ella Dwan looks like she's got a very powerful start out of the blocks. MTU athletes are coming up beside her. Natasha Myers is striding, or should I say Nicole Walker is striding superbly well down the home straight. UL athlete Aisling Milner, or Grace Rooney is also coming in on the inside of her. Ella Dwan is trying to come up and get that second automatic flying spot, but she's not. So MTU athlete Nicole Walker and Grace Rooney of UL have taken those 2 automatic qualifying. The fastest time, 25.85. Not as fast as the previous heats we've seen, so I don't know if we'll see any non-automatic qualifying spots coming from that last heat. So like we said, Erin Tahany in Heat 1 got our third place position, so she'll be waiting to see will she make it through to tomorrow's final. As well as Rebecca Ward from Trinity College Dublin from the last heat, all waiting for these last results. Finn, do you have 800 metres?
Yes, I'm fairly confident in this. So obviously we had the 4 heat winners, which were Kyle Moorhead, Frank O'Brien, Oisin Kelly and Calum Hurley, followed by Oren Kenny 155.49 and Andrew McGilton 156.54. We had then Jack O'Donnell 155.94 in the second heat. In the third heat, George Warren, I believe, has missed out 157.47 to James Gilliland with his 157.19. So just to call out once again, the 8 who will be showing out to the final tomorrow will be Kyle Moorhead, Oren Kenny, Andrew McGilton, Frank O'Brien, Jack O'Donnell, Oisin Kelly and Callum Hurley and James Gilliland. Let me get my fingers out now and count up, is that 8 people, just to make sure I have that correct.
There's just been a set of Nissan car keys handed up here to the commentary box. They seem to have some kind of multicoloured gearing hanging off them, if anyone listening knows someone who's missing a key. So
So we'll bring you the results of the women's 200 metres, who has made the final, tomorrow's final, as soon as we can, as we await the start of the men's 200 metres. They're just setting up their blocks there on the back straight.
So from heat 2 of the women's 200 metres, we had Ashton Kelly take the win with 24.88. Lara McCourt second of UL with 25.16. Rebecca Ward third with 26.0. Lane 4, Anastasia Drakalaki of DKIT with 27.34. Megan Lynch of University Galway 27.44. Alana Harding 6th with 27.86. And Blauheen Holden of Trinity College with 28.84. So still just waiting on our last heat results then. But at the moment, by the looks of things, our final is looking like Fatima Umasa, Isabel Doyle, Ashton Kelly, Lauren McCourt and Rebecca Ward is taking one of the fastest qualifying spots, as well as Erin Tahany.
Delighted to hear the DCU lady Erin Tahany and the MSB lady Rebecca Ward making that final tomorrow.
Yeah, Erin Tahany was running in our 100 metre earlier. I think she just got pipped for a qualifying spot for tomorrow's final, so she'll be delighted if she can make the 200 metre final tomorrow.
I wonder, do we have the qualifying here for the men's 200 metres? I'm sure it's absolutely stacked as it was indoors, so it might be a tough qualifying for these gents.
So we have 6 heats of these men's 200 metres. So in heat 1, in lane 1, Killian Griffin of Setu. Lane 2, Collins Igararu of DKIT. Lane 3, Conor Watson of Queen's University. Lane 4, Benjamin Hoyer of Maynooth. Lane 5, Billy Corrigan of TUS. In lane 6, Sean Harding of TUS. Lane 7, David Forkin of UL. And in lane 8, Joseph Adio of ATU. So, different rules apply for these men. So 3 qualifiers going through to the final and 6 going through to the semi-finals. So these men will have heats, semi-finals and finals, whereas the women are just having semis and finals. So yes, the 3 automatic qualifiers, top 3, and then 6 fastest losers into the semi-finals.
It's a nicer qualification than what they had indoors, which was the 6 fastest times goes to the final, and in order of, obviously lanes are a little bit more important indoors, but much of these gents will be looking to make a semi-final this evening and really battle it out for a spot in that prestigious final tomorrow. As they've being told to stand up, I'm not sure why, but the starting officials there have been very efficient all day. Thank you to them that we are not as far behind as we would have been.
So do you have any highlights so far, Finn, of today?
The men's javelin was extremely exciting, and we had a good friend of ours, Ewan Big Boy Caniff, going in that, taking the lead in the last round, but unfortunately being outthrown at the very last throw of the competition by the TCD athlete. As I look down on Ewan Caniff there with a very red neck on him, he has not put his sun cream on.
Looks like the boys are being brought back to their marks now after a small hold up, but I'm sure they don't mind. And we're away first time for these men's 200 metres. Looks like Billy Corrigan of TUS is taking it out hard in the centre. Sean Harding looks like he's going for second, but Killian Griffin on the inside lane just glancing over to the athletes, double checking that he can ease back to get that first automatic qualifying spot of 22.34. The two TUS athletes, Sean Harding and Billy Corrigan, got those other 2 automatic qualifying spots. So it'll be a long wait to find out those fastest losers, as we still have 5 more heats to go through. So 22.34 for Killian Griffin. Easy win for him. He looked very relaxed coming back down on the inside lane, just like I said, glancing over his shoulder to see that he could just ease back over the line.
Had some quick captain duties to take care of there, Katie. Could you fill me on that first heat of the men's 200 metres?
So we had the 2 TUS athletes in the middle took it out pretty hard, and then Killian Griffin on inside lane in lane 1 just slipped in to take the win with 22. I think it was 22.34 if I can recall correct, but low 22s. And as he came in the last 10 metres, he was just looking over his shoulder back at everyone to make sure he was in with ease.
It's very good going from lane 1. Obviously for these men's heats in all sprints, all disciplines, there's no seeding going into the lane draws, so you can have some of the strongest lads being put in a non-favourable lane 1, so it's good to see that Killian Griffin has made it through.
So we have heat 2 lining up here for the men's 200 metres. You can see Adam Russell in lane 1 from DKIT, Becky Camara of UCC in lane 2, Liam Galligan of Maynooth University in lane 3, Fionn O'Mara of ATU in lane 4, Saad Ashraf of RCSI in lane 5, lane 6 Colin Doyle of MTU, lane 7 Johnny Sullivan of UL, and in lane 8 Brendan O'Leary of TUS. I noticed straight away Colin Doyle out in lane 6 of MTU will be looking to take this title. Colin's been on many international relays as part of the Irish team for the 4x1. He's a very gifted, talented sprinter who's very well decorated with lots of titles, and I'm sure he'd like to take this one as well tomorrow. So he should be able to qualify comfortably, but anything can happen.
How he manages this, knowing that he has a semi later and then the final obviously tomorrow.
And we're away first time.
He does seem to get a very good start there. Is booming away from this field.
Yeah, no, Colin is out solo by the looks of things already. Be more a problem with the second and third place qualifiers. I can see TUS athlete or ATU athlete Fionn O'Mara coming in for second spot. And it looked like the RCSI athlete Saad Ashraf taking that third automatic qualifying.
Saad Ashraf, I believe, taken out in the 800 metres last year in Belfast. So it's interesting to see him switching it up here, qualifying for the men's semi-final, the 200 metres this year.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I might have... Sorry, that was Brendan O'Leary that got second non-automatic qualifying spot, and it's ATU athlete Fionn O'Mara who seems to have just injured himself coming over the line here. We have assistants coming over, making sure he's okay on the track before we get going with their third heat. But that was Colin Doyle who took the very comfortable win in that second heat.
How many heats do we have here in total?
6 heats for the men. They have a lot of running to do. So in our Finn Wonder here is just putting his head in his hands. I don't think he has the passion for the sprint events as much as the distance.
I'm a substitute for Sean Carmody here today for the 200 metres. I don't know where he is, but I'm sure he's doing something very important.
If someone could message Sean Carmody and send him up here, it'd be much appreciated. But in lane 1 of heat 3 of the men's 200 metres, we have Luke Lane of DKIT. Lane 2, Dannon Long of SETU. In lane 3, Andrew Egan of University Galway. In lane 4, our very own commentary, Jack Hickey from UL. In lane 5, Glory Wenjamin of UCC. Lane 6, Sean Hoa O'Connor of ATU. Lane 7, James Armstrong of University of Ulster. And in lane 8, Destiny Nosa of Maynooth University. I noticed
Katie might be getting called down for a relay here as well.
I can't abandon Finn. I know he has no clue. And we're away for the men's 200 metres. Andrew Egan from University of Galway looks like he is taking this out strong in lane 3. Jack Hickey of UL also just behind him, but looks like Glory Wedgman of MTU is coming to take that second automatic qualifying spot. However, our athlete of University of Galway, James Armstrong, has come up. So that was Andrew Egan first, James Armstrong third, and Glory from UCC for those 3 automatic qualifying positions. We have 22 on the clock. Maybe that's good luck for them, all those 2 numbers. But Andrew Egan was a comfortable win.
Dannon Long of SETU there looking to take. It looks like he took that third spot, but he might have pulled up a slight bit there. So it'll be interesting to see if he manages to line up for this these semi-finals later on. Hopefully everything's okay down there. Okay, I'm being left alone here in the commentary box for the third heat of this men's 200 metres. Heat 4, my apologies. I'll run you quickly through the lineup for this one. So again, the qualifying here is the first 3, and then the next 6 fastest non-automatic qualifiers will make the semi-finals later this evening. So 3 semi-finals of 8 athletes before tomorrow's final. So Heat 4, we have Connor Van Duivenvoorde of Maynooth, David Ogovbu of DCU, David Doyle of UCD, Ciara Malone of GST, Alaman Bankole of TUD, Dara Murphy of UCD, and Fortune Moyun Alua of SETU. I'm just looking here, the championship record actually very, very impressive. Robert McDonnell, 20.67. With a slight tailwind today, it seems. It'd be interesting to see if that holds up for tomorrow, if any of them can really challenge that championship record as they just get into the blocks here for Heat 4. So it's Dara Murphy of UCD who seems to be getting a very good start there, followed in closely by Alaman Bankole of TUD. Obviously three automatic qualifying spots here. The 2 guys on the outside are being challenged now by the other UCD athlete, David Doyle, on the inside. They look well and clear here. So that's Dara Murphy, followed by Alaman Bankole and David Doyle. David Ogovbu of DCU there coming in for 4th, so he'll have to wait and see if his time will be quick enough to bring him into the semis later this evening. Very dominant display there from UCD in that heat. Obviously the sprinting champions from last year. Looking to retain that today and putting out a very strong team in the sprints. So we did have a very quick first heat there, so I'd imagine we had 6 guys under 23 seconds, so they'll all be waiting anxiously for the results from the other heats. And then the second heat, then we had just the winner under 23 seconds, so maybe not so many non-automatic qualifiers coming from that heat. Heat 3, we had 4 guys under 23 seconds, so that's gives us 5 in total under 23 seconds. And then Heat 4 just there, maybe David just sneaking under 23 for DCU. Hopefully we'll be looking to make to tonight's semi-final. Looking out to the field there as the women's high jump and women's javelin take place on the top end. Difficult to bring you consistent results from them. Obviously we're just looking out, so very difficult to do so. As we see an attempt here, lovely clearance, well over that bar. That's MTU. I don't even have a start list for the high jump. My apologies, as there's a failure there from UL. So we're in our blocks here for Heat 5 of the men's 200 metres. We have Darren Chong of QUB, lane 2, Colin Murphy, MTU, Emmanuel Ilori of UCD coming back from the 100 metres earlier on. Dara Donoghue, well-seasoned man in these events from TCD. Hiro Takai of DCU, the Japanese international student looking to make ripples here in the Irish scene, and we have Emmanuel Akinrole out in lane 8 looking supreme here, former Metro St Bridget's man, looking to get through comfortably here, followed by UCD's Sean Owens and UCD on the inside again. Two more qualifiers from DCU there from that heat, with Emmanuel Ilori there coming in third, followed in by Hiro Takai, I believe, in fourth place, or maybe it was the TCD athlete. I must have missed that one, but we'll bring you the results as soon as we can from that one there. But Emmanuel Akinrole coming back from the 100 metres earlier on. He'll have his semi-final for that today. Also another semi-final for the 200 metres later on after that. So action-packed day for Emmanuel Akinrole. I believe he was our silver medal winner, or silver medalist in the indoors 200 metres. So we're really looking to open the season strongly here, the Titan AC man. So our fastest qualifier so far, Andrew Egan, although we did see Colin Doyle earlier on shutting it down very early, and we do have Andrew Egan as our fastest qualifier so far out of the heats. So I'm just going to try and bring you some field results here as we're waiting for the final heat of the men's 200 metres. So I'm looking at the women's shot put here. I'll just work through this now. So yeah, our champion from DCU again, defending her indoor title and from last year, was Kira Sheehy, 12.25. That's good throwing from Kira this early in the season. Second place then we had Katrina Pasarinskaita of UL with 11.91, followed by Laura Frawley of UL with 10.93. They're your medalists there in the women's shot put. Apologies, we just missed the start of the last heat of the men's 200 metres there, where we had Riaquin Luciano of ATU taking that one nice and handy. I missed the rest of it. Apologies, we're trying to sort out some relays for later on. But so I'll leave our colleagues Barry and Luke here to introduce you to the women's 5,000 metres as myself and Katie try to sort out the relays for DCU. I will be back for the 1500s, so I'll hand you back over here.
Perfect. Thank you, Finn.
Big field for the women's 5k,
So the
Barry.
women's 5k.
15
yeah.
down to start.
So do you want to go through the start list?
Defending champion Hannah Gilliland. One to watch. Sub 17 minute runner. Faye Dervin, 10:02 3k, 35 minute 10k, and was third in the indoors 3k, so stepping up the extra 2 kilometres, so be fancier chance at a medal. Emma McAvoy, under 23 cross country champion, went to that Eurocross in Turkey, 16:09 5k, so certainly one of the faster times in the field. Nessa Riley, 10:05 3k as well, so quite a even field here. But
So the toe to the line. So way to go.
no false starts in the 5k, so looks like the Ready UCC is heading for the front. Get the list up.
So slow enough start. We'll see now as they approach 200.
Emma Fitzpatrick at UCC with Emma McAvoy on her shoulder. These two already separating themselves in the field. True in 38 seconds.
39, yeah.
It's no slow running at this level, especially in the wind here in Morton Stadium, despite the sun.
So two of them just taken on now from the rest of the field. And then there's two athletes just further back.
McAvoy representing DSD for her club, but certainly has already opened up a gap on the rest of the field. She must fancy her chances of a quick time here. But through in about 75 seconds, so 5 minute mile for the girls.
Yeah.
Be well under 16 minutes if she could hold this
3:07 per
pace.
K, that would be.
If she could hold that. But rest of the pack through in about 80 seconds, so still serious
So
clipping.
you see the athlete just pulling away very, very early on. As they come up now, with 600 metres in.
McAvoy
It's a
with
very, very strong start.
50 metre lead on the UCC athlete, who has another 30 or 40 metres, so very split. Hannah Gilliland of Queens, our winner
Still
from last
very
year.
early stages into this race.
11 laps of running still for our leader. So a lot can change. Upwards of 12 or 13 minutes of running for Emma McAvoy ahead of her.
So she comes around now, 800 metres in. 2:32,
So
32-ish.
She's holding her 75, 76s, so
Shout out to Tom Walsh from Nina tuning in.
seems our UCC athlete Emma Fitzpatrick's been reeled in by Hannah Gilliland.
I see Daniel Buckley down here warming up.
And
for the
Keano
men's
Boyle
1500 metres.
complaining as usual, but I see Jack Hickey looking well after his 200 metre heats. I don't think he progressed, but I'm sure he'll be ready for many more relays over the course of the weekend. I'm sure he'll be back on commentary as
So she comes through
lead
the
you up.
K now, 3:10, so it's very fast.
15:50 pace. Gilliland now moves up into second. And will they hope to try work together to close down this gap
So
to our leader? But it's certainly outwards of 60, 70 metres for
So there's
McAvoy.
8 athletes in that chasing group. And then the rest of the athletes are starting to string out.
Still have a big gap for Emma McAvoy. Hannah Gilliland pulling away from that chasing group. But then out behind her, group of 6, we see UCC, DCU, 2 Trinity. Looks like another UCD. I can't quite make out what that third red singlet is, but
I wonder how this chasing pack will fare out. Is it a smart move, sticking together?
Yeah, well, the individual could just start to fight it out for the medals, let McAvoy off and fight for the minor medals, second, third. Still big points up for play for individuals. McAvoy.
The goal is well on if she can keep a small bit of a gap open. Come through there in 4:28.
Barring a big collapse here, it's McAvoy's race to lose. She'll be looking to back up her national under-23 cross-country champion performance in Enniskillen. So, and I believe she led UCD to the road relays
DCU,
title.
UCC, 2 Trinity athletes.
Another Queens and UCD.
Another Queens, yeah.
DCU
Each college
athlete.
looking to get as much points on the board for the overall competition.
McAvoy approaching a mile now.
Tia Level, UL come through there.
McAvoy through the mile in about 5:06, 5:07.
Yeah,
so she's holding
quick.
76, 77. So she's certainly on for a fast time solo in conditions that are not optimal for longer distance running. See the rest of the field come through.
That gap just 90 to 100 metres roughly now.
She'll have
very, very strong run.
9 laps to go, so still not even at halfway. Sorry,
it's a
8
long
laps
race
to go.
run by yourself.
2 miles for our leader till she gets to come down this home straight. Hopefully a gold medal and a PB for us. Gilliland and Faye Dervin are pulling away from the rest of the field. Gilliland won this last year, but still not easy to defend a title at any level, especially in varsities where the competition level is very high. There's still 4 girls right behind them who all fancy their chances if they're close enough to kick on for a medal. Looks like Daniel Buckley getting some tips there from Clonmel's hedge cutter Conor Flaherty down below us. Which one? DCU's Morton Stadium looking fantastic with their blue, but you'd have to think they are the Man City of athletics with all their money. But there's not much of an atmosphere around here today.
Yeah,
not
much now.
Not much blue to be seen around the track. No sign of the face of DCU Athletics, Michael Murphy. Or the face of IUAA Athletics now.
Yeah, exactly.
Going by his recent photo shooting. He's featuring in the programme. But McAvoy now has 7 laps to run, so she'll be halfway. Or she's just gone over halfway.
She's catching other athletes now in the field.
Yeah, she will have to deal with that now, chasing the time. Not optimal having to lap people, but the gap hasn't increased hugely.
Good
but
thing to focus on. Just try and pass as much athletes as possible.
Yeah, it gives her a mental thing to pass.
Come through now. 7 laps to go for them.
Gilliland Dervin, 2 Trinity College athletes.
But UCC there in the back as well.
McAvoy is streaking away down the back straight. She comes up to lap her fellow UCD athlete here. Fantastic weekend for athletics. You couldn't ask for much better weather for spectators anyway. Bit windy for maybe some of the athletes, but
yeah, the wind has picked up just there recently now. I've heard athletes saying they felt it on the back straight. Hopefully there won't be any wind tomorrow now.
Yeah, we can see fast times in all the races, especially the 5k where our Barry will be competing. Hoping to get a few points for UL in that team competition.
Maybe, we'll see.
It's very hard for anyone to beat DCU. I think they're going for 20 in a row.
20 in a row, Christ.
Just like Man City. All the money.
No fans.
Right, back to the athletics. McAvoy has a 150 metre lead.
Yeah, she's grown it. Went from 100 metres to 150 very, very quickly.
It seems like the 3 girls behind have slowed up and are gone tactical.
Working together, though.
tactical. I feel like Trinity athletes just sitting in, biding their time.
So they just have to settle for the silver and bronze now. So
Faye Dervin sitting on the outside. She's deciding to run that extra couple of metres every lap, whereas Gilliland is on in the inside. So those could be the small margins in a sprint finish.
Talking in behind, tucking in from that wind.
Well, medals still yet to be decided. Barring catastrophe, though, McAvoy set to take the gold for UCD.
McAvoy comes around for 3K, isn't it? Or is that a bit too early?
Yeah, 3K now.
3K, yeah.
Still going to be a fast time here at 3K.
Yeah, it's going to be a very quick time.
Solo from the gun, basically. So
she comes through 3K in 9:47. That is quick.
3:15s per kilometre, so 16:10 pace.
Other athletes now in the field.
Just bang on what she ran her 5K in, or 5K PB last summer.
Pack. Just coming up the home straight.
She can relax now and enjoy the run into the finish.
Yeah.
And now
Just
Trinity hit the
working hard,
front
try and
in
get a
this
good
second
time.
group. Puts in a surge. They're through in 10:17, so 3:30 per kilometre,
yeah,
give or take. Still on for
Tipping
around
away.
the 17-minute mark. But the championship record of 16:08 from Rosemary Ryan and UL in 1000 could be under threat now if McAvoy can close. Would be hard on her own, but you wouldn't put her past her the way she's been running so far. She's made this first, well, over 2 miles now look very easy. See Donny from UCC watching on down at our podium below.
Comes around again now. She'll have 5 laps to go.
And we've seen a split in our second group. The Trinity College lady has taken the lead. Faye Dervin's followed her, and Hanny Gilliland, last year's champion, has been left behind.
McAvoy coming in there, 11:08.
2 miles to run, or mile to run.
Very strong run. Working hard now.
Quite a serious height in the high jump now. I presume that's Celine Gavin from Trinity College. Kind of moved into second now.
Yeah, they're starting to spread out. Gillian is falling off ever so slightly.
She'll go down
She's
fighting though,
starting
last
hard.
year's winner.
Yeah. Can she get back into this race, or is she out of gas?
Time will tell.
Yeah.
But Gavin's put in a serious surge here. Dervin's been able to match it, but there is a 5 metre gap
Yeah, this could be the decisive move.
beside those minor medals.
Guarantee her silver medal, but the DCU athlete is coming back at her a bit.
Yeah.
So McAvoy comes around again.
Into the home
She'll
straight
have
here.
1200 to go.
She has the back broken on this race so far, but she'll still have to complete this last 1200 metres.
Yeah. 3 grueling laps to go. I'm sure she's feeling it, but she looks strong.
Don't think Rosemary Ryan's record is under threat, barring a incredible close here from McAvoy. But nonetheless, no easy running out there on your own. 12 and a half laps, no mean feat. Now I wonder will she double back in the 3K tomorrow.
Yeah, will be tough.
Would be tough, but if
Very hard to double up and win both of them.
Yeah, saw Lucy Holmes in the 800 earlier. She'll be doubling back in the 15 later and pulled off that win last year, but as we saw in those 800 heats, it won't be easy. So McAvoy, kilometre to go.
Yeah, K to go.
She's 80% of the way there.
13 at 4K.
Sure, she'd love to go somewhere in those sub 1630s, or PB 1609, but to go anywhere close.
1608, no?
1608.
Yeah.
To go closer to your PB in these sort of conditions is no easy running. And it looks like our battle for second and third has closed back up again. Gavin and Dervin are sitting on his shoulder, and as I say
Yeah,
that, Dervin moves into
second.
Kilometre to go for those
This
girls.
race isn't done yet between the two of them. It'll come down to the wire. McAvoy comes round again.
See Callum Keaton about
2
to
laps
throw in
to
the
go.
shot put. And I think the lapped athletes might play a factor here in this race between the two girls, because they will have to move around them while they're kicking for home. But less than 800 to go now for McAvoy. She is really going well and has been the class of this field. To take it on from 4,900 metres out probably. But Dervin looks to have maybe struck a little gap on Celine Gavin of Trinity College. 3 or 4 metres there, but Gilliland now, 800 to go for her. McAvoy up in our top left corner here, up at the steeplechase, 550 to go for her. She'll be able to enjoy the sun here in DCU. She takes what will be quite a dominant victory for the UCD student. As I said, that Dervin and Gavin are still battling it out. 600 to go for those two. And then Gilliland back in fourth. Yeah, we have 2 more Trinity athletes for 5th and 6th.
McAvoy
takes the
comes
bell.
around, takes the bell.
15-16.
Yeah.
Should be looking to bring this home and
under 16:30.
Be serious going.
Looks to drive it on now.
2 girls battling it
Round
out for
the top
second and
bends.
third.
DCU athletes and the Trinity athlete about to take the bell as well.
Dervin's got 2 metres, but
Yeah.
400 metres to go.
There's nothing between them.
Can only be separated. 11 and a half laps of running.
Yeah. So McAvoy, 200 metres to go, has led the whole way, gun to tape, which is very impressive. Not many athletes can do that.
I'm sure it'll be good for the UCD athletes to see their athlete winning that easily. I'm sure they'll be hoping to add more medals to the medal tally later on in the day.
So she comes into the home straight. This is a very impressive run.
And Dervin has taken clear for silver.
Yeah.
Impressive last 400 from her to pull away from Celine Gavin. But McAvoy, the class of the field, she comes through to take the win.
16:35, brilliant run.
Serious going on her own. It
Dervin
doesn't look
comes
like it's
through
taking
now.
anything
Kicking
out of
hard
her.
for home.
McAvoy waiting for her competitors to come across the line.
Yeah, these are solid runs. Can we get the two of them under
There's
17 minutes?
This might be a PB for
Going to be
Dervin.
tight. Yeah, 16:56.
Yeah, Dervin sneaks in under Celine Gavin just outside
Yeah,
17, but
17 flat or 17:01, but brilliant running.
serious running from the two, from
Well
all 3 girls.
Yeah, well deserved medals there.
Hanny Gilliland, last year's champion, coming with 100 to go now. She defended that title quite
Trying
well.
to finish strong, but she's hurting coming up that home straight.
Not easy to defend your title. And she led for that second group for long parts, and McAvoy was gone clear, so that might have taken the toll out of her. But it still comes through in 17:32, so serious running from the Queen's University student.
So some of the athletes kicking hard, some of them looking for a PB.
Trinity looks to be coming in 17:46 there.
Yeah.
Looks very happy with her performance. UCD coming across sub-18.
Well, athlete has another lap to go.
And our early leader.
Some great runs. Nice few of them under the 18-minute mark. I can see a very motivated Éanna McElroy just doing his warm-up for the 400.
Would follow us now after the rest of these girls finish in. We have the UCC athlete who led us for the first 400 coming in, 18:28. The wind even seems to be picking up more, so that might be a factor in these 400 heats that we have to follow. So they're going to feel it into them the first 200, so we might see some fast finishes.
So the rest of the athletes making their way home. Slowly but surely.
5k, not an
We're
easy
approaching
distance, no matter
19
how
minute mark
fast you're
now.
running. Good days and bad days for everyone, but you can see UCC coach Doney watching astutely with his stopwatch in hand, the former Villanova athlete. I believe he was second to Prefontaine at an NCAA cross country once upon a time. It's a good finish there between the UL and the Trinity athlete for the lower seedings, but Galway coming across, all sub 20. 3 athletes are still out on the track, but have to wait for them to finish before we can proceed. See you watching.
So the rest of the athletes coming in now. DCU coming in there, just under the 20 minute mark maybe.
Maybe with a sprinter's finish. 20:08 for the UCD athlete. See all the 1,500 athletes going out in their warm-ups for those heats in 30 minutes. See Owen O'Connor of UCC getting ready. Now we've our Newt University athlete coming over to finish. Still under 21 minutes, so serious running from the ladies' field. You can really see the depth in Irish athletics. Looks like our high jump has finished up with the ladies and men's shot put going down below.
Men's 4x100 meter heats. We need running order from ATU, DCU, Dundalk, NTU. That's all. Thank you.
You can see Sean Hayes and Keane Hodgins after 800 heats tucking into a few sweets down below. At least it's not McDonald's. It won't inhibit their performance in their 4x4 later too badly.
So we are a bit behind schedule. Javelin women is taking place next, followed by the 100 meter hurdles, which is the women's final. And the 110, they're done. Are they 400s?
400s next.
Yeah, 400s next.
Starting with the women's. And the men's will all be looking to advance to tomorrow's final. I'm sure it'll be hotly contested.
1,500 metres later on, something to look forward to.
I believe we have none of the podium from last year returning in the 15, so it should be up for grabs. No Callum Morgan, Dara Donoghue or Niall Murphy represent their colleges. So we will have a new winner and all new medalists. But we still have Aoife O'Sullivan MTU in the high jump. Our indoor winner in a MTU record of 182. Crowd starting to gather down by the bank in the sun. Shade falls on the track. See Mark Hanrahan up having a picnic on the bank.
Where is he? Oh, at top of the hill, yeah. So they're calling the women's 400 there.
Yeah.
Okay,
If you want. I'm supposed to be up here. Oh, thanks. Okay, so we're back here just about to start the heats of the men's 400 metres. By the looks of it, we're going to have 4 heats with the first in each heat to qualify automatically, and then it'll be the next 4 fastest across the 4 heats after that. By the looks of it, in the first heat, some of the maybe standout names, we've Kieran Carthy.
On his 1 year down from DCU.
1 year down in DCU, yeah. In lane 1, probably not favourable, but has been part of many Irish international 4x4 squads in the past. And outside him we also have Praise Winagimi of UCC, who also boasts
Belguli.
Yeah.
Or is he Riverstick Kinsale, I believe now.
Yeah, he boasts a fairly nice PB, so they might be the two to look out for in this heat, but we could be surprised by some of the others in the outside lanes.
Praise won the mixed relay with UCC last year, so I presume he'll be doubling back in that later.
Yeah, that's to come later today.
Hotly contested, like all the relays here.
Yeah.
There's only 4 in the first heat, it appears. So
yeah. So maybe.
Or sorry, 5. I didn't see
5,
Carty
yeah.
on the inside, which is very unfavourable considering there's 3 open lanes out.
Outside, yeah. When you have someone in lane
6,
1,
7 and 8.
you'd almost prefer to be in those outside lanes, but he might have. He'll have some to chase at least.
Yeah, he's the class
in
of the
front
field,
him.
so fancy something like this won't put him off.
No, not at all. Do we have some? Actually, we have someone else here coming into lane 6, so we might actually have our full complement in a few minutes.
MTU joining us. late as ever, but nonetheless they're here.
Yeah, exactly.
Long spin up from Cork this morning, I presume. For the Lee Siders.
Yeah. So that's where we're going next year, I think.
I believe. Down to MTU.
Outdoors, yeah.
Their new state-of-the-art track. The only track in Cork City now that UCC have turned theirs into a car park.
Oh, really? Didn't know that, yeah.
Certainly not being used for athletics purposes anymore.
Okay.
Should be a good weekend, especially if we get any weather, anything sort like what we have today.
I know, yeah. The wind is picking up a bit here now as we get closer to the end.
Probably a given in Morton Stadium now at this stage.
Yeah, I know. We were lucky, I suppose, earlier on that it wasn't too bad. Now, I do think some of the athletes were still saying there was a bit of a headwind.
Yeah, and it's moved. It was on the home straight earlier, and now it's gone to the back straight, so the men will feel it now in the first 200, and then they will have it at their back on their way home.
Turn off. Okay, so the lads are getting into their blocks now for the first heat of the men's 400 metres. Once again, we think the main challengers will come from lanes 1 and 2, Kieran Carthy and Praise Wenigimi.
And it's first across the line is an automatic qualifier. Next, and then it'll be 4 fastest qualifiers from there, so they'll all have to run through the line.
Yeah, there'll be no holding back here.
No, there'll be no saving yourself unless you're guaranteed to win. And they're off. Carty out strong, chasing down.
Yeah, both Carty and Wenigimi are both up on the athlete in lane 3.
Looks like ATU are moving well out in lane 5.
Yeah, they look smooth.
Hard to see until they come round to the 300 metre mark how the stagger is made up, but Carty is definitely moving.
Yeah,
he's nearly caught everyone from lane 1.
He's hoping to set it up well. He's going through in about 22 high, 23 low.
Yeah, and he has,
so setting it up nicely.
He should have the win to bring him home now on his home track here in DCU.
He'll be looking to just keep the technique coming down the home straight.
We're going to have a good battle here for
second, third and fourth. Yeah, it's quite
and they
close.
all have to race to the line because there is no guarantee.
That is Gregor McCullough-Traver from UCD, really coming into second place now.
Really strong run, but Carty takes the
Sean
win.
Hawk O'Connor from ATU.
48.55 for Carty from lane 1. Certainly will fancy his chances in tomorrow's final.
Yeah. Missing the likes of maybe Joe Doody from this field, who would be considered one of the challengers.
Callum Baird, last year's
Yes, Callum
winner.
Baird, last year's
ran
winner.
46 seconds last year.
Now we do still have some high quality athletes to come in the next few heats, including, I suppose, Owen Kenny from UL.
Yeah.
Based down in Cork now, but he's part of the Irish relay squad that was announced at the start of the year for the different age groups, part of the senior team.
Shows the depth in 400 metre running. I
suppose. It does. It really
Notably
does.
DCU missing Jack Raftery here.
Yeah, exactly.
Staple of these championships.
Yeah.
Once again, we're having an empty lane 3. This one's more filled out. We have 7 athletes.
Yeah, I suppose it's only lane 3 that's empty this time. On the inside will be 2 UL. Oh, is lane 3 supposed to be Owen Kenny?
Oh, right. No.
He was here earlier.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Don't see him down trackside.
Don't see him down trackside either.
Might have felt something in his warm up and taking cautions ahead of a long season.
Yeah, maybe.
We have past judgment yet, though. He could be
he
could the start line.
He could be still in the warm up. We do have other UL athlete in this heat, Jack Graney. Was a member of the mixed 4x4 team that won the indoor varsities alongside Fintan Dewhurst, Eve Mooney and Miriam Daly.
Yeah, I'm sure UL will be out to
hopefully
add the outdoor title later on.
Yeah, they'll be looking forward to that.
We can see our co-commentator Barry Conway making his way back up to contributing. pair of fur Crocs that I don't know if a pair of them have ever been worn around Morton Stadium before, but Conway, the Least Case man, a bit of a fashion icon around UL.
I'd be a fan of the Crocs myself now, I have to be honest.
For his signature GA shorts that he loves to run in.
I think they're almost ready to go now. They look to be standing behind their blocks with all the strides done, blocks set up. So we're getting ready to go soon.
On your mark.
Be interesting now to see who's to the fore, since there's no Owen Kenny.
Owen Kenny would have been probably the favourite to take this heat, and even a medal contender. Waterford AC man.
They're in the on your marks, going into set position soon.
They're off.
DCU look to be getting out fairly hard. They're already up on Ty Quinn from UCC outside. UL and TUD, Jack Rainey and Godwin Matthias also out fairly strong.
Out on the outside, Setu running blind.
Yes, but he's got out hard. I suppose you have to.
Yeah, it's a long way home from there. But if Wade and Van Niekerk can set a world record from out there,
lane A, what can't you do from lane A?
There's no excuses really. But
they're really coming into a line now as they come around the bend.
Very
we have
even.
About 5 athletes all in contention.
Only one automatic qualifier.
Yeah, exactly.
Graney looks like he's leading for UL, but DCU athlete looks coming
Jack
strong.
And
he's going to have the home support.
Jack Graney and Ben Hughes really pushing it the whole way to the line.
They're all gone to the arms.
Jack Graney looks like he has the advantage, and he's going to take the automatic spot into tomorrow's final. Big celebration as he crosses the line. 51-31, bit slower than the first heat, but still a good run. You can only beat who's in front of you, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah, and especially from lane 1. I suppose you can see Carty go from lane 1 as well.
Yeah,
so
lane
shows
1.
how impressive him for run 48.
Lane 1 seems to be the lane for the 400s today, despite it not being ideal.
They're 2 for 2 from lane 1. No pressure on whoever's up in lane 1 next.
In the next heat now, we have Dara Masterson from DCU, who made the indoor varsities final.
Yeah, the Ratoath man.
Ratoath man, I suppose. Ratoath really becoming a sprinting powerhouse over all distances.
Especially the 400 though.
400, yeah.
Ladies 4x4 teams are extremely strong. Regularly putting 2 teams on podiums nearly. Serious strength and depth in 400 running across the country, but Ratoath certainly seems to be a stronghold for it.
And it's not, I wouldn't even say they are strong in the 400, but they also have some field eventers, as we've seen in the DNA under 20 club competition. They've been Ireland's representatives the last two or three years. They won the B final in 2023, I believe, and made the A final last year. So
I'm sure they'll be hoping to go back again.
Yeah, they'll only be hoping to progress even further this year. So in this heat, we also in lane 1 we have Adrian Sliwa from Setu, Giovanni Salvatore from TUD in lane 3, Luke Burfield UCC in lane 4, Josh O'Mahony MTU lane 5, Joseph Doherty UG in lane 6, Killian McCabe UCD in 7, and Conal Watson QUB in lane 8.
Next up we have medal presentations for the women's javelin.
We'll try keep you updated with the fastest qualifying times as they come in on the live results. I'd say they'll be fair. From that second heat, there was quite close. It was quite close between second, third, and fourth, and you'd have to wonder how they compared to the second, third, and fourth in the first heat also.
See javelin medals being presented down below.
On the infield, it looks like Leanne Healy of UL took the title there. I'll try see if they have the results up here now for it. No, not yet, but her throws look to be going out beyond the 40 metre mark consistently, which I suppose is alongside throwing far. You like to be throwing consistent as well.
UL's other main javelin thrower, Joy, sadly not with us.
Yes, I believe he sustained a shoulder injury, or is dealing with a shoulder injury at the moment.
I'm sure he'll be back to the World Under-20 silver medalist.
Yes, exactly. And this year so far, European Under-23 Throwing Cup bronze medalist.
Yeah.
Back in late March, I think it was, over in Cyprus. So it's quite a successful championships for Ireland, I think. We had Nicola Tuthill winning gold in the hammer, and Anna Gavigan winning bronze or silver in the discus. So I suppose we're going back to the start of the third heat of the men's 400 now.
They're on their marks. Full heat this time. All 8 lanes filled.
Yeah. Keep an eye on lane 2, Dara Masterson. And we'll see after that who sets up their race well.
So only early season, you don't know what sort of shape people are in.
Yeah, it's very early, and it's quite a long season this year.
Yeah. They're off.
Again, as we expected, Masterson out very strong.
He's eating up the stagger already.
On the athlete outside him, and he's almost up on the athletes 2 outside of him.
After that, it looks fairly even. UCD going well out in 7.
Yes.
But Masterson clearly is eating up the ground so far. The inner lanes haven't proven a challenge so far for any of our athletes.
The 2 outside lanes look to maybe be 2nd and 3rd. And that's Conan Watson from Queen's and Killian McCabe from UCD.
Yeah, and Masterson tying up a tiny bit now. He's got a lead.
Slightly.
But certainly by paying for that fast start.
He looks quite relaxed.
But the UCD athlete is coming back at him.
Masterson still looks in control, though. He looks a bit more relaxed than the UCD athlete.
But
51-25, quite similar to the second heat where we had a 51-3. So
for the time qualifiers,
for the
strong finish from UCD, so he'll have given himself a chance to make a final.
It'll be quite close for those final few spots.
One more 400 heat to come. Just go over again. It's 1 automatic qualifier from each heat, and then our 4 fastest losers.
Yes.
Co-Commodore Dara Kennedy appears to be entered in lane 2 here, but I don't think he'll be making the start line.
I don't think he will either. It might be tough to make it down from the commentary box to lane 2.
Yeah, I've seen Owen Sharkey run up and down, but I don't know if it'll be possible for any of the rest of us to get up and down as quite as quick as Sharkey gets up and down.
I think it's something he's worked on at a couple of championships, getting from one place to another quite quickly.
Despite his current injuries, but he's putting his body on the line for the IUA today.
Yeah, sure. I suppose as team captain,
yeah,
you kind of have
team
to.
Captain.
We also had UL team captain Jenny Sawyer unable to do the 400 hurdles, so she took part in the javelin instead.
That's what it takes to get the points. I'm sure the 2 of them would love to see UL be presented with a few cups tomorrow inside in the Gibson Hotel.
Yeah.
Stop DCU from winning everything.
I think it was UCD were the ones last year who swept the relay titles. Won the relay cups.
UL won the jumps, and I think UCD or DCU won.
Maybe
overall,
everything
else. Yeah. Overall, men's, women's. So I think they're gone for 20 in a row.
Yeah.
2006. So there's some people here who probably weren't born the last time someone else other than DCU won it. Overall team competition.
Yeah.
Athletes going through their final preparations for this final 400 metre heat.
Yeah. In lane 1 we have Jonathan Fitzsimons UCD, empty lane 2, Dara Kelly MTU lane 3, Deji Sanyalu TUS lane 4, Cormac Rafter Setu lane 5, Aina McElroy and his trackman from UL in 6, Sam Kiley MTU in lane 7, and Ben Ede of ATU in lane 8. We could have quite a race between the athletes maybe in lane 1 and lane 8. Ben Ede from ATU in lane 8, I'm fairly sure was a finalist at the indoors in the 400, so we'll just have to see how this goes. Athletes are being called onto their marks now.
Barry, step back into boot. How do you fancy your teammate Éanna McElroy's chances here in this 400 heat?
So Éanna McElroy, he trains as a sprinter on a Wednesday, but trains as a distance athlete, athletes such as Mark Hanrahan and Niall Murphy on a Saturday. So he's a bit confused on what events he should be doing.
Don't think he particularly likes training at all, but
No, he likes showing up for the crack, sure. He has so much talent, but he doesn't train enough. Let's see how he gets on here.
It looks like lane 8 has gotten out quite hard. Seems fairly steady at the moment. No one seems to be making any big moves.
Éanna McElroy, it all depends on his motivation after 200 metres.
Lane 1 now. Jonathan Fitzsimons from UCD seems to be making up a lot of ground on the athletes outside of him. But I still think it looks like our athlete out in lane 8 that's leading the race.
they'll all have to finish through the line. There is timed qualifiers here. But ATU definitely gone clear here.
So Éanna McElroy sitting in fourth, which he won't like. He might lose his motivation and give up. But he seems to be pushing strong.
The ATU athlete needs to mind himself. The MTU athlete is fast approaching. And then it was UCD third and Éanna McElroy for UL in fourth.
Éanna McElroy, the last 10 metres, he saw the clock and saw he was well outside 50 and decided to give up and just jog over the line, which is so sad to see.
Hopefully we'll see you back in the 400 later. But 51 seconds again for the win there.
Yeah,
same winning time for all three, or other than Kieran Carty, the first one 48, all three 51. So Carty certainly the favourite for tomorrow.
Yeah,
but,
looks
the rest of the medals all up for grabs.
All of the rest of the athletes seemed tired after that race, but Éanna just kept walking off the track and he's walking straight to the dressing room. Not a bother to him. He could go for another lap.
Probably should have run a bit faster on the rest of the race though. Sadly there's no reward for who gets to the change rooms first. But, I'm sure that fourth year student from UL will be happy enough and probably pissed off at Mr. Conway for slandering him here on the microphone.
Sure, what he doesn't know won't hurt him.
Next up,
I think it's the men's 100 semis. I think. I could be wrong. Looking at a timetable here quickly. Yeah, it's due to be the men's 100 metre semi-finals. I presume they'll bring the blocks up to that end of the track now.
men's and women's.
I think the women only had 3 heats, so I think it was just heats in a
Straight
final. So it's just the men's that are going to be on now.
So we might make up a bit of time there. I know we're 25 minutes behind, but
yeah. If we look down at the men's shot put, I think that was Callum Keating from UL that just threw there.
Defending
Looks like a defending champion, yeah.
100 has to be around, would it?
Women's or men's 100. It would be nice if the rest of the DCU students came down and helped out, considering they're hosting the event. A lot of hurdles left on the track for a while.
If we want to do a slight preview of the men's 100 metre semi-finals, semi-final 1 looks quite stacked with both Max O'Reilly and Gabriel Kahinde in the same semi-final.
Neen Olympic man Gabe Kahinde.
Yeah.
Ennis Track man.
Formerly Ennis Track.
Transfer from Ennis Track to Neen Olympic.
Moved across to the Nina Centre of Excellence.
Ennis Track man down to the core.
Well, he'll be wearing orange at the National Seniors this year, so the man come back from a hamstring injury, I believe, that he sustained last year. But
he's running quite well. I think he ran 6.73 indoors and a PB of 6.72, so he's getting back to the form he was in 2023.
Isn't bad for a man just rehabbing an injury.
No, not at all.
But Max O'Reilly will put it up to him all the way.
Max O'Reilly's a young athlete who's really came onto the scene this year. He was at the European under 18s in 2022, I believe, in the 100 metres, and he's really announced himself on the national scene,
senior stage,
and we're hoping probably to be part of the men's 4x1 squad this year. I think he was second at the national scene.
Taboriak Enola, I don't think is running for UCD.
I think he's down on the UCD Instagram. He was down to be part of the men's 4x1.
Oh, right.
So we could see an appearance from him tomorrow.
That is some man to be able to put on for a relay team.
Yeah, I think they did it with Israel Alatunde 2 years ago in Carlow as well, where he was roped in for the first leg of the men's 4x4.
All for the greater good of the team competition. But semi-finalist Bori in the European indoors,
Yes,
over 60 metres.
I think it was very impressive what he did over there. First senior international competition as an individual, and the composure he showed to get through the heat and really put himself in contention in the final.
Hundreds. Men's 100 semis. Oh, 100%.
I'd say these are tough.
Yeah. Are we off?
That's alright. They're just setting up the blocks down at the 100-metre start now, where they'll be taking place shortly. In the second semi-final, the athletes to look out for will be Pádraig Hassett from TUS, Bruno Avero from TUD, and then also you'll have Michael Farley from DCU. Also to look forward to later this evening, I suppose we have the mixed 4x4 relays. We have a heat of the women's, or 2 heats of the women's 4x1, and then we'll also have the conclusion of the combined events for both the men and the women.
Shot put still going on down at the far end of the track.
Yes, the shot put is ongoing.
For our people looking to see the throws, we don't have any scores on the doors.
No, they're not live, I don't think.
But I'm sure it's a tight competition.
Don't even have a start list here on the live results, so unfortunately we can't give too much details on that. It does look like there's a good spread of colleges down there. I think I can see it: Trinity Vest, UCD, Carlow, Dundalk, IT, UL, MTU. So great representation
and
from all the
that's the
colleges.
same said nearly across all events. Every college has been able to fill out. Most events are put out an athlete.
It's great to see, I suppose,
the growth of athletics across the country.
Not just maybe at a juvenile stage, but also at a young adult stage as well. Probably the hardest.
Some people like Jack Hickey are probably a bit older than young adult at this stage.
A man who's been involved in the IUAA scene for
quite a
long time and will probably continue to be for the next few years.
He's undertaking a PhD in UL, so
he'll be
like a bad smell, you can't get rid of him. But we do love Jack down in UL. He'll be out in the relays, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll be representing the Wolfpack for years to come.
Man who spent many a day down in the Pez in UL.
Yeah, I think it's impossible to go to the Pez in UL without bumping into Jack Hickey.
That is true. I see Finn Woodger talking to his DCU head of endurance, Joe Ryan. Below. I'm sure trying to put teams together.
We'll probably see some of Joe Ryan's athletes taken to the line in the 1500 maybe later.
Yeah, DCU always strong across the distances. Such a strong group of athletes. But when they have facilities like this, it's easy to see why athletes want to come here.
Yeah.
The 100 athletes starting to gather down below for their semi-finals. They're also precise at how they want their block set up. Each person unique with their setup. It's all the fine margins in the 100.
Fine art, the 100 metres. Yeah. I suppose it's not as bad as the 60. If you make one mistake, you could probably have a bit more time to make up for it, but there's still not room for many mistakes.
For these men, 10.5 seconds. You wouldn't be able to do much in that.
No.
They really are the fastest men in the country. DCU men down below us, their feet on their lovely leather seats. I'm sure DCU Sport won't be happy to see that. There's no camera on them, so they're fine.
Barry Cliven down there answering a few questions.
Trying to organise things. He's getting a bit heckled now by some of his DCU.
By his own university.
Yeah. See Oisin
So
Davis
he's
heading on a warm-up. The silver medalist in the 1500 indoors. I'm sure hoping to upgrade that to gold.
Yeah.
His club captain Jack Maher getting him fired up.
The live results don't seem to be functioning at the moment, so we try maybe look ahead to the 1500s. Actually, here it's working again now. In the men's 1500, we're due to have 2 semis.
First four
we
fastest losers then.
Interesting entry, maybe more known as an 800 metre specialist, Jake Bagg from UL, taken to the 1500 today.
He is here and he will be in that race, I'm sure.
Estonian international athlete.
Yeah, I believe he's Estonian under indoor senior record holder at 800.
Yeah, so quite high quality here.
And I'm sure he will fancy himself in any sort of sit and kick race tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
A bit like Emmanuel Wanyonyi stepping up at the Grand Slam track to the 15 as an 8-man.
He really put it up to the 1500 metre men there. So, I don't think they had an answer for his speed come down the home straight that day.
I'm sure the pure 1500 men will want to make tomorrow a fast enough race.
Now conditions will be a big play into that race tomorrow, I'd say, because if it's too windy, which it often is in Santry, no one will want to be acting as that windbreaker at the front. So it could turn into a tactical affair.
100 men going through their final preparations here. Our starter gets ready down below with his gun. Get these men underway. Have to say this first heat looks particularly strong though.
Yeah, as we said, Max O'Reilly, Gabriel Kahinde,
Ken Mera from DCU.
Yes, and
all men who fancy themselves getting a medal.
Emmanuel Akinroley and Craig Duffy, NU. So
very strong heat.
Yeah. The qualification looks to be due to the 10 lanes here in Santry. It looks to be the first 3
semis.
And 2 semis, so first 3 and then the next 4 fastest across the 2 heats.
Yeah, you could easily see a large proportion come from this first heat.
Yes, you could very easily.
Should have a bit of a tailwind here, but
looks like it, but
in Moran Stadium you never know which way it's moving.
Oh, I know. The wind is swirling a bit. I think they were very lucky at last year's national seniors that the wind operated the way they wanted it to.
Well, that Rashid Adleke's national record stood.
And we did see some very quick times in the men's. I think we saw a 10.26.
Yeah.
So for national championships, those are quite impressive times. But it's very rare the wind plays. The weather even is favourable at national seniors.
I remember. Really complain with the weather we have right now.
No, not at all.
It is dry and it is relatively warm when you're in the sun, but up where we are, it's getting a bit nippier. It is getting a bit nippier, but we're still waiting for the 100. I don't think we'll be getting back on time. We apologise, but looks like the men are almost stripping off their upper layers and down to their singlets now. Max O'Reilly in the middle lane, the blue and red of MTU, who will be heading to their home track next year, allegedly. Gabriel Kahinde in the black and gold this year of Toos.
Part of the setup in Limerick under the guidance of Haley and Drew Harrison, who are eagle-eyed
watching down below us
on the steps here down below us. So it'll be an interesting race. As a semi-final, it'll be interesting to see whether they actually go toe-to-toe or they're just happy enough to qualify.
A prequel for the final here.
Exactly, yeah.
They'll all be shaping each other up, making who will ease up first. They're down in their blocks now.
Both very good 60 metre men, so expect the starts to be impressive.
They'll be hoping to be able to ease up then, but
set up the race well.
And they're off.
Both out very well.
Looks like O'Reilly is up and running.
Looks like
Kahinde, O'Reilly, Mera,
Craig Duffy as
Craig Duffy's come through.
Duffy's actually going to come through and take it.
Second game
10.77.
Third from Max O'Reilly.
So they look like our 3 qualifiers.
Duffy really got going in that second half. Yes, he really did. For Maynooth University, I believe.
Caught the others by surprise a little bit.
Probably weren't expecting the challenge to come from outside.
Yes.
Watching each other a bit too much. But
so it doesn't matter. They're both
so a cue is a cue. The rest of them will have to wait.
And see.
Mera was 4th for DCU. Gave over to talk to his coaches, Haley and Drew Harrison. Get the seal of approval.
Yeah. Again, it is quite early season. for some of these athletes.
So
So you don't really know what phase of training
Yeah,
they're
ramping
in,
back up after indoors.
especially for sprinters. I think April, May is quite a
Let's see.
building period.
Oh, 100%.
To make sure that they can compete for the whole summer.
See Keano Boyle heading up the steps here, getting ready for his 1500 heat. The UL man
And we
took
saw-
fourth indoor, so he'll be hoping to get a medal this year.
And we saw his sister Holly O'Boyle take a win in the women's 800 metre heat earlier.
Yeah.
And she made the indoor final and will be hoping to medal this year outdoors.
Yeah. But that race was stacked, especially the first heat of that women's 800. So
Yes.
should be an exciting final tomorrow.
Yes,
I
the
believe
likes
it's on
of
early.
Lucy Holmes,
Lucy Holmes,
Aoife
Aoife Delargy.
Nina Olympic
Yeah,
woman.
exactly. Coach Sean Finn, I'm sure, will be happy to see her progress safely to the final. She's been fourth on numerous occasions outdoors, so I'm sure she'll be hoping to grab a medal this year. Looks like Pádraig Hassett is lining up in this 100.
It's a very versatile athlete. Has ran a 48-second 400 metres this year.
And he's the under-23 200 metre champion
And
indoors.
now he's going
so
in the 100 here. So
two very strong with himself and Gabe. I'm sure there'll be a force to be reckoned with in these.
yes, the men's
4x1
They were the men's
later.
4x200 metre winners at the indoor varsities.
Yeah.
So definitely look out for them in the 4x1 here. On the infield at the moment, we have the women's
shot
medal
put.
presentation from the women's shot put. So it looks like Laura Frawley from UL was in third place, Katrina Pastern-Skyty from UL in second, and Kira Sheehy from DCU
Defends her title.
Laura is also participating in the combined events today, so I'm
She
sure
has been
that
busy. I don't think it's her first time up on the podium,
No,
and I don't think it'll be her last.
She's that shot put will add a nice few points to her total.
Yeah.
And we'll see her in an 800 later on. Probably not
I'm
her
sure
favourite event.
she's looking forward to that one.
Yeah, she's
Said nobody ever.
she's competing in every individual event
Yeah, that's gonna
in the combined events except the 800.
That's going to be.
I think that says a lot for
That's
itself.
going to be a tiring run after a long day of
Yeah.
activity. But I'm sure the Mary I student will give it her best.
Yeah. We're getting underway here now with the men's
Set or
second
Dundalk
heat,
in lane 1,
It looks
UL
like
inside
we've
him.
no lane 7, Luke Timlin from UCD is not
It's a withdrawal.
taken to the start.
His two UCD teammates are in lanes 4 and 8.
Yeah, that's Manuel Ilori and maybe I'm looking at the wrong names.
Pádraig Hassett will fancy his chances of getting through and following his two teammates, Gabriel Kenda, into the final. Fastest losers as well up for grabs, so I'm sure the likes of Ken Mayer will be watching closely to make sure he can find a spot in tomorrow's final.
They're on their marks.
And they're off to a clean start. Hassett moving well, but it's the DCU
Looks
man.
like Michael Farrelly has gotten a very, very good start and is coming through. Pádraig Hassett coming through very strong.
And it's our three clear winners.
Yeah, I'm not
Looks
sure.
like the UCD athletes
I
pulled
think
up.
it might actually be Luke Timlin from UCD. His lane was changed from 7 into 5, and
Okay,
then
so he's safely through
he's
tomorrow's
safely
final.
through, and it looks like Pádraig Hassett and Michael Farley.
Yeah.
Pádraig Hassett now being coached by Gary Ryan
Inside in UL.
alongside Paul O'Donnell from Dooneen AC, one of the also
members of the 4x1 squad.
Paul Costello, sorry, not Paul Costello from Dooneen.
Paul
So
O'Donnell.
Paul O'Donnell is a distance
DSC,
runner.
who
Yeah,
ran a 2-hour, 10-minute marathon.
Yeah, very impressive recently.
It's 7th or 8th all-time list.
Yeah,
But I don't think he'd mix it up on the 100 with these sort of men.
Think it went slightly under the radar, that marathon performance.
Yeah, the McCurdy trained
yeah.
road to Tokyo Marathon. The man who was at the University of Syracuse, I
Yeah.
believe UCD alumni. And the
Represented Ireland at the home European Cross Country Championships when they were held in Abbottstown in 2021.
part of the senior men's team. But I think we'll turn our attention now to the 1500s.
Yes.
Crossing the far side of the track as the women's get ready.
The women's is a straight final.
So they just have to toe the line.
I think so. Or are they going to run it today? There seems to be a few of them over warming up, or they could be maybe for the relays, which are coming after the 15s. However, we do still have 2 heats of the men's 1500.
Try get up some information on the athletes in this. Big field for the men's 1500.
There's the 2 semis there.
So we do have, and for the women's is a straight final.
I'll double check. Yeah, it's the women's is a straight final.
So they'll toe the line, but they won't be racing. That final will be held tomorrow.
The people to look out for in this, you'd be saying Amy Wallace of DCU.
Yeah, she led a lot of the earlier parts of the running of the indoor final. She's a 4:23 woman.
Unfortunately, had to pull out of the indoor final though, due to a slight injury.
Did a serious job pacing for Lucy Holmes.
A very interesting entry, yeah. Lucy Holmes, who won her 800 metre heat today.
She won this race last year. Emer Mara was second. She is down to race, but I'm sure Holmes will be glad she doesn't have to run an extra race.
Yeah.
She'll only have to do 3 instead of 4. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
But
take that.
You got the list up?
Might as well say.
Yeah, I have the list. Yeah. Give that mic there to Finn.
But we'll go straight to the men's 2 heats, 4 automatic, 4 fastest. Laura Frawley up on the podium again. Gold medal for SETU. Yeah, they just towed the line. They're towing the line. Yeah. See Jack Hickey jogging around the back of the track there with his Eagles hat on. Because we're getting fired, the UL crowd fired up. The former Kilkenny minor hurler, giving it his best fist bump. He's trotting well for a man who doesn't like to run anything over 200 metres. Some of the girls seem to be preparing to run.
We're still waiting on the men's 110 metre hurdles winners. We're still waiting on the men's high jump winners. You can make your way to the podium safely, please.
They look like they're running, but I'm not sure. They have to get ready to.
Yeah, they make them actually toe the line.
Right, I don't know how well this can be taken out in the stream, but the girls are towing the line now. They won't be racing. They'll have to keep their powder dry for tomorrow. But, there will be heats in the men's. Wind seems to have died down a bit. No, don't think that'll be a factor as much in these 1500 heats. Yeah. Ready to primed for tomorrow, I suppose. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, about 9 girls there. Don't have a start list to hand.
I have the start list here.
Looks like we had 16 on the start list, but
that means straight final.
Not all of them seems to be at the line yet. Some more heading over. See Sean Quinn jogging over for the men's race. The cross-country specialist stepping down. Oh, we see more heading across. Lucy Holmes, last year's winner.
Yeah, 1 to 16 compared is a straight final. 15.
So no heats in this one. Long jump men gathering for their medal presentation.
No, straight final now. Oh. Only exceptions I've heard is
Alright, so the 1500 will be run at the straight final now. We thought they were just going to be towing the line, but might have been a bit of confusion there. Looked like some athletes were coming over fairly last minute.
Right, so we're just clearing up a bit of confusion there. It is in fact a straight final at the heat time, which is only the exception in the 100 hurdles and the 1500. So we have 16 women, which is the absolute maximum they would have taken for a straight final here. So we'll run you through from the inside there. So we have Lisa Conlon of DCU, Chloe Heaslip of TCD, Nasa Nianfane of UG, Anya Gilhooly of University of Galway also, Kayla Ryan of TUS, Holly Alpha of TCD, Lucy Holmes doubling back from the 800 earlier on where she made her way to that final tomorrow. Quiva Phelan of UCD, Amy Wallace, DCU, who was our indoor champion, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Kira O'Neill, MTU, Katrina Eddington, QUB, Alex Cashman of UCC, Emer Marr of UCC, Eleanor Foote of DCU, Estelle Simon of MU, and Una Robin of MU also. So they're just trying to, I think, get all the girls onto the start line now before.
Just a couple of PBs. Lisa Conlon 4:38, Amy Wallace 4:23, Eleanor Foote 4:36, Lucy Holmes 4:23, Emer Maher 4:27, Holly Carroll 4:26, Alex Cashman 4:48, Alex Murphy 4:44, Nassani Hanifin 4:37, and that's all I have now for now.
So some very stiff competition within those 420s there between the girls.
First, second and fourth returning from last year. So, I'm sure they'll want to, like Emer Maher will get the better of Lucy Holmes this year.
Will be interesting to see how Lucy Holmes will deal with the fact that she had an 800 metre heat earlier on. I'm sure she'll be primed and ready for this final now and not worrying about her 800 final tomorrow just yet. But will the girls try and take advantage of that and take it out hard, knowing that she is a bit tired on the legs, or will they just sit in, as is normally the case with these 1500s adversities?
We've been held on the line now for a while.
So,
as I say that,
behind the line, away to go.
Holmes looks like she's heading straight for the
Oh,
front,
straight
so
for the front,
not
yeah.
feeling that 800. Emer Maher in on her inside. Last year's gold and silver. Could we see it same order, different order, or someone else completely?
First year Amy Wallace of DCU will be looking to shake that up, I'm sure.
Yeah.
After a strong showing indoors.
DNF indoors. Definitely one of the fastest PBs in the field, Wallace.
Yeah, sorry, you're correct. She didn't win indoors. I'm thinking of something else.
Oh yeah, maybe 38.
Bit of a gap between Holmes and Maher. Holmes starting to run the longer line.
Still very, very early stages. It's coming around now. 3 laps to go.
The girls in behind looking to close that gap a little bit between the two that has already been made slightly apparent.
Yeah, I don't see Amy Wallace in the field, do you?
Can't say I do, Barry.
It's like a battle of the two Cork. It was MTU and UCC. 2 MTU actually. First distance or second distance
I just missed the 400 split there, but
They were about 56 through 300, so get your calculator out there. I'll give you about 115, I think.
yeah, maybe.
Coming up to 600 now. Still Holmes and Maher.
Up the home straight to come now. But 2 laps to go. Nasa Ní Hanafin just in the leading pack there. The 3 Cork women up there as well. Alex Cashman in the chasing group.
Very strong showing from the red singlets up there. It is a good mix of colleges. We have UCC, MTU, I believe, Queen's, maybe another MTU as they go through there in about 2:30 for 800.
Two girls gone clear. $600 to run.
Yeah, let's start to wind it up now. 600 to go. 2:49.
They'll take the bell when they come through. Hanafin of Galway in third. There's Dennis track. Holmes has ran on.
Yeah, Lucy Holmes still looking strong after racing earlier on today.
She's been on Emer Maher's shoulder the whole way. I wonder will this extra distance she's running come back to that.
Nasa Ní Hanafin just there in third.
Ciara O'Neill in fourth.
Yeah.
MTU.
Does it take the bell?
3:24.
Alex Cashman coming through there to take the belt. Go on, Alex.
The 2 out front really looking to kick on there. It seems like the medals are decided, but the order is definitely still up in the air.
They're really fighting it out now. 2:50 to run. Maher in the front. Holmes just behind her. Tightly contested, similar to our men's 10k earlier. And
Oh, they're kicking hard now. 150 to go.
Katrina Eddington from QUB looks to be taking that bronze, but the real battle is out front here.
Holmes isn't going to give up though.
This is a very, very fast finish.
It looks like it's tight. Let's go back to UCC. Emer Maher for the
Emer
gold.
Maher holding on. Lucy Holmes taking second.
Don't have time. Holmes second. And Hanafin coming in.
Nasa Ní Hanafin coming in for the bronze. Great run from Dennis Track woman.
DCU getting up for fourth. Going through the field.
As we have Lisa
Alex
Conlon
Cashman coming through there to finish
Eleanor
strong.
Foot there from DCU coming in. A cracking finish there from Emer Maher. Obviously Lucy Holmes will be disappointed. She'll be looking to make that back up in the 800 tomorrow. Most of these girls will be delighted they don't have to come back and run a final here tomorrow. One and done. It's perfectly executed by Emer Maher there, led it from the front and kicked home very strong.
So Finn, do you want to take us through the first heat of the 1500 metre men's?
Yeah, I was a bit confused when I saw this one earlier. I didn't think they had them seeded yet, but this first heat seems to be absolutely stacked to the brim with talent. So obviously there's four automatic qualifiers, so top four, and then the next four non-automatic qualifiers. So from the first heat, we've Cian Gorham of DCU, 3:48 man at his best, and we'll be looking to open his outdoor season strong here today. We have Keelan Skillington of MTU. Then we have Bruno Mota Cardoso of TCD. David Marr of UCC. Oisin Toy, well-seasoned man at this level as well. I believe he's gotten in the low 350s. Thomas McCarthy of UL. Do you have any insight on him?
He'd just be looking for a big PB today. We'll try and be as competitive as possible.
Moving along then, Nathan Linnett of TUS, Lorcan McGurk of Queen's, Jack Lazak of MTU, Sean Quinn of UCD, also a very strong man over the longer distances, so we don't usually see him in the 1500s. It will be interesting to see how he copes with this.
Rumour has it he's doing an awful lot of speed these days.
There you go. We'll see now. John Cleary there of GST. Jake Bagg of UL, 1:48 man over 800 metres, so
800.
Bringing the speed into this one. Liam Lynch of SETU, Louis Woodger of Queen's. Rumour has it he has been moving very well in training recently.
Rumour is in the Woodger household.
Yes, on down the Porterstown track and up in Belfast where he does a lot of his training. Big words coming out of him as well, so we'll see if he backs it up now as well. And then, last but not least, certainly Oisin Davis on the outside. Finalist also in the 1500 metre final indoors at senior level, both Davis and Woodger.
So I got a tip today from the great David Williams saying that Sean Quinn is in flying form, but none of David Williams' tips have seemed to going down too well after big losses at the Leopardstown races and at Aintree recently. So I don't know if any of these tips will be any good, but sure, we'll see.
I don't think I can believe what I'm seeing here. They are jogging. There are certainly a few lads who cannot afford this to happen in a field of this calibre. I cannot believe.
There's more than 4 here who are.
Yeah. So they will have to
Come
pick this
around
up.
now,
Someone's
yeah,
going to have to
they're
make the
all-
decision very soon, or we will be seeing some big names leave this
Here
competition.
comes Davis now towards the front, but it's McCarthy.
This
now
race
for the
might suit Jack Lazak. He recently passed his driving test and he recently got rid of his birth fade.
You can see that on his TikTok.
He's working as a builder, but the kids in Connor are calling him Bob the Builder. He's a PB of 4:07 and is hoping to go under 4 recently.
I seriously don't know what a few of these lads are doing here. They are going to have to start moving along, otherwise the second heat will know what they have to do, and
Jake Bagg and Cian Gorham, pure 800 runners, will be fancying their chance now.
they will be licking their lips at this.
130 at 500.
Cian Gorham also 151 man over 800. Louis Woodger only a 156 man, so he might want to get his
Cian Gorham 3:48 1500.
Yeah, over in Brussels last year. So
Louis and Sean Quinn might want to get moving as they're the more cross.
Louis, although is a very experienced man in these tactical 1500s, in the
come around now. Jake
Bucks.
Bagg just leading it out over Oisin Davis. Oisin Toy tucked in. Sean Quinn, Thomas McCarthy, Jack Lazak.
Louis Woodger in the Queen's thing.
Jack Lazak, the man from Ken's Track Club.
See his teammate Daniel Buckley in the next heat.
Yeah.
Don't think we have any of our top 3 from last year in this event here with us today, which were.
I think Davis is the top returner in 4th.
Yeah.
I don't know who was spotted at the track, but I don't think he's participating. Niall Murphy is nowhere to be seen. Unless you go to.
Dara Donahue is somewhere to be seen. I just can't see him right now. He is here though. being a nuisance. He's not helping.
Sean Quinn will be delighted at the lack of a hill in front of him in the finish, coming up to the finish line today.
He struggled on that, and then it's killing, but he still made the team for Yorkcross, so
fair play to him.
That was in flying form now in that yellow singlet of UCD, which would.
Still nicely packed together there with a lap to go. This is going to be a real burn up here. Some serious quality in this field. Are we going to see some big names leaving this competition before the final?
Jack Lazak holding on there, a bit of shoving.
Davis getting bumped out of the way there. Cian Gorham moving up on the outside with Woodger as Oisin Toy leads it out down the back straight.
300 to go now.
Jake Bagg looks to be struggling there. Or will his speed come through now? He seems to be moving back up to that pack as Cian Gorham takes the lead there, followed by Louis Woodger and Oisin Toy. Sean Quinn tucked in nicely there with 250 to go.
7 or 8 athletes in contention there for the top 4 spots.
Bagg moving up now.
Yeah.
Cian Gorham still leading Louis Woodger.
Cian Stepper Gorham looking very comfortable there at the front. Nice long strides. Louis Woodger closely following him, and then Jake Bagg looking to move his way comfortably up here in the final straight.
This could be a preview for the sort of race we have in the final, but Louis Woodger coming strong.
It's a very, very strong race. Cian Gorham, Louis Woodger, Jake Bagg, Sean Quinn, Oisin Toy, Oisin Davis.
Is that a big one, Oisin Davis?
Yeah, Oisin Toy and Oisin Davis not in that top 4. We'll have to see how the second heat goes. Jack Lazak coming through there, Thomas McCarthy.
We can see the UCT guys are not looking impressed.
David Maher.
Sean Cotter gone barefoot down by the track.
Jack seems to be dead down there at the finish.
So the four from the front there, we had Cian Gorham, Louis Woodger, Jake Bagg and Sean Quinn taking those 4 automatic qualifying spots.
Our 2 tips of Sean Quinn and Louis Woodger came true in that one.
There you go. But the 2 Oisins, Oisin Davis, Oisin Toy, will be very disappointed not to make the top 4 on that. Although their respective 4:07-ish, I believe they would have been, should still have a good chance of qualifying. We'll see how this second heat goes.
They only have themselves to blame for not taking on that pace.
Yeah, they'll be kicking themselves if should this second semi-final be in any way quicker.
Take it on. And this definitely was the stronger heat.
So do you want to take us through the second heat?
Yeah, so from the inside we have Adam Berry of Maynooth, Finn Buck of UCD, Daniel Buckley MTU, Caelan Geltolin of SETU, Conor Cleary of DCU, Angelo Fiatarolo of DCU. I believe I'm being called out here, Barry, do you want to take it from here?
Yeah. Benjamin Collier, Cian Coyne, Matthew Crowley, Giovanni Salvatore, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Darragh O'Leary, UL, Killian Moran, Conor O'Brien, Cian Kelly and Ryan Miskelly. So a big field.
Cian O'Boyle.
Oh, and Cian O'Boyle is also in this race.
Not on the system.
Just not on the system.
I think he's entered wrong as Conor O'Brien.
Yeah.
Our insider source there to relieve, but
can't trust you well to do anything.
Yeah. You do hear these two sorts of teams get on their home track. So,
we do hear that we're still well in the lead of the team standings.
Yeah, I haven't seen it now today.
The Money Club are winning. Still a lot of athletics to take place.
That's good. Here.
Thank you. But I feel like the first heat, the first heat was so strong, might give Oisin Davis, Oisin Toy a chance to sneak in as fastest losers. But if someone decides to take this pace on, 4-7.
So big name in this race is Cian O'Boyle. He was part of the Ennisrack novice team winners. Big win over Nina. Cian has ran 154 for 800 and 354 for 1500. And his potential to run a lot quicker over 1500 this summer.
National senior finalist and has only a snap score of 500,000, which is quite smaller than what his sister has. 2.5 million, I believe. It's the figure. A bit of quick maths there, Barry. About 20%.
Yeah, I was no good at maths, so I won't. I won't attempt it.
So just as the lads were commenting on our ability to put a team together, we had some relay issues there, so attending to those.
So the total line. Yeah. Daniel Buckley's like a Colombian export with a powerful kick.
I think we've heard that one before, Barry.
Yeah.
So I'm sure some of these lads will be keen to take it on. They'll be well aware of the time that they have to run to qualify, being around outside the top four, of course, being around 4:06, 4:07 were the two Oisin in the final in the last heat.
It's gone off.
That's Conor Cleary,
a
I
bit
believe,
quicker than the first heat.
wearing my borrowed singlet.
Yeah, it's gone off a lot quicker.
That's 30 seconds through the first two. So
I can see the big Daniel Buckley in there. He's a very, very big boy.
Conor Cleary with a PB of 4:20. I'm not sure. Does he realise this
he
is?
fell in the under 23 indoors. Give a lot of people flashbacks to Constitution Hill.
Sitting back with a bit of yapping of Britain there, but certainly that first heat had all the class.
Cian O'Boyle not too interested in the early pace here,
Yeah,
but he will certainly be making his way up.
He's a strong kick.
What course is he doing, lads?
Colouring, or business, as we like to call it.
Alphabet.
Yeah.
He's a smart boy, we'll give him that.
Well, I'm getting a call from Mr. Barry Clavin here. Luke, could you take over for me again, please?
So Daniel Buckley is the face of KTC, which makes you wonder what the rest of them look like.
Yeah, but it looks like they slowed a bit. Similar pace to what the lads are, so maybe Oisin Davis and Oisin Toy will be licking their lips at the chance of maybe a rerun of the final next year as Finn returns.
So they come around now.
They seem to have slowed quite a bit from what I've seen, from what I'm seeing here.
See you're taking on the front now. Ben Collier sitting on his shoulder. We haven't really mentioned, but
is a 351 man.
Yeah. Daniel Buckley, Cian O'Boyle.
Daniel Buckley, former CBC rugby player.
Yeah.
Definitely the tallest man in the field.
He's a big boy, isn't he?
But it looks like we have maybe 4 getting 5. Doesn't look like Conor Cleary's going to be able to go with this move.
Cian O'Boyle looking very comfortable.
Trotting around in his
Yeah.
Nike shorts. Did he use code Michael Murphy 5 to get on top 4 running? Buckley looking around. But
Is Murphy in there? No, Murphy's in the 5K tomorrow.
Yeah, Michael
I
Murphy.
said he used his code, Murph 5.
Oh yeah, just use his code.
Yeah, give me coffee.
Big showdown between Michael Murphy and Niall Murphy tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure Oisin Murray will have something to say, and Kevin McGrath stepping up the distance. So that's one to look forward to tomorrow evening. I don't think anyone will run away with it like Emma McAvoy ran away with the women's 5K. But it looks like 4 gone clear, and I think Oisin Toy, who's watching down below trackside,
The seat here might be decided, and the two Oisins from the
powerful Daniel Buckley sitting in third. Cian O'Boyle
looking around.
This one might be decided here as they come in with a lap to go with the top 4. We think the two Oisins from the previous seat, Oisin Toy, Oisin Davis, despite the slower pace earlier on, they should be okay
I
here.
see all 4 fastest come from the second or from the first heat.
Yeah, despite the slow pace, it goes back to what I say about I'm not sure if these were seated or not. I'm being called on again here.
So the 4th one looking very comfortable now with 200 to go. They know they're well clear the rest of the field.
Yeah.
And they won't want to waste valuable energy for tomorrow's final.
Once no one gets too excited, they'll be able to cruise it in now. 4 of them away. UCC, DCU, MTU, UL, all well away. I don't think there'll anyone be too interested in sprinting this in.
Buckley looking very comfortable now as they head into the home straight.
I'm sure Daniel's coach Ken Nason will be watching on happily from back on Lee side, and Pat Hogan watching against Cian O'Boyle. Wastes probably a bit too much energy now coming up
Cian
to take the
O'Boyle,
win.
he's a cheeky boy, he wants to win.
Look at him, he can't help it.
Ice cold.
Oh sorry, that's Ryan Miskelly on the inside, Candor track man.
Yeah,
I believe he would have won the national senior cross country
the
team
boys
with
gone through there.
Stop Dennis track winning that. But an easy day's work for those 4 men.
We'll have to see who the non-automatic qualifiers were.
But if we were to guess, we'd say the first heat, because I don't think that was won in much under 4:20, which would probably be
Oisin Toy and Oisin Davis
easy
could
enough
be
for these
saved.
lads. They've got out of jail, but suits up for a big final tomorrow. I'm sure they won't let it go slow after seeing themselves get out-kicked today for a place in the final.
Remainder of athletes finishing strong, looking for BBs.
See athletes
Good
arriving with
performances.
suitcases and suits. So sure they're looking forward to the banquet tomorrow. Looks like we're suiting up for... Oh, mixed 4x4 up next. See UL getting ready. Fintan Dewhurst, Eve Mooney, and he's talking to the Mannion twins, who I'm sure will be running for Galway. He'll be very strong in the 400s. Likes of Rob McDonald, Andrew Egan in their troops. Should be hotly contested. 5 points for the winner towards both male and female overall. But looks like see Jake Bagg after his 1500 heat heading back over with Thomas McCarthy. Sadly, probably didn't progress. But a valuable experience for anyone getting a chance to run these sort of heats and finals.
Bray runs there in the 1500 metres. Tomorrow's final could go anyway. So I'll hand you over to Dara Kennedy from Newport.
So we've the mixed 4x4 here. UL will have quite a strong team. I think it's supposed to be Fintan Dewhurst, Eve Mooney, Lauren McCourt, fresh off her 200 metre win. Not sure who the second male athlete is. As the lads mentioned, both the Mannion twins running. One of them. Don't know which
anyway.
one. But
we won't render regrets. But there's one down in the black Adidas top there.
And UCD will be quite strong. It looks like.
Yeah.
Deborah Lowell down there, Duneen AC athlete.
UCC defending champions. I don't see a team. Actually, I do see a team from UCC.
This could be a very interesting race due to the fact that it's a time trial. So
2 timed heats, is it?
I think so. So our winners, our first and second places, might not be in the same heat, which could make it very challenging.
Yeah, and the seeding, as you saw in the men's 1500, it does make a big difference for these athletes. You can be unlucky with heat you get placed in. Now they can only run the race that's in front of them. I see 3 from UL. I haven't seen who the 4th
Jack Graney
man. Jack Graney is there.
Fresh off his win in the 400 metres, you'll wonder how well he has
lane
recovered.
1, 51 seconds. I'm sure he's looking forward to his final tomorrow.
It's 3 out of the 4 from the indoor winning team.
Yeah.
Jack, Fintan and Eve still there with Lauren McCourt in. Miriam Daly was in the indoor race.
Fairly like-for-like substitution there with the class
UCD
that's in UL.
look to have Dara Masterson also fresh off a win in the 400 metre heats, competing in this mixed 4x4
Looks
as
like
well.
they're drawing in Sarah Lane to run as well for 400, 800, 1500 metre specialist, but she's dropping down.
I think this is almost the beauty of the mixed 4x4 at the IUA.
You really
it could be anyone and everyone.
A concoction of teams.
Yeah.
As we saw with Finn Woodger getting pulled aside, there's quite a hassle to putting together teams.
Yeah.
It's not easy to find people. The place is big and people tend to leave.
We look to have a team also from Trinity.
Maynooth.
Queens. Is that Dundalk in the blue and yellow?
DKIT.
And Maynooth
MTU
and MTU as well. So
TUD being called, but
it looks like on these start lists anyway, DCU and Galway are in the first heat alongside MTU, TUD and Queens. Second heat is Dundalk, TCD, Toofs and UCD. UL not listed, but I presume they'll be shoved into heat 2 to make it 5 and 5. You'd assume.
We could be wrong. We never know. Let's see. Fintan Dewhurst making his way back to the track with now, I think, a Red Bull. Fueling himself.
Yes.
That bit of caffeine into the system.
Claimed a 3rd place in the high jump earlier today, clearing a 175.
I don't think he's his main event. I think he's pretty good at the 400 hurdles.
I heard he said the 10 centimetre personal best been in the making for 3 years, or that's just when he last competed in the high jump.
Yeah.
So he'll be towing the line properly tomorrow morning in the final of the 400 metre hurdles.
Yeah, he looks to follow on, let's say, Tom Barr's legacy of UL winning in these 400 hurdles.
He has some goals this year, probably European under-23s, which he'll be looking to make as a World Under-20 semi-finalist last year, and then in 2022 European Under-18 silver medalist.
Under-20 finalist as well in 2023.
So
so he keeps making these teams. He is scarily consistent, and I believe a national silver medalist, Tom Barr, this year.
Yeah, and he also has younger brother Ethan, who is quite the talent over the hurdles as well.
Indoor 200 metre champion.
Yes, exactly. Ran a 48.3, which is quite impressive for an under-19 athlete indoors. That under 20 men's 4x4 team is shaping up to be quite a squad, maybe for the European under-20s.
It's a serious team
with the likes of Conor Kelly, Sean Doggett, Des O'Neill, who pushed Sean Doggett to that under-19 under-20 title.
400 metres is where the talent is these days,
and you'd like to maybe think you could bring in the likes of maybe Davy David as well, 400 metre hurdler, world under-20 semi-finalist.
Coached by
the
Timmy
issue
Crowe.
could be getting to the final, because a lot of those men will be looking to make individual finals at Europeans as well.
Which is always a trouble, and same at senior level with trying to get your best team out without sacrificing an individual.
I think the women's 4x4 have gotten to a stage that they can do that. You know, the Olympics and the Europeans, they both fielded not their all-out team, but it was still quite a strong team, and
the
were able
margins
to
are
progress.
so small at the European level or the world level. Like, the standard is so high in 400 metre running.
It looks like in our first heat we have MTU, DCU, Queens and Galway.
Yeah.
They're doing the lane draw down there now.
Owen Sharkey, he will captain, trying to make sure everything runs smoothly.
Yeah.
It's a long day and there's still a lot of athletics to be run tomorrow.
Yes. We also have the heats of the women's 4x1 to come today. So this is not the final action on the track. And we also have the end of the combined events still to go. I don't think we have men's and women's 4x4 heats today.
Straight
I think
finals tomorrow.
they're all on tomorrow.
Timed finals tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't think many of these athletes would be able to double up with two 4x4s.
No, it'll be a bit cruel, especially when there's been 400 heats on already.
Yeah, and not that long ago.
I'm sure everyone will be looking forward to hitting the bed this evening, getting for a good night's sleep. Up on the north side of the capital.
It looks like we have MTU in lane 4. We have an empty lane 5. Queens lane 6. DCU in 7.
Galway
and
outside.
Galway out in lane 8. Be quite a battle on this first leg between one of the Mannion twins. We still don't know which one. And then Dara Masterson.
Yeah, that should be a good. I feel like the challenge for the medal will become between those two.
From this heat anyway. But as we've said, timed finals, so
I'm sure UCD and UL will have a lot to say in the second
yes,
final.
exactly. It
Setu
also
seem to have a team as well.
Yeah, it looks like they've come in as a late entry.
Yeah, don't know, is Kieran Carty lining out for DCU's team, who quite easily won his 400 heat earlier.
Yeah,
but he might be focusing on that final tomorrow and securing all 7 points for his DCU team.
The team due to be in lane 5 is TUD, so it looks like they are not fielding a team for this event.
See. You can see Jack Hickey down below, flying around the place. He's asking, have we offended anyone? Me and Dara haven't. I believe Barry Conway may have. Offended
said a few
Keane
words
Hodgins.
about Éanna McElroy's
Éanna
400
McElroy.
metres.
But look, we're still here. Power and Catastrophe will still be here tomorrow, so got to get used to us. Speak of Keane Hodgins there, he is walking down the hill. He might be on a 4x4 relay.
Very good.
Really stepping down as a 1500 kind of cross country runner, running the 8 and now stepping down to the 4, so to back his pace. Aidan McElroy, I wonder would he find his way into a 4x4 team?
Oh, he very easily could.
Yeah, especially with Owen Kenny missing for UL.
Yes. Now you
Could be
will
stuck
still
with
have the
numbers.
likes of Jack Rainey,
Yeah.
Fintan Dewhurst,
Sean Hayes from the
Sean
A.
Hayes also.
Just don't want to run these guys into the ground.
Jack
himself,
Hickey could very easily end up on a 4x4
There's
as
Grow
well.
Coffee.
Yeah.
I think he's seen better days. Now I heard he tipped a good winner yesterday in the Limerick student races.
Yeah.
Tom Tracy had a good run in the 800.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for this mixed 4x4 to get underway, but it seems like they're getting there.
Looks like our
starters are
almost
having
ready.
a bit of a
I'd
discussion.
say athletes are getting cold.
Yeah,
the sun
is covering now where the athletes are
and
standing.
it's very minimal. I'd say heat coming off it as well.
Yeah, certainly much cooler than when some of the earlier races were run today.
Yeah.
Doesn't. Just waiting for the start of the mixed 4x4. Sure, the athletes would like to get going as soon as possible, but
They're
seems like
doing a
having
gun
something-
test, I
gun
think,
test.
down here.
Hopefully no one bolts. Oh, that's not the start of the race.
No one's left the blocks anyway.
See Louis Woodger and Ben Collier coming back from their warm downs. Looking forward to their finals tomorrow. Right.
They're being
Got
called to
get
their
going
marks now.
Big boy Daniel Buckley and lazy man Keano Boyle shouting up at us. We will keep going. Actually, UL in the second heat. Sorry.
Okay, they're off, and it looks like Galway and DCU off to a very strong
Rudely
start.
interrupted. Yeah, Galway are flying. One of the Mannion twins, eating up track, but he is running blind, so
He kind of has to go out hard. He has no choice. Looks
He's
about
flying.
almost at 20 seconds, 21
Yeah, I
through
think-
400. He's really
he's
going
fresh
for it.
because we didn't see him in the 400
No, he
individual, whereas Masterson did have to run that, so he
Masterson
might
is
have to
running
save
on
something for
tired
time.
legs, yes.
Whereas Mannion is flying.
Again, he will be looking to be part of
Yeah.
the under 23 relay squads. That'll
Yeah,
be
so
this
strong.
summer.
Him and his twin, David and Stephen. Former
Coming in-
cross country runners as well.
Yeah.
Or 800
Hurdles,
step down.
any
Yeah.
event possible.
Just
Looks about a
Oh,
47. Well, very good.
I don't think his teammate there realised how
No.
fast he was moving, but she is off to a cracker, and they certainly have a big lead. But
And we have Sarah Lane from DCU trying
Yeah.
to chase her down. I don't think we saw Sarah Lane in the 800
No,
earlier, so
I think
she's
Sarah's working way back
roped
from
in.
injury, but,
Oh, okay, very good. She's been roped in to run this mixed 4x4 relay.
800 champion before,
Yeah.
so stepping down again.
Nina
Like we
Olympic-
see a lot of.
Nina Olympic athlete.
Sure, Coach Sean Finn will be watching from London.
Oh, very good. The teams in Heat 2 will be keeping a close eye on the clock
Yeah.
for this heat.
So I believe 3:38 won it, or something in the 3:30s,
Yeah,
high
that
3:30s, 3:40s won it
Record,
last year.
championship record is 3:44
Okay,
from
so that's from
UCC last year.
So 3:44 is time to
So I don't see UCC having a team in the
beat.
next
No,
heat.
so they mustn't be defending their title.
They're relinquishing that title. Sarah Lane making great
Really
ground
clawing it
now.
back
The
in.
800 strength is really showing now. She's closed the gap right up on the Galway athlete.
Galway hand over him first, 150 through. for the
Some
first two legs.
unorthodox baton changes there, but I suppose if it gets around,
Yeah, that's the main thing.
defeat. That's the whole point.
Not quite Jamaican 4x1 efficiency.
No,
but,
no.
certainly, gap kind of holding about 5 metres between the Galway and DCU athletes, but they're going to fight it out now over the next 250. DCU athlete will have someone to aim at for the last 200 metres, so
Yeah.
might give them the slight edge.
The gap is kind of staying the same. It's not growing too much.
James
So
Gilliland running a strong leg, doubling back from the 800. Another athlete stepping down. Galway's flying first leg. DCU would bring it back.
DCU looked to be maybe slightly gaining ground on this last little bit.
That extra home crowd advantage, maybe getting them that extra 1%.
Yeah, the crowd really getting involved. Okay.
And Galway and DCU closing that gap straight away. Will she decide to sit on her or just go around and
Is that
back
maybe
her straight?
Aisling Stratford, maybe for DCU?
Yeah, can't see
She
who
was
the
due
Galway
to.
runner is.
She towed the line for the 400 today. Obviously, that was just to make sure that all those athletes would be there for the final tomorrow. And she looks to have overtaken the
Galway athlete. And now it's a race against the clock, but I feel like our championship record is going to go.
Yes,
But will that be enough to take the overall win for the home team? I'm sure the likes of UL and UCD will have a lot to say about that in the
I think
second
it's
heat.
Shauna Layden from Galway.
Yeah.
It seems to be that's doing their anchor leg.
Extremely strong leg from the DCU.
DUC
woman.
athlete. I think our championship record is definitely going to go.
It's going to get taken apart.
First two teams could definitely get under the old championship record.
But,
it's going to be 3:39.
so yeah, taking 5 seconds off our
5
championship
seconds,
record from
and
the DCU team.
I'd say Galway will be quite close to that old championship record as well.
running, averaging 54 seconds per
Yeah.
leg.
Queen's coming in for third place, and MTU coming around the final bend.
Hopefully we won't have too much of a delay before we get this second heat underway, as we Queens finish out, or MTU. MTU finish out here.
Yeah,
Still good to see so many teams.
it is. Yeah, very good.
fulfilling the fixture.
It looks to be maybe a few more teams in this next heat.
Yeah, it looks like TUS have a team.
Maybe slightly crowded, but
Yeah, but now to be fair, there's a lot of teams who just finished and walked
Yeah.
over. So,
UL top's been thrown over to Jack Hickey.
the gear man for the day, I suppose. One of his many talents. But impressive run from DCU, so it has
Very
to beat that
impressive,
time of
yeah.
3:39.
3:39.
5 seconds off the championship best performance. Now that was only set last year because they were only in the second year of running this event.
Still a relatively new event
Yeah, in the
in
grand
the
scheme
world.
of things.
And so it was the very new event, but it's going to be now. We're going to have a mixed 4x1 at international championships.
Can't wait to see some of those baton changes when you
It's
have.
going to make its Olympic debut in LA 2028. So it'll be very, very interesting to see maybe
the likes of the Americans
who
and the
will run.
Jamaicans.
Yeah,
How people prioritise, because I know those hundreds are on early
the
on in the
hundreds are
championship.
always on first in the championships, and you have to remember most of the athletes that run the 100 will also double back for the 2
So
and
maybe the 4x1,
the
the traditional 4x1.
The traditional 4x1 exactly.
Might
So
give countries like Ireland a chance who can
Maybe,
not
yeah.
even have the individual qualifiers, but certainly the Americans with the strength and depth they have.
yeah,
You'd have to wonder about the necessary of an event like that.
yeah. I saw maybe a few complaints about giving sprinters more opportunities to win medals, but
Yeah,
that's
certainly something like a mixed relay or something in the longer distance events might provide a bit
bring
more
back the
entertainment.
bring back the 4x1500 meter
Yeah, 4
relay.
by 800 maybe, or a DMR like
A
that. At the
DMR,
American colleges
yeah.
actually could be something we could look to introduce at Irish athletics. I suppose the mix gives countries who mightn't have 4 individuals.
Yeah.
They might have 2 women and 2 girls, like
Yeah.
some Ivory Coast maybe with
Yeah, maybe.
Mary Talu.
How it looks to be setting up here. It looks to be Dundalk in lane 3, Trinity lane 4.
Trainer UL in lane 7.
Yeah, UL are out in lane 7. DCU looks to be in lane 6.
Oh, sorry, I see Jack Rainey out
UCD,
there.
sorry. UCD looks to be in lane 6, and it looks to be Maynooth on the outside. It looks like we've an empty lane 5.
Yes,
Or
DKIT inside them.
DKIT, yeah.
Certainly a more filled field this time.
And there's lads in the infield for DKIT, so maybe.
Yeah, they're in lane 3.
Oh, they're in lane 3. Sorry, yes.
So 2
yeah, lane
inside
5.
lanes are free and lane 5. So 5 teams.
Yeah. I think it's Toos who are supposed to be in lane 5 in this heat. Maybe saving some of their athletes. I suppose it would have been the likes of maybe Park Hassett running a mixed 4x4, but now that he's qualified for a 100 metre final tomorrow, probably wants to rest up.
Talking to Porg, I don't think he's too interested in running a 400 this early in the season. He's
Fair
gonna
enough,
work on
yeah.
his straight, flat speed 4x1 the 100. move up 2, and then probably hope to run 400 and make it
Very good.
under 23.
He's still
relay
under
team
23,
maybe.
yes. Yeah, so.
Trying to move up the distances.
Yeah. It looks like we have, Jack Graney running first for UL. I'm not sure who the first UCD athlete is.
Yeah. You have such a depth in the sprinters.
Yeah. Second athlete looks to be Deborah Lawal for UCD.
Lauren
McCourt also taking on the second leg. They're on their marks now.
See how Jack Graney hopes after his individual 400 race, first in his heat. Bit of a better lane draw for him this time.
Yeah. No, the lane draw didn't seem to deter him that much earlier. So
certainly UL off to a strong start.
UCD off to a strong start as well. Jack Graney maybe running a different type of race than he's used to.
Yeah.
Usually goes out quite hard, but on tired legs, that might not be a sensible decision. Yeah. Trinity also going quite well there on the inside lane.
Yeah.
Maybe coming up onto UL's shoulder. So it'll be quite interesting between these three teams.
So Lauren McCourt will have, and it's serious going to take off the stagger.
Jack Graney's coming back a little bit at the end.
But Trinity actually might be.
Trinity might be in the lead.
Stagger. Look at the baton changes. Yeah, Trinity.
It's Trinity
UCD,
handing off first,
and now UL.
Lauren McCourt out with the baton for UL after taking a win in her 200 metres earlier. Deborah Lawal probably known a bit more as a short sprinter.
Yeah.
Maybe testing her endurance.
The beauty of RCs is that people are never in their conventional events.
Yeah.
Fintan Dewars is getting himself hyped up now to
Lauren
drag UL back into this.
Lauren McCourt trying to chase down UCD, of course. Lauren was first leg runner on the women's under 20 4x4 team that finished 5th at the European under 20 championships in 2021.
She is eating up the ground on the UCD athlete, but we have to take mind of the time.
The time is what really
UCD,
counts
or
here.
DCU have the lead in 3:39. McCourt has given UL a strong leg here.
Lauren McCourt is really hammering it home now on the home stretch. Now UCD are really holding it together as well. Fintan Dewhurst will now be looking to take the baton and extend this lead for UL.
Strong leg now. Dewhurst.
Fintan Dewhurst on fresh legs today.
Yeah, he only towed the line for his 400 heat earlier. Didn't have to run a step. No, I believe he took a bronze medal in the high jump.
Yes, he did. So maybe not entirely fresh, but relatively fresh. Really pushing it out down the back straight.
UCD
we have
holding the gap though.
Dundalk doing their changeover here now, and we've Maynooth as well.
You will hand over to Eve Mooney.
Yes. Qualified for the 400 metre hurdles final tomorrow, winning her heat from
a hurdle heavy team for UL.
Yes.
Missed the likes of Owen Kenny, they're pure
Dewhurst is really driving it home now.
First year sports science
student, exactly. Eve Mooney, a first year PE and Irish student in UL.
So both based down in the Department of Physical Education and Sports
down in the
Science
PES building alongside Jack Hickey. UCD handing over just there now, and Trinity also coming over.
So UL, the time to beat is 3:39 for UL. So
Eve Mooney really pushing it down the back straight.
They need something strong here from Mooney to bring him home and take that individual or that overall 4x4 team and bring back the gold.
Yes, Mooney is running very strongly.
But UL will have to break that championship record. DCU just set 150 to run for Mooney. She looks like she's going well.
Quite a strong run.
We have
DKIT handing over, and Maynooth also. Mooney is into the home straight, being cheered on here by her.
She needs to bring it home. 3:39 the time to beat.
I think she's gonna do it. 3:31, 32, 3, 4, 35. And UL take the mixed 4x4 varsity's title.
Subject to any time changes, but
UCD coming in for second.
And a 10-second time improvement on the
it'll be tough. It'll be quite close between UCD and possibly Galway for that third spot. Times will be very, very similar.
UCD started really strong, but a good battle now for the
4th and 5th place between DKIT and Maynooth. With 150 to go, Maynooth just take a slight lead over Maynooth. Not colleges are probably well known for their athletics, but it's nice to see teams from these colleges as well.
You can see UL leader Jack Hickey embracing Fintan
Dewhurst looks quite impressed.
Hayley Harrison,
yes, out there as well. And Maynooth crossing the line now in about 4:33, and DKIT following them closely behind.
Big crowd to gather after these races.
Yes, I think all we have left is heats of the women's 4x1. I'm not too sure.
No, we have 4x1, then 4x4, then 8 and 15.
Is there a 4x4 heat?
Yeah, there's 4x4 heats now. It might be a case of towing the line, but
I think it might be towing the line.
We saw Keane Hodgins grab his spikes, so obviously he's getting roped back in.
Oh, okay.
So
that could be interesting.
UL taking the win there overhead of DCU, so hopefully not the last time UL beat DCU this weekend.
It looks like quite a few teams in here for this women's 4x1. We have a team from UL, definitely, team from Carlow, MTU, Trinity.
For the 4x1.
Yeah, we have, I think, TUD as well.
Look at the sheet, looks like we have 2 heats.
2 heats, yeah, so trying to see, is there any names we know down there? The UL team anyway is Emily Davidson, Emer Galvin, Annabelle Walsh and Grace Rooney, so three first years and 1 second year.
Going for the youth movement.
Yeah. Looks like some of the other athletes taking part. We have I think I saw Fatima Amison from Leevale down there for MTU, and we also have probably a DCU team, I can't see them yet, and a UCD team there as well. UCD will probably be looking to, I suppose, kickstart their relays again after sweeping it last year now, of course. After not, well, I suppose they didn't win the mixed 4x4 last year either.
But they won the 4x1s
and that's
the
what counts for it,
4x4s.
is it? Okay, very good. This first heat looks to be UL, Carlow, TUD. Is it Toos?
Yeah.
And maybe Maynooth.
I don't know what the format here is.
Yeah, we definitely have heats.
And is it?
I'd say there's 9, if I'm being honest. There's
8.
only 5 teams taken to the track here.
Yeah.
It's either 9 or 10.
So it's a case of
like we'll surely have a UCD team, a DCU, possibly Galway, MTU.
Second heat. I can see DCU gathering there.
I can see MTU right beside them. There's a Trinity team over in the corner, I think.
Yeah, so there might be a few more teams in the second heat than the first.
Yeah. Again, times will be crucial here.
There's no such thing as slowing up in a 4x1.
No.
It's gas.
Is that Keane Hodgins, Sean Hayes, and Aina McElroy maybe being roped in for a 4x4?
Three men who will not be in finals tomorrow. So, and I won't be surprised if they have to toe the line another 4x4. Aina McElroy
maybe a chance to redeem himself.
Yeah, maybe.
Giving up earlier in the words of Barry Conway.
Yeah.
He has a team to run for this time, so motivation has to be high.
You see 100 metre finalist
Gabriel Kahinde.
He's ready for the final tomorrow.
It'll be a good final to look forward to, I think. I think we're almost ready to go here in the first heat of the women's 4x100 metre relays.
Yep.
It looks like Grace Rooney is leading out UL. Qualified for the 200 metre final tomorrow after a second place finish in her heat. Grace is a second year physiotherapy student in UL and runs with Youghal Athletic Club. Quite an all-rounder, playing camogie and ladies football as well.
Must be busy juggling her studies and her sport.
Yes, very, very busy indeed.
5 in this heat.
No, it says waiting here on our live results. So if there's 2 heats, I presume it'll be maybe first 3 and next 2.
Yeah, fastest losers. But
safest bet is just to finish top 3 and into the final.
Easier said than done. You have to get the baton around.
Yeah.
The speed these ladies will be travelling at. Not an easy feat. It's not always the 4 fastest that win it. Often see it at a global level with America struggling to put a 4-man team together, especially in the males.
Yeah, the Americans men team often
really
seem to struggle.
I saw them upset by Canada this year.
Yeah.
It's only they've made it out of the heats and it's qualification.
I think the US women's team had a few issues in the past as well, maybe 2004, 2008 Olympics.
Yeah.
And then obviously 2012 set the world record and have been flying since then.
Yeah, Sha'Carri Richardson anchored them home.
Yeah, no, of course in 2021
by.
Jamaica won, but the US have been quite dominant. We're doing a few zone checks here. Zones 1 and 2 look to be ready. Zone 3 look to still be sorting out.
Looks like they need stickers. Hopefully everyone can get that baton stick around clean. Don't want any disqualifications.
We can see Max O'Reilly coming down here in front of us, walking down, possibly, and Colin Doyle, which might make for a very strong MTU men's 4x1 team.
Yeah, that is 2 serious athletes to be able to bring in for a team. And we see Porrick Hassett carrying his teammate along the track. So Porrick's obviously legs are feeling fine after the 100.
Yeah.
I'm sure his coach will be happy to see him preserving energy. Oh, I think the issue is his teammate doesn't have covers for his spikes. Please put him down.
Okay, we're called to our mark. So in the first heat of the women's 4x1. Hayley Harrison watching on here for the UL team. And reminder, we have Toos, TUD, Setu, Maynooth, and UL. Grace Rooney looks to have gotten off to a very strong start for UL, as has the athlete for SETU, Carlo.
Yeah. So Marcus Lawler is looking after these SETU teams.
We got
weak break or baton change there from UL.
3 teams seem to be away and clear here: UL, SETU, and TUD.
So you have Storm and Leg from the girl in the inside lane there for Toos.
That's Emer Galvin running the bend for UL, but it looks to be TUD out in front.
Yeah.
Baton changes look to be very slick. And that's Emily Davidson for UL coming down the home straight, bringing UL home to a 3rd place finish. But it's TUD, SETU, and then UL coming in 3rd. They're the first 3, and Toos coming in 4th. We think those first 3 teams will take automatic qualification to the finals.
Yeah, we're not sure though.
We're not too sure.
Don't take anything we say as final.
No. We could have a right battle in the men's 4x1. Looking down at the teams here, Gabriel Kahinde and Porrick Hassett both running on the Toos team.
Yeah, we saw Max O'Reilly and Colin Doyle.
Max O'Reilly, Colin Doyle, exactly.
SETU won quite easily there in the women's team. So whatever they're doing it right.
We were saying this earlier. Marcus Lawler seems to be creating, and some of the other coaches down in Carlo seem to be creating quite a good environment for sprint.
We saw Adam Nolan win.
We also mentioned Joe Burke, of course, a Templemore Athletic Club man, but coached by Killian Griffin.
Yeah,
and was a European under-18 bronze medalist
in the 200
when he was as an under-17 athlete.
Oh right, so he's still in age.
He has EYOFs this year, which he got the standard for at the National Indoors 2 weeks ago, I think now.
I'm sure the tip man will be looking forward to it.
Yeah. In this next heat, it looks like we have, I think that's DCU in lane 2. Then we have no, that's not DCU.
MU.
Sorry,
that's MTU.
MTU, and then lane 3 is not entirely sure. Lane 4 is definitely DCU, and UCD is then lane 5. So it'll be
4 and 5 are the ones who watch.
It'll be definitely a Dublin Derby out in lanes 5 and 6 actually. So it looks like Trinity are in lane 2, and then MTU in lane 3.
Two of the powerhouses of Irish athletics. Yeah, they're on now.
Yeah, that's them now. They're over there. They're around the track.
The UL man Callum Keating after a shot put. Actually don't know the result of that, but Boyle back from his warm down, get ready for tomorrow's final.
Hassan got roped into
no relays. Might try.
UL men's team getting ready down there. Jack Hickey looks like he's
finally going to run
the track.
Owen Sharkey marshalling up and down, organising the troops.
Yeah, it looks like it's also Owen McGrath, Johnny Sullivan, and David Farkin. David through to the 200 metre semi-finals tomorrow morning. Swinford man, County Mayo.
Sure, we'll be hoping they can get their hands on Sam Maguire this year.
Oh, yeah.
They're a long time in waiting. We'll have 5 in this heat, 5 in the first, so 8 lanes in the final.
Zone 1 looks to be ready. Zone 2 also ready. Zone 3 seems to be causing a few issues today.
Seem to stir from Zone 3. Athletes can't get themselves in order.
Fatima Amundsen seems to be running the second leg for MTU, and I think that looks like Aoife O'Sullivan, the high jump winner, going to be running the third leg. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do around the top end.
So it is actually 2 first 2 across the line and then 4 fastest.
4 fastest.
So UL will be watching on, hoping that their time was good enough to find themselves in place in tomorrow's
final. Well, I think
final.
Just by the fact that they finished third, they should be safely through, even if all 5 of these teams beat their time.
Keano Boyle tackling into a Yup Pro, and Lucozade making sure he gets that fueling right for tomorrow's final. You wouldn't want to be found lacking on that front, or to even turn down a Lockberger during the week.
Oh, in preparation for this race.
He's taking his dieting that seriously.
That's dedication.
It is.
That's dedication.
It's 48.55 the winning time in the first heat, so see if UCD and DCU could lay down a marker here.
Called their marks. I was saying I think Aoife O'Sullivan is running the third leg for MTU, our high jump winner. So
multi-talented.
Yeah. Again, this is the beauty of university athletics. People from all events being called in to run relays.
They're away. UCD out to a flying start.
It looks
DCU eating up the ground as well. And it looks like MTU going well inside. See how the baton change go. MTU look like they've gone very early. UCD moving well.
UCD really strong baton change. Now Fatima Amundsen seems to be making up quite some ground on that back straight, catching up to UCD completely.
Adam McMullen must have his 100 metre.
Yeah, UCD seems to be away and clear.
UCD or DCU now moving again. But it's definitely UCD.
UCD out in front,
laying down
followed by
marker.
DCU and then MTU in third. UCD really powering home with this.
Leaving no stone unturned ahead of the final. Bit quicker.
DCU in second and MTU in third.
4x4 mixed
Fintan
relay team.
Dewhurst giving us some results here. He thinks UCD won that heat.
But the one thing we can be sure of is UL did win the mixed 4x4.
Yeah.
Fintan will be getting a gold medal.
Now keep an eye out for Fintan in the 400 hurdles tomorrow morning.
Oh, nearly there. 4x1s, 4x4s, and then let's not forget about our
Combined
multi-eventers
eventers who are resting somewhere, I would imagine.
Trying to eat, get
probably
some
in the
fueled
stands or getting some food into them. It's been a long day.
Morton Stadium certainly starting to empty out.
Yeah. No, there's still a few spectators left in the stand. I'd say
see a lot of green down below.
Rather than maybe waiting for a bus to leave or their
Potentially, or
designated
lift.
driver to leave, rather than actually
Head to their
wanting to watch the races. But
Yeah, they're probably here out of need more than want.
yeah,
UCC men mobilising down below in their red gear. Conor Flaherty, 800 finalists. Frank O'Brien. So we'll get ready for the men's 4x1.
men's 4x1. Yeah, I presume it's 2 heats again and then top 2.
2 and 4.
Yeah. Colin Doyle looks to be running the 3rd leg for MTU. And Max O'Reilly looks to be running the 4th leg. So they're really loading the team at the very end.
Backloading
It'll be a
their team.
very strong finish from that team if that's who you
Yeah.
have on your 3rd and 4th leg.
See them
Doyle
come right
has-
back into it if they're not already leading.
Doyle has ran the 3rd leg for the Irish men's senior relay team, so
A specialist on the bends.
that's quite, so he'll be looking to perform well in the 200 metre final tomorrow. Well, he has to get through the semis first tomorrow morning.
But he is the indoor champion.
Yes, he is the indoor champion.
He'll fancy his chances.
We actually have Adam Nolan here running the 1st leg for Carlow,
Lots
our
of-
hurdles champion.
Lots of individual
So
medalists towing the line.
sprint hurdles and sprinting like that go hand in hand, so it's
Yeah.
probably not a surprise to see him taking part.
Just seems to be a trend with the 4x1s. A lot of delay.
The men are just taking their final strides out of the blocks, setting them up. Lane 4 looks maybe to be empty, but we do have teams in lanes 2, 3, 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Athletes doing their final preparations for this 4x1 heat. We have Minute on the inside, Queen's outside them.
TUD then, I think.
Yeah. Empty lane.
Yes, there is one empty lane. I did think it was lane 4.
Oh no, or is that Adam Nolan's
no,
outside
Adam Nolan's
them.
there, sorry.
Then it's DCU.
So TUD were not there a few minutes ago when I went through the lanes, but they seem to have arrived.
And Minute out in lane 8. Expect MTU and DCU to battle it out on the outside.
Yes.
Certainly two of the firm favourites.
Don't be surprised to see Carlo in the mix after the first leg with Adam Nolan running that.
You can see co-commentator Barry Conway chatting away on the bank there.
Oh yeah.
Someone could tell him to actually come up here and do a bit of commentary.
Zone 2 is ready. Zone 3.
Sorry. I think I saw a sign earlier saying the car park across the way from us closes at 8 o'clock. So I hope they will take into accommodation that...
Do you know the car I travelled up in is in that car park?
My car, the car I travelled up in that I am driving as well is in that car park. So I hope...
hopefully there's a bit of tolerance there. Looking across the car park is still pretty full, so hopefully Fingal County Council are not too strict. But that'll be a problem for later.
Yes, we'll focus on the first heat of the men's 4x1 for now.
Yes. Underway. DSU moving well out with Ken Mera, who was fourth in the 100 semi-finals, but we got a place in the final.
Carlo out very strongly as well.
Adam Nolan.
DCU did not make the baton change over. And it's actually Carlo who are going to be in the lead, handing over to the third leg.
We'll get to see
Carlo. MTU not making it around either.
We're seeing some baton struggles here.
This is the joy of relays.
I don't think MTU will be progressing to the final, though, despite their star-studded final two legs.
SCTU are coming here to take this run now.
Serious running from them. Not
impressive
much
performance.
But
it'll be a tense wait for MTU to see whether that third baton change actually made it within the zone. The zone judges will have a very tough job.
Yeah, but one thing we can confirm is DCU have Archon.
DCU did not finish the race, so they cannot make the final.
You kind of love to see it.
It opens up a few doors for people in the next heat, for the teams in the next heat.
Out in the heats. It wasn't their finest work, but I don't think MTU got through either because they made
first time they came
Right, as we said earlier, not all about the four fastest. MTU struggling there despite having two serious runners on their last few legs, but SE2U flying. Lecture him. Sounds like the DCU men are in for a lecture from team captain Finn Woodger, who's been overseeing everything today.
We have, in this race, it looks like ATU on the inside, becoming maybe what you might describe as a bit of a sprinting university.
A dark horse to take a medal. I think they medalled in this last year, so they'll back themselves.
Wouldn't put it past them again this year.
TUS are 4x2 indoors.
With Gabriel Kahinde on the first leg.
Yeah, I feel bad for Jack Hickey outside him. He's got a field Gabe up on his shoulder.
Training mates, but
yeah.
That's all put aside here when it comes to competition.
This cross Limerick rivalry.
Yeah. Well, Toos is made up of Toos Midwest as well.
I suppose so. We have two colleges in one, but
we could have
Gabe is Toos Limerick.
Yeah. Based in
someone like Port Hassett is
Toos Athlone.
Yeah. I don't know what the rest of their makeup of their team is. We don't have any sort of start list handy. But
and then it looks like we have UCD and
yes,
DKIT as well.
We have some college wearing white, but
that I am not too sure
don't
what
know
they
what
are.
team that is. They
Um,
obviously do not have commissioned singlets,
no.
or if they do, they couldn't find them. Still, I'm sure they could play a factor in this.
You never know.
They've got to get to
Athletes doing their final preparations. It looks like Toos will have Gabriel Kahinde on the first leg. They'll have Brendan O'Leary on the second leg. Runs for Listowel.
Sean Harding on the third leg for them.
Could be, yeah.
And
Brendan O'Leary was part of the Tarbert Community School team that won the All-Ireland Schools football title last year.
All right, serious team for Tarbert.
Yeah, he played midfield in that match. So, an all-round talented sportsman. And then it's Pádraig Hassett who'll hopefully bring them home.
Now,
I suppose
easier said than done. They have to get this batting around.
Yeah, after that last race, all the teams will be very wary of the challenge of getting the batting around.
Get that stick around is the main thing. It's the sum of the parts. So, ATU, TUS, UL, some college in white. We are not quite sure who they are. UCD, DKIT.
Teams are called to their marks now.
Expect defending champions UCD to be very strong, and indoor champs TUS give them a good run from lane 3. And their call back.
Our official on the outside has spotted, I think, maybe a hand over the line just to correct it.
So let off for the men.
In the interest of fairness.
Have to sight themselves back up to go again. Call back to their marks.
I need the 100 metres, and there's a problem with heat 1 of the 400 metres.
Gabriel Kahinde out very, very quickly for TUS.
Yeah, he's eating up
already
the ground on Jack Hickey.
Up on Jack Hickey.
And UCD are moving outside. They're going to hand over to Boria.
Is that Boria Canola on the back straight? Yes, it is.
That is some man to draw in for your back straight. There's a sight to be seen around Morton Stadium. I think that's Darren Murray now for UCD. They certainly are throwing down the gauntlet here.
It looks like
TUS
TUS
on the inside.
Second place, sorry. They'll hand over to Pádraig Hassett.
UCD are in a league of their own here. Oh, and UL making a
Pádraig Hassett coming home for second.
But UCD
ATU third.
42-26. Hassett comes through for second.
UL fourth, and it's the battle between DKIT
and the college in white.
They're down as GST on the start list, so I'm not sure what that. So again, it'll be interesting to see who actually progresses to the final. So I think that's a sigh of relief maybe for some of the middle distance athletes who might have had to been roped in for 4x4s this evening.
I think in a case to save a bit of time this evening, beat the sun, and
They will be ran as time trials tomorrow instead of having heats today and then finals tomorrow.
they're happening. So we still have 8 and 15s for the multi-eventers who have gone through a long day of activity. But
I don't see any of them out
yeah,
on the track, but that's not to say they're not somewhere else warming up.
yeah, trying to get as much recovery done as possible.
Looking for the likes of maybe Laura Frawley, Louise King. I think, was it Orla Coffey ran a solo time trial in the hurdles this morning, so she'll also be in this 800.
I'm not sure if UL might have
I think
up their
they-
baton
I
change,
think-
or did they slow up soon enough?
I
to
think
get that
they
baton
slowed
change?
up soon enough. I think maybe it's a fairly, well, I know that Jack, David and Owen maybe are experienced, but Johnny is only after beginning athletics in
Yeah.
September, and he's after making great strides, so maybe
Yeah, a bit of inexperience.
bit of inexperience, but that's
all part of the learning
That's
curve.
all part of the learning
But
curve,
one
you
thing
know.
to be said, UCD are the team to beat in the
UCD
men's 4x1.
if Boriak and Ola shows up again tomorrow.
Yeah, that was.
They are the team
We
to
couldn't
beat.
see him fully with the hammer cage beyond, or we
No.
weren't paying enough attention, but they threw
I
down
think-
the hammer.
I think we had expected him maybe to run the first leg,
Or the
so
last
it kind
leg, yeah.
so it kind of caught us off guard when he was running
Yeah.
the second.
But
he's
once
going
we
over.
saw him,
He's talking
opened-
to Mark Smith
Yeah.
over there, the national 200 metre
Champion.
indoor champion from last year.
the Raheny man.
Um,
No, obviously not competing for DCU this year.
No,
So he finished his time there.
not here with his camera either today, I don't think.
No.
Usually he's a good man for maybe a video after the events.
Yeah.
There's Anna McElroy,
Yeah,
previously
must be
mentioned.
relieved.
That he does not have to run a 4x4, as is Sean Hayes, I would say.
Yeah. And right, I might have to hop, skip, and jump out of here.
So we have the combined event athletes, please, quickly. Combined events. There were 3 men. There was 1 lady.
So I'll hop on here, back on for the anticlimactic finish of the day with the missing out of the 4x4 heats. I'm sure everyone is very disappointed with that one. So we'll be moving straight on to the final 2 events of the day. The conclusion to the women's pentathlon with the 800 metres, and then the men's pentathlon with the 1500 metres. To come shortly, hopefully as soon as possible.
I do not think we have any results as of yet to the standings in the combined events. The total scores after 4 events. But I suppose we'll see how this race goes.
I'll have a look, see if I can find them for you.
I know Laura Frawley got a few medals in individual events that will count towards her combined score, so you'd expect her to be up towards the front of the women's competition.
So it seems like, sorry, I've clicked on the men's there first. We have only the 110 metre hurdles results in so far. So and we had a DQ on that one as well.
Oh, okay.
So we have 3 competitors, it seems. Jack McIntyre, Jose Bellarart and Connor Booth. Obviously missing the 2 big DCU names this year, unfortunately, Manny Osas and Jack Ford, who has dominated the multi-events in the last couple of years. But obviously we have the women here first.
I can see Louise King from UL, also Laura Frawley, Quiva Fitzsimons and Orla Coffey all down there for the women's event.
I've just noticed an issue with the women's pentathlon results earlier from the hurdles, so I'll just mention that to the results team inside.
Yes.
Sorted. So we have, I think, 3 ladies going to compete this.
4, I think.
4 ladies, sorry.
2 UL, 1 DCU, and 1 UCC athlete.
Would I be mistaken in saying that Laura Ferrari would probably be in the lead here?
I would say so. I think she got an individual medal in the shot put, the hurdles, the long jump, quite possibly the high jump as well. So this is probably Laura's least favourite event, the 800, so I think might be a case of getting through it.
I sincerely doubt any heptathlete has a favourite event being the 800, but
I think Orla Coffey is quite a strong 800 metre runner. If I remember from indoors, she seemed to be out towards the front of the pack there.
He's looking for you. He's looking for you. He was calling up to you.
Oh, he's calling the white flag.
Looking a bit chilly down there on the start line, and I'd say the athletes just want to get this over with.
Caoimhe Fitzsimmons, I would imagine, would be in second place based on her past track record.
And then it could be tight for third between the 2 other athletes.
So finally called to their marks and off they go. So the MTU athlete there, straight to the front. Closely followed by Caoimhe Fitzsimmons, and Laura Frawley seems to be taking the back seat in this one.
Herself and Louise King might work together maybe to push themselves around the track.
Some team tactics being put out here.
And the 2 girls at the front don't seem to be getting away yet, but again, we are only 150 metres into the race. If it is very close for the points between them, they may try a sit and kick. Just make sure they beat one another rather than going for a lot of points.
So we're going around with 300 there. It's MTU's
Orla Coffey.
Orla Coffey.
Yeah, MTU, I think, yeah.
Closely followed by
Fitzsimmons.
Caoimhe Fitzsimmons, and the 2 UL ladies sitting a little bit further back. So they're going to come through here in and around 75 seconds. It's very good going for these pentathletes after a long day of competition.
They've been going since maybe 1 o'clock today.
Half 1 with the hurdles.
Half 1, exactly. Half 1 started.
Well, it was about 1:45 because it was half 1, and I looked down and none of them were at the start line for the hurdles. So it took them a while to get started, but
got going in the end.
It's also taken them a while to get finished now. It's
Orla
nearly 8
Coffey
o'clock.
looks to have really started to kick with about 300 to go. She's putting a gap between herself and Caoimhe Fitzsimmons.
It's very impressive here from Orla Coffey.
Fitzsimmons doesn't look to have completely let her go, but if the gap continues to grow, it would be hard to rein it back in. Fitzsimmons maybe looks to be picking it up slightly, but Coffey is again just pulling away.
The 2 UL girls out for a nice Friday jog as a cool down from the long jump, which they would have completed not too long ago.
Coffey's really powering it home here. A very strong time. Will be in the 220s, I'd say.
It's cracking last lap there. She's gone 75-70 there to run 226. And then Caoimhe Fitzsimmons is going to be just outside 230 here.
And then the 2 girls from UL are bringing it home. Louise King here in 3rd place and Laura Frawley just behind her. Big support here from the UL crowd.
I think Laura Frawley just looking to finish this one.
Yeah. About in 2:45. I think that's quite similar to what she ran indoors. She'll be delighted now to be finished.
Yeah. Well done, ladies.
She might be competing in maybe the weight for distance tomorrow, but I'd say that'll be it. she won't have many other events.
I heard from the rumblings inside DCU that Guifa Simmons won't be available tomorrow, but we really hope she is, because we try to put our multi-eventers to work, as UL are very much aware, due to us winning many years in a row.
There's a very
I've lost
strong
count.
UL-DCU rivalry here at these championships, and you can't really forget about UCD bringing maybe the quality performances in a lot of events as well.
Particularly the sprints. Sprints champions from last year.
Led by Adam McMullen, former Irish international long jumper. 7.99 man, I believe. So
not bad.
Not bad at all.
So we'll be looking to get started here now with the last event for the men's pentathlon, the 1500.
They're over at the start of the 1500 now.
As I mentioned earlier, I believe there are 3 athletes involved today. So a long day of competition. We had a DQ in the hurdles. One of the lads pushing over a hurdle with his hands. Initially that would have been a bit disappointing for the first event, but they seem to all be lining back up here for the final event, looking to leave it all out there, the 1500.
We do look to have maybe 4 athletes on the line. I do remember there only being 3 in the hurdles this morning.
There could have been...
Maybe one lad ran as part of the hurdles race itself, but in the sole combined events hurdles there was only 3 of them.
Yeah, no, we've had another tracksuit top taken off there. There are indeed 4 athletes, so that's a TUS guy there. I'll have a look.
Yeah, there's Trinity, MTU, and it looks like Carlo over on the very outside.
So underway here with the last event of the day, a very long day of athletics. So we have Gisable Arart of MTU, Taiwo Aderini of SETU, Jake McIntaggart of TCD, and Connor Booth of TUS.
Looks like the MTU athlete is out in front, but they're all quite closely packed.
No, it was the TUS athlete Connor Booth who was disqualified earlier in the hurdles. So I
suppose while he's here, he stayed going. Might as well trip up to Dublin.
Absolutely,
might as well take part.
So hopefully we won't be waiting for the typical Jack Ford. What did he run last year? 5:56, I believe.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get here a minute or two earlier without his presence.
$300 meters in, 1 minute. Looking
not a bad tip. That's about 5:20 pace. So
yeah. So if they could keep that up, it'd be great.
Hopefully. They all seem to be moving at a decent tip here, so we'll just keep an eye out for it's MTU. They're going through about SCTU, 123.
Yeah. Keeping it fairly consistent. 1 minute through here, 123 through 400. Maybe slightly dropping it, but.
Any highlights from the day then, Barry? Or Dara, sorry.
Highlights. I suppose Adam Nolan was quite impressive taking the hurdles title. Maybe not the time he wanted, but still quite impressive.
Very early in the season. It's a good market to lay out.
I think the first heat of the women's 800 looked quite good. Lucy Holmes looked quite good taking that. I know she was only second in the 1500, but I'd say she'll fancy her chances now tomorrow with
she'll
the
be
800.
out for vengeance.
Kieran Carthy looks quite impressive in the heats of the men's 400 from lane 1, running a 48.
Yes, I believe the results initially had him down for 10.6 seconds for 400 metres,
which
but
would have been a very, very quick time.
Since been corrected, yeah. So 48 he looks a lot better. I think he had a rough indoors. I saw him running a 50 point, which is off of what he's capable of. So it's good to see him back in form at the start of the outdoor season now.
Yes, and then it'll be an interesting, I think, maybe women's 200 final tomorrow with the likes of maybe Lauren McCourt in there. Some of the UCD athletes were quite impressive in those heats as well. And of course we have the men's 100 metre final between you maybe have Gabriel Kahinde, Max O'Reilly, Michael Farrelly, all looking to take the top step on the podium.
After the 4x4 heats were called off there, I'm looking down at our one of our DCU athletes, Hero, who I don't think has got the message. He's still waiting there for the start of the 4x4. I'm hoping someone will let him know that it has been cancelled. So as we look out here back onto the pentathlon of the 1500, so we have
MTU with about 500 to go now.
Yeah, MTU looking very strong there, followed by, is that SETU, Trinity and TUS. So each of the lads looking to round off a very long day of competition. Anything you're looking forward to particularly in tomorrow?
I think, as I said, the men's 100. I think maybe as a UL man, maybe slightly biased, looking forward to seeing what Fintan Dewhurst can do in the men's 400 hurdles tomorrow.
They didn't have to run a heat today, did they? So you'll be nice and fresh.
I didn't see the start list, so I didn't see is Adam Courtney the reigning champion? Did he toe the line today?
I'm not the man to be quizzing about 4 hurdles.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. And yeah, the 200 races I'll be looking forward to them as well. I think the men's 1500 could be quite interesting as well. I don't think we saw anyone show their true cards today in the heat, so it'll be an interesting one tomorrow.
So they seem to be setting out some of the hurdles for tomorrow. Hopefully we get a bit of a quicker start off, and we have our MTU athlete coming down with a 150 to go, looking to win the very last race of the day here. And looking very strong.
Yeah, our TUS athlete just going around for his final lap, but is the MTU athlete with 100 metres to go. He'll be just outside 5 minutes. Quite a
so it is
Jasable
Arart coming in, just outside 5 minutes here. It's a very impressive time for a pentathlete here at the end of a very long day of competition, around 5:08.
We have a bit of a battle here now for second, although the Trinity athlete seems to be completely...
What a kick from Jake McIntyre. He has absolutely flown by our SETU athlete, Taiwo Aderini, here in the last 100 metres, and he's flying down the home straight there. A very strong finish to a very long day. He's going to come home at 5:30, and our SETU athlete here left in his wake to come in 4th. I believe our SETU athlete here, Taiwo Aderini, will be one of the main competitors for the gold, based on what I've seen throughout the day, although that's just speculation. And
our TUS athlete still has about 200 to go.
Yeah, so just finishing out here with the men's 1500 metre pentathlon. One athlete left to finish as they set out the hurdles for the 400 metre hurdle. So we're all ready, raring to go at first race is... What time tomorrow?
First race is the men's 400 hurdles, I think, or the women's 400 hurdles. I'm not sure.
They look to be women's heights.
I think then after that it'll be followed by the men and women's 200 metre semi-finals, or just the men's 200 semi-finals.
We'll kick off tomorrow at 9:45 with the men's hammer, followed by the 400 metre hurdles at 10:15, which is the first track action of the day. We're going for a very long day of competition, hopefully to finish at 4 o'clock.
And our TUS athlete is just crossing the line here to bring day one to a close.
So it brings to end a very long and exciting day of athletics here in sunny Santry. And we'll be joining you all again tomorrow from 10 o'clock.